And welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We look forward to this exciting weekend. Yeah, the powerboats are back out in action, and in conjunction with them, it is the IHRA Professional Watercraft Series as well. Welcome to the Lake of the Ozarks. How about a 54,000-acre lake where the party is all going to go down here today? I'm Ken Stout, Mike Young sitting right alongside a veteran when it comes to the Professional Watercraft Series. Personal watercraft, some people refer to them as. The skis are a lot of fun, but in this particular case, they are also extremely fast. The competitors are extremely talented. We're talking about athletes that are equivalent to motocross racers. It's incredible what they're able to do, and we're ready to watch the best go at it here today.
I'll tell you, you've got a lot of crossover athletes, Ken. We've got 5 different classes that we're going to be running today. We're also going to be doing some qualifying in our Ski GP and our Ski GP3. That'll be going on right before the lunch break. And then we'll be running the pro endurance qualifying, amateur endurance qualifying at the end of the day. But we've got 3 motos on 4 different classes, so lots of great racing at you today.
Yeah, looking forward. You can see that overhead shot there of part of the course, and that's where the PWCs will be racing, where the skis will be racing. Off to the right-hand side is where the powerboats will be racing a little bit later on this weekend. They'll all get out on the water tomorrow. So we'll look forward to them coming out here as well. That will be round 4 of the IHRA Offshore Series.
So once again, we're going to start today.
So here we go. Mike swapping headsets here. Let's see if we can. Mike, can we hear you, buddy?
I think that we're
There,
good now.
okay.
Yeah, we got our women's ski GP. That's first going to be on the docket. All right, and that'll be followed by our Sports Spec Junior Ski GP2 and Runabout GP3. Those are going to be our first 5 races of the morning. We should be getting those done before noon today.
Yeah, look forward to it. I'm Ken Stout. That is Mike Young sitting right alongside us. You can see the beautiful lake back behind us. If you've never been to this area, it is certainly a bucket list item. If you want to go on vacation, this place is littered with condos and apartments that you can rent BRBs and come out here. You can bring your boat. You can get one with a dock your boat, or you can rent a boat. It doesn't matter, but this lake is massive, and you can come out here and just have a fabulous 2-week vacation.
You know, Ken, I tell you, I walked from the Rockford Motel a little bit earlier today, and I passed 5 fudge shops on the way here.
Yeah.
This place was built for tourism.
Yes, for sure. They love to have you here. So keep it in mind if you're looking for a place to go during the summer. Lake of the Ozarks is a great one. Looks like one of the buoys has gotten away here. We'll go back and corral that thing and get it back in position.
Yeah, that's Jackson J-Rod, one of our safety personnel out there. Came all the way out from Lake Havasu City. Got a lot of folks out here from the West Coast that are representing from Lake Havasu, from California, in the Phoenix area. But a lot of them up there in the points. Again, as I pointed out, the women's ski GP going to be first up, and current points leader with 336 points in that class is boat number 11, Emmy Garcia, who is a transplant from France, now living in Lake Havasu as well.
Yeah, how about that? 4 competitors you were talking about. She is leading in the points, followed up by River Varner, and then Britton Reinhardt and Isabella Parker to round out the top 4 there in that category.
Yeah, you got your top 3 that are all in attendance this weekend. Parker not making a trip up from South Florida.
So talk to me about the skis that they'll be competing on here today.
Well, our women's ski GP class, you're going to see mostly super jets, or I'm sorry, not super jets, but you're going to see the aftermarket boats in the women's ski GP. So if you hear the GP, they're going to be the aftermarket boats. You know, you got Commanders, you got the Pro Force, you got the Pro Watercraft, you got Fast Power Sports also involved in that. So these are all aftermarket hulls with Kawasaki 1500cc engines.
So, I mean, we're talking about things that are very, very capable, very fast.
Yeah, you could tell this morning when we were warming up and doing our sound checks and everything, you could hear them back here behind us, and I'll tell you, man, it just echoes through the valley here.
They sound crisp, no doubt about it.
Yeah, you are definitely looking at some brute horsepower. Again, we'll see the GP in the women's class, and we've got our Sports Spec Junior Ski GP2, a little faster boats, and then our Runabout GP3, which is kind of like a stock runabout division.
And a look at some of the property that we are working on here today. The beach where they'll be going in and back out. You could also see that dock where typically a bunch of boats would be stationed, but they've cleared all that out for racing purposes here this weekend. And it looks like a check of the course here for safety.
Well, I'll tell you, couldn't ask for a better weekend. It's nice and it's cool. Got a nice breeze coming from the west side.
You make a great point. I mean, the high today is going to be 84. Now, one day ago, it was 92 degrees, and it was humid and nasty and hot. But that we had a storm blow through last night, probably around 8 o'clock or so, and it brought with it some nice, cool temps. All the humidity's gone, as you just mentioned. The high about 84 today. A beautiful breeze. A lot of the humidity gone. We're expecting some rain tomorrow off and on, and then Sunday even cooler yet. I think the highs are going to be in the 70s.
Wow, yeah, I tell you, it's been a brutal couple of weeks for me. The last 3 weeks I spent in Boca Raton when it was like 95.
Oh, that sounds brutal, Boca Raton. Okay.
The Cayman Islands, it was 95. And
oh, poor you. The Cayman Islands.
Lake Havasu, it was 108. But, yeah, we got great temperatures here, Lake of the Ozarks. It's nice to be out here in the Midwest and see all the greenery. You know, I come from Florida, so, you know, I'm always on the beach, so this is actually kind of nice. It's a welcome area to come to.
So we're being told they are repairing a buoy, so as we talked about before there, we saw them chasing a couple of them.
Well, I think, Ken, one of the issues here is that it's very deep here in Lake of the Ozarks. And so I think that some of these buoys, they're on like 90 to 100 feet of rope. So you're going to have a little bit of problems here trying to keep everything in position because they've got to have those ropes taut. And what we used to do is we actually used to use like bungee rope instead of using like regular rope, because then, you know, it could just fluctuate. The buoy would fluctuate with the waves and everything like that. Here, the buoys actually come up off the ground and they move. So we want to make sure that everything is tight. And, you know, obviously we've got a split.
100 foot of rope. I mean, they can move. I would say they'd be able to move a fair amount, really.
Yeah, we've got a split section of the track, too, and they've got to make sure that that section's even, you know, whether you start on the inside or whether you start on the outside. And the reason we have a split track out there is that if you're behind somebody and you can't get around them, well, when you come to that split section, you have the opportunity to go inside or outside, so you don't have to follow the leader through the split.
Awesome. A passing lane or a passing zone, if you will.
Exactly.
As we take a look at the course here, I see a number of different buoys that are different colors as well.
Yeah, your yellow buoys signify to the rider that it is going to be a right-hand turn. Your red buoys signify that it is going to be a left-hand turn. And pretty much all the other buoys that you see out there are kind of course marshals trying to keep people in and out of the course. And you can see the floating signage that we've got down there. Those are for the merge buoys. So if you come from the inside, you have to stay to the inside of the merge. If you go to the outside, you have to stay to the outside of the merge. And that's so they don't come together right there at one buoy. So, you know, you got a little bit of space and you're going straight as it's, you know, coming into like a 90-degree turn. So makes it a little easier for the riders.
Yeah, a lot to learn there. If you're a novice rider and you're coming in here for the first time, there's a lot of rules there to pay attention to keep everybody safe, clearly.
Yeah, I'll tell you, and the IHRA has done a great job with their rule book. A couple of new rules. You know, we've got the point scoring here this season, whereas in a lot of previous seasons we've had just the moto scoring, and I'm sure you're very familiar with the moto scoring. You run 2 motos. If you tie, whoever does better in the second moto. Well, here it's all points.
I want to congratulate Dustin Farthing as well, the IHRA president, who is also out here and very involved here in this aspect of the IHRA racing. Of course, I believe a 30-time champion, if I'm not mistaken. His 2 sons are out here competing, also champions already. So great to have somebody of his knowledge heavily involved here.
Yeah, Dustin, with over 30 national and world titles, has competed internationally, representing the United States overseas at big events like the King's Cup over in Thailand. And he's been involved in a lot of the European races as well. But he is now the head of the IHRA. And again, congrats from Mike and Ken here in the booth, Dustin.
Yeah, absolutely. We appreciate you being here and bringing that wealth of knowledge. So we take a look at the ladies coming out here, getting ready to sort this one out. And as you can see there, these are not the type of skis, at least in this particular category, that they're going to sit on. These are standing skis. These are the smallest, the lightest, the fastest. These are the Mac Daddies, if you will, of the sport.
Yeah, these are skis that you're not going to find at your local Kawasaki dealership or your local Yamaha dealership. These are specialized hulls. They're all carbon fiber. And as I pointed out, they're going to be running a 1,500cc power plant. As we take a look at our grid lineup there. Ski GP women's class coming your way directly here from Lake of the Ozarks.
And look at the competitors here, as we've already documented a little bit earlier. Approximate horsepower that these things are putting out?
I would say probably right around 200 to 220.
Okay. Yep, sizable, and approximate weight for an all carbon fiber unit that they have.
Oh, yeah. The hulls are really lightweight. Matter of fact, we were at the World Finals last year, and I watched a guy carry a hull through the pit area. That's how light they are. So you're looking at probably right around, I would say, 50 to 75 pounds. And that's a lot of horsepower, 220 horsepower for a light boat.
Horsepower to weight is incredible. No doubt.
So you can see our ladies milling about as we get set to go here with race number 1. Again, got 5 races here on the first set. We'll be running until about noon today. We've got the women's ski GP for those of you listening in. That'll be followed by the sports spec, the junior ski, the ski GP2, and the runabout GP3 class. But first up, the women's current points leader with 336 points is Emmy Garcia. River Varner out of California with 327 points. Britton Reinhard out of Arizona with 303 points. So those are your top 3 that are all here and in contention that have both ran in St. Pete and New Orleans a little earlier this season.
Checkered flag buoy there, and it looked like once again track personnel was still battling with one of those buoys, trying to get it tightened up. That's why the competitors are out here milling and not getting things started. It looks like we're getting closer.
Yeah, Jackson J. Rod, one of our marshals out there with John McAkern heading up the marshal team out of Florida.
Reaching over, clearly talking on the radio there.
And he's one of the best in the business. He spends his Mondays through Fridays as a nurse out at Lake Havasu City Regional Memorial Hospital.
Great to have that knowledge on hand.
Yeah, right. Especially if you're going to be the safety guy.
Right.
You might as well be a nurse, right? But yeah, he's been a racer as well as a course official for us, and works a lot of the races overseas with us as well. So it's great to have Jackson J. Rod here with us. Nice overhead shot there as we get set to kick off race number 1 here. Now, I believe, Ken, our first 5 races were going to be 10 minutes plus a lap. Very similar to what you would see like in the outdoor nationals in motocross. It's a timed race plus 1. So again, on our first set, I know that we're going 10 plus 1 as we get set to go here. And you can see Reese joining the party down there. Reese, I believe, is going to be on boat number 144.
Under throttle to hop on. There's the horn, and right up and on them. Take a look at the immediate speed out of these things. Incredible right there. And you talked about the split lane that they take advantage of already.
Yeah, so you had 2 start on the inside, 2 start on the outside, and they'll come together to merge after, I believe it's 3 buoys. The green is going to be your inside split. So if you hear us refer to the inside, that means they're working the green buoys.
Oh, my goodness. Look at how hard these things can corner. That is an incredible physical feat. Looked like a small mistake right there, a little bit of an early entry.
Yeah, that's Emmy Garcia right there, who is, I believe, your points leader, and going to grab the hole shot here on lap number 1. And Garcia coming from that inside split just ahead of Varner.
And here's where they come back to merge, as you were just talking about.
Yeah, you can see inside and outside as they merge back together. It looks like it's still going to be Garcia, Varner 1 and 2 as they work their way into the cove, Ken.
Yeah, now worth a mention to our fans at home, our new fans at home. They were out here practicing a little bit earlier this morning. If you wonder how they know where to go in this complex course, and they are at speed, I mean immediately. Very, very impressive at how physical this is.
Yeah, there's a good look at Garcia right there. Once again, Garcia out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, sponsored by Rick Roy Products, M-Pros, Unlimited Power Sports, as well as Fast Power Sports, Cometic Gaskets, Jet Trim, Marine One, H2O, and LG1 Designs. That whole Garcia family, we're going to see pretty much most of them racing this weekend, and they are all fast.
Yeah, really nicely done. So they know it's a 10-minute moto here, and I'm guessing they just go hard until they see a white flag. You know, and there's, in other words, no communication, no spotters. There's no clocking in there for them to reference.
Nope, none of that. They'll be keeping an eye on our flag man down there and making sure when they see that white flag. Normally they'll throw a green flag up about halfway through. So if you do see a picture of a shot of the flag man with the green flag, that means the race is halfway complete. In this case here, it'd be 5 minutes down, 5+1 to go.
Once again, Emmy Garcia doing a great job here. Got off to a great start, took the early lead, and has yet to make a mistake. Exactly what you would expect out of our points leader.
And you can see Garcia moving the weight displacement around. You can see her doing switch foot when she comes into a turn. She sets up for a turn. One foot will go in front, one foot will go in back, and then she'll set up for the other turn, and then she'll switch feet.
Yeah, much like motocross racing, motorcycle racing in general, the biggest variable, the biggest weight movement is obviously the person that's controlling the ski here, and it's amazing how they manipulate that weight.
Well, you see her going around the blue buoys. The blue buoys signifying to the racer that is the outside split. So if you hear us refer to the outside, that means they're going on the blue buoys. Inside are green, outside are blue.
And I mean right at the buoy, not going any farther than they absolutely have to go. Immediate turns. It's just mind-boggling how quickly they can turn these things at speed.
Well, it looks like Reese has actually moved up into the third spot with Varner sliding back to fourth. And again, taking a look down, Varner, the current second in the points. She's got about a 9, or she's behind 9 points, Emmy Garcia. So she needs to do what she can do to fight to get them also important points in this one. Again, they'll have 3 motos in which to attain points this weekend.
So not necessarily an overall where they take all 3, balance that score out. They'll earn their own points for each moto.
That's correct. I believe it's 60 for first, 53 for second, 48 for third, and so forth as you go down.
Yeah, I love it. It's a great way to do it. And in my humble opinion, rather than being penalized for one bad moto and losing the whole day, you've got an opportunity to come back and redeem yourself.
Exactly, and exactly. I think that's why most of the race promoters here in 2026 have went to a 3, even 4 moto format. But either way, they're all scored by points. No moto scoring here at the IHRA Professional Watercraft Racing Series. Once again, glad everybody could join us. Emmy Garcia is your race leader out there on boat number 11, followed by Britton Reinhardt. And Britton, another West Coaster out there. Britton coming to us from, I believe, Lake Havasu City, and she's sponsored by Monster Energy, TC Free Ride, that's Taylor Curtis, Fast Power Sports, Marine One, Jet Trim, Anderson Toyota, Works Racing, 6D Helmets, BC Goggles, ODI, Naughty Shine Tasco Gloves, and The Human Being, which is a coffee shop out in Lake Havasu.
Sounds nice. Again, I love watching this form of ski racing. I think for the most part, general fans all have and are familiar with the skis that you sit on, but the ones that you stand up to operate like this are always exciting. It's what I learned how to jet ski on, and I remember it took me, I don't know, I would say 30, 45 minutes just to get up on that thing the first time. So I'm thoroughly impressed with the physicality of what goes on here, and then to think that they do it at this level for 10 minutes straight, I mean, it's nothing short of exceptional.
Yeah, I'll tell you, and these girls really all in shape, you know, I mean, and you've got to be in shape. If you're going to handle one of these GP ski classes, you know, you've got to definitely spend some time in the gym, do a lot of cardio. But right now, your race leader, it's been the Emmy Garcia show as we take a look back there at River Varner, boat number 24. And she is sponsored by, or 23 rather, she is sponsored by OnlyFans, believe it or not.
Oh, very cool. And as you can see here, I mean, watching them race, it would not take much of a mistake here to get yourself in trouble. So anything can change in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, especially with the speeds that they're going and the physicality that, again, that is required here for our GP ski class.
Yeah, and I would think that the farther that it goes on, the more likely the mistake would happen due to due to the physicality of it and getting tired here towards the end.
So we were on board there with River Varner, currently sitting in 4th place, just behind Reese Geese. Or Reese Geis, rather. We used to call her Reese Geesey Geis. Very talented rider there, Reese. She is a 7-time IJSBA world champion, and she's out of Scottsdale, Arizona, riding on a commander boat. She's the lone commander racer out there. All the other riders out there in this GP ski class are on fast power sports boats, which are manufactured by Dustin Montzuris out in Arizona.
About the halfway point here, about the 5-minute point plus 1 lap. And you can see they are pushing the boundaries on those buoys.
Yeah, good look at Britton Reinhardt there on boat number 851. She's only 14 years old. Can you believe that?
That is amazing.
She's also on a fast power sports boat sponsored by TC Freeride. And speaking of TC Freeride, we'll get to see Coy Curtis a little bit later. That is Taylor Curtis's son, who has been perfect in our Ski GP class. But we're just going to be having the qualifying for the Ski GP1 class today.
Yeah, we were talking about Emmy Garcia as well, leading the points. She's only 18 years old, but at 14 years old, to have the strength to compete on one of these things is incredible. 4 minutes and 30 seconds left, plus 1 lap. Well, as you take a look at the 851, that was Britton Reinhardt.
Yeah, no changes in the running order on the last couple of laps. It's still Garcia out in front, followed by Reinhardt, Reese in 3rd, and River Varner rounding out your top 4 as we head to the latter stages of this one. Again, you're watching Moto number 1 of the women's ski GP class.
That is the 14-year-old right there in front of you, doing a fabulous job. You can also see the Monster logo on the helmet, so it looks like she's impressing the right people.
Yeah, Monster with a huge presence here at Lake of the Ozarks. They've really done a great job of branding here at the Lake of the Ozarks IHRA Professional Watercraft Racing Series.
Yeah, we were talking about our president, Dustin Farling. I believe one of the first ever athletes for Monsters, would put it in perspective how long he's been in this business.
Yeah, no doubt. You know, speaking of professional athletes, I just found out right before we went live on the air that Donald Trump has Travis Pastrana coming to the White House lawn and going to be doing a backflip tomorrow. How about that?
You know, he's super involved. He's a down-to-earth guy that loves what we love. You know, IndyCar's going there, part of the 250th anniversary for our country, and IndyCar's going to have a race there in the streets of Washington. So, yeah, applaud what he's doing, man, for sure, at least in terms of taking care of motorsports. He loves motorsports.
Yeah, gotta love it, gotta love it. And
he's been to NASCAR races, IndyCar races. You know, he bounces around. So we appreciate, the industry here appreciates what he does.
Yeah, big sports fan. Aren't they? They're doing some UFC fighting out there on the lawn as well tomorrow. So it's just good. I think Washington D.C. would be a fun place to be this weekend. If you're not in Lake of the Ozarks, you should be in D.C.
Yeah, come on out here and join us as we've gotten started the first moto of the weekend taking place right now, and it is the Ski GP Women's Division.
Garcia, Reinhardt, Geis, and Varner 1 through 4 here. Again, not too much time to go here as time's starting to tick away. 10 minutes plus a lap here. Again, coming up next, for those of you who are watching the live broadcast, that will be our junior ski class. I'm sorry, our sports spec class. That'll be coming up next, followed by junior ski, ski GP2, and a runabout GP3. So again, if you want to tune in to your favorite rider, that is the running order here in the morning session.
And again, our leader, Emmy Garcia, continuing to extend that lead. 1.5 minutes left to go here, plus a lap.
And that is 4th place, River Varner right there. Again, riding for Fast Power Sports, and she's sponsored by Liquid IV, Bell Helmets, Ride 100%, OGO, ODI, Joey Pierce also giving her some help. Liquid IV, Liquid Molly, Gary at LM Marine. As we go back to our leader here, Emmy Garcia. And we, I believe, are just about a minute left to go, Ken.
Still at speed, doing a great job. Has not shown any fatigue whatsoever.
Well, I'll tell you, it'd be great to be 14 and not have to worry about that anymore. I'll tell you, we've got a big hill that we're on here. We've traversed this hill about 5 or 6 times. I don't have to hit the gym tonight, that's for sure.
You can see the lead there that Emmy has at age of 18. Ski number 11.
14-year-old Reinhold behind her. You can see, again, the gap right there. About a 6 to 7 second gap between first and second. As we head into the latter stages of this one, and the white flag should be coming out here momentarily.
Great battle here, and I'll tell you, you were talking about the gap. The gap between third and fourth has not changed, and it's been pretty tight all along the way.
That is a second place Geis right there. I'm sorry, Reinhardt.
Yeah, River Varner not far behind Reese Geis, as you were talking about there before. And you never know, man, last couple of laps, maybe you pick up one spot.
Well, it looks like the top two have kind of stretched out the lead a little bit. They've kind of separated from third and fourth place right now. As we go back on board with your leader, and I hear the whistle right there, and that means there's probably a white flag being shown down there. Yeah, you can see the white flag.
White flag flies. 1 lap to go. And we'll see if she can bring it home here. Emmy Garcia dominating this race from the drop of the green flag.
Looking to go wire to wire again, coming into this one with a 9-point lead over River Varner. 336 total points. And Garcia in New Orleans had 3 victories there, brought home 180 points. As we see Ryan Scaglione, our flagman right there, showing them what we like to call the hallelujah flag, because you know you got an arm pump here by this last lap. You're saying hallelujah. I don't got one more to go.
We're going to make it to the end here. Britain's still hanging on there in second, and looks like Reese has stretched out that third place position just a little bit over Varner.
Well, still 2 more motos to go here for the ladies, and you're watching the GP division here as we go through the outside split one final time here with Emmy Garcia. Getting ready to exit that outside, grabs a handful of throttle, and out comes the checkered flag.
Across the stripe she goes. Congratulations to Emmy. Excellent job there. Followed up, of course, by Britton Reinhardt. And the final 2 out there still finishing up this lap.
You see Reese back there in third, River in fourth. I believe that's River on the inside split, Reese on the outside split. And Britton Reinhardt coming through the stripe there in second. Congratulations to Britton, again sponsored by Monster Energy and TC Free Ride.
Reese guys have come across in third, so congratulations. And River Varner, both of them finishing strong.
Geis finishing on the Commander, so you had Fast Power Sports in first and second place, and Commander in third. And as far as the battle of the aftermarket manufacturers.
And a look at the beach where some of the competitors and fans are watching them do what they do.
Boy, I'll tell you, in real estate, it's tough to get down there on the beach this weekend.
Yeah.
We're expecting several thousand fans here as a part of the Lake of the Ozarks IHRA Professional Watercraft Racing Series. And, tomorrow, we'll be running the powerboats. You can see some of our sport riders getting down to the starting line right now. As we take a look here at our sports spec class, down on the line, we should have boat number 93. That is Gary Burtka. Boat number 818 is Jet Wildeboer. Boat number 72, all the way from Mims, Florida, is Johnny Smith. Then we got Casey Moore, a.k.a. Skinny, who is out of Como, Texas. Strauss Mernick, another Texas native out of Fort Worth, sponsored by the Monster Army, only 14 years old. Talon Farthing, who is, I believe, up there in the points here in our sport division. I believe Talon currently the points leader with 334 points. Got a 7-point lead over Strauss Mernick, who currently sits in second. Tori Snyder going to be out there on the boat number 110. He's going to mix things up. He didn't race the first 2 races in St. Pete or New Orleans, but Tori, a very talented sport racer. And then you got Travis Branson, boat number 989, who will also be joining the party, and he's out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Who's your daddy?
Getting that one back up on the trailer to get it out of the way. The nice look there at your winner.
That was Garcia, your race winner You can see Garcia unstrapping the helmet there. Perfect weekend in New Orleans. Only picked up 146 points in St. Pete. Another 60 more, going to give her 386, and she will remain the points leader as they get ready for their second moto this afternoon.
Yeah, excellent start to the weekend.
All right. Good look at your race winner from race number 1 in the women's ski GP class. Nice looking fast power sports boats there. Also sponsored by RRP. That's Rick Roy Products, one of the former freestyle world champions for many, many years. He was actually the first one to do an aerial barrel roll in freestyle. And I'll never forget that. We were at the St. Pete Pier. He came through the pier and he did that.
And let's get it over to Pam Hall, who's with our winner. Pam?
Thank you so much, Ken. Emmy Garcia. I know Emmy Hall. Emmy, congratulations on your win today out here. You are the current points leader as well, so that's definitely an amazing win out here for you for your Moto 1. So out there on the course, the water looked like it was in your favor today.
Yeah, it was pretty flat, but we had some boat waves, so that was good. And then the track is good. The speeds are pretty even, I think, so that was a good moto.
All right, so anything you're going to do different between Moto 1 and Moto 2?
We have to do the same thing again.
Yes, go out there and get that win. But once again, congratulations. You know, what a way to start out the weekend.
Thank you.
And there we have it, Miss Emmy Garcia right here, our #1 winner for Moto 1. Back to you guys.
All right, well, we've just got that sport class already started. I'm hearing some whistles back behind us, but we're taking a look on screen here with Torrey Snyder. And I told you he was going to shake things up. Didn't race the first 2 rounds, and he comes in for this one. And he's a former sport world champion.
And red flag out, so we will stop this one.
Yeah, we heard the whistles. I figured that was probably the dreaded red coming out. They'll bring him back to the line, restack, repack, re-rack, and we'll restart this one all over again once we get them corralled out there. And sometimes it's tough to corral these guys, kind of like herding cats out there, Ken.
Talon Farthing, the points leaders you talked about here in Sports Spec, and that is the son of Dustin Farthing. Strauss Mernick, #2 in the points. Matt Johnson, #3. Jed Wildeboer, #4. And Haley Smith to round out the top 5 inside of this category. 13 chasing points here. And as you talked about, some new competitors here already as well inside of this category this weekend.
Yeah, Torrey Snyder will be out there on boat number 110. I expect to see good things out of Torrey out of Bradenton, Florida. As you see here, the lineup: 55, Strauss Mernick, Snyder on 110, 521 is Farthing, 818, Wildeboer hurt in the second race. 93 is Burtka, 111, Skinny Moore, and 989, Travis Branson. That rounds out your field here. You're watching the Lake of the Ozarks IHRA Professional Watercraft Racing Series as we get set to go down there on the shoreline.
Yeah, everybody up on the skis here. As you can see, they're sitting on these skis versus standing on them. And the start process here.
Yeah, start process here, Ken, a little bit different than what we would normally see. We would normally have a tower that would be out there in the water, but due to the depth, we couldn't build a tower out there in the water, so they're actually starting from a jet ski. As the starter will look down, they'll have a yellow flag. He'll point at each one of the riders, make sure that they are locked, cocked, and ready to rock and roll. Once they are,
and I think that was Travis Branson who was holding his hand up looking for you. He put 2 fingers up like he wanted a little more time, and now they've shut everybody back down.
Yeah, if you hold your 2 fingers up, that means you're calling for a 2-minute hold. You have 2 minutes in which to get your boat running. And it looks like they may have got some fire to that engine compartment, so we're going to go ahead with the second restart here in our sports spec class.
Travis Branson on the 989. You can see the starter there. And once again, we'll have to get them back in line.
Yeah, it looked like 521, 111 with a little premature acceleration there. You can see them out in front of the starting line there.
That's our points leader, Talon Farley, so on the 521 anyways.
Yeah.
Ready to get a good start, ready to get a jump on it.
Well, he's only got a 7-point lead over Mernick. Mernick doing very well in getting more points than Farthing in New Orleans, our last stop. So we've had 2 stops so far, St. Pete and New Orleans, as we take a look at Gary Burtka, who is sitting in pole position right there. Gary, 48 years fast, riding that Sea-Doo HX. He's out of Weberville, Michigan, sponsored by the Watercraft Supply, Twangled, and Star House Games. As you can see, our starter on the bottom side.
There we go.
And they actually have a train horn that's located right behind the starting line. So once everybody is okay, you'll hear the train horn, and that'll signify to the racers to take off. So we shouldn't see too many false starts today.
And a pretty cool process here. You can see them load those jets up and make sure they're packed and under full velocity when they go full throttle there at the sound of the horn. And it looks like we will have the 110 out front here early on. Troy Snyder, as you were talking about, came out here and planning on upsetting things.
Yeah, Tori doing a great job again out of Bradenton, Florida. Former sport racing world champion, national champion. He's won the King's Cup before over in Thailand. So I knew that he'd be mixing things up.
Starts are so important here, as you can see inside of this this style of racing. And look at them crumb right back out, very, very close to each other.
Yeah, you can see things starting to tighten up there toward the front. That's Strauss Marinick who grabbed the whole shot. I believe Strauss starting from that outside. Tori Snyder settles in second place. Talon Farthing, your points leader, in third. But Jet Wildeboer, who got injured in New Orleans, back out in the lineup. Great to see him back out there. Gary Burtka currently sitting in the fifth spot, and he is 8th in points so far this season.
Good look at the 55 there, going at it. That is the 55, right?
Yeah,
yep.
Strauss Marinick. That's your race leader, sponsored by the Monster Army and Caldwell Racing. Strauss, the son of John Caldwell. Caldwell Real Estate, another one of their sponsors. Dean's team, one of the sponsors is Dean Strong, sponsored by the Commander Yamaha Youth Program as well. Strauss still maintaining that first place.
Yeah, watching those two, when we had that overhead shot, it was easy to see the top three were all chasing clean water. They don't want to follow inside of that white water, clearly.
Yeah, Strauss is actually the younger brother of Cooper Caldwell, who we'll see tomorrow racing in our 300 division in our endurance races. Today, doing all closed course races. We'll do some endurance qualifying toward the end of the day, folks. But right now, you're watching the sports spec class. This is race number 2 of the day. Junior ski will be sitting on deck right now. Again, Marinick, your race leader, comes in 7 points behind your points leader, Talon Farthing.
Talon Farthing, third place right there. That is our points leader, and you call it sports spec, and it really is. It's basically a stock version of the GP, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And the crazy thing is a lot of these sport boats, they haven't been manufactured since the mid-90s. So it's great to see all these boats. And again, if you're going to get into personal watercraft racing, this is probably one of the most affordable classes. You know, you can go and get a barn find for $1,500 to $2,000, and it's all bolt-on performance, it being a spec class, so you're not allowed to do any internal work. So a very cheap form of racing to get into.
Talon Farthing doing a great job there, still in third place, up off the seat, manipulating his weight to get that thing to turn as good as it can. And the top three staying very close to each other.
Yeah, there's a good look at your race leader there. Nice graphics package on the double nickels there for Marinick. And again, Strauss, sponsored by Reva Racing, 6D helmets, Jet Trim, and Jet Tribe, all help them out.
Yeah, and you talked about that 7-point gap there between first and second in the points coming in here, and they currently second place in the points is first on track. First in the points is third on track, so he'll be able to really tighten those points up here if it remains like this.
All right, we got Wildeboer on screen right now, currently running in the 4th place position, and Wildeboer out of Lake Havasu City, sponsored by 212 Racing.
Yeah, Wildeboer also inside the top 5 here in points. Struggled at New Orleans.
Yeah, so out of your top 5, Johnson a no-show this weekend, and Haley Smith a no-show, so Jets should be moving up. Marinick with a win here, I believe, would take the points lead unless Farthing can get up into second. If Farthing can get up into second, that would have them tied in points after 5 races so far this season.
Yeah, so it's nip and tuck there between the top 2, and we'll see how things sort out here, as you talked about before, with 3 motos. So 3 opportunities for this points battle to go back and forth, and a number of competitors here inside of this category, so the point spread's a little bit bigger.
Yeah, we still have a couple more rounds to go. Next round is going to be Sheboygan, and that is always a good round as we go back on board with first place right there. Strauss Mernick, 14 years old, leading everybody around the track. You got riders in here all the way from 14 to 52 years old.
Isn't that amazing?
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, one of the crazy things, we've got a guy that's actually out here racing the stand-ups this weekend. He's 70 years old.
That is great. And the number 93 is down, we're being told. That is Gary Budka.
Yeah, Gary, part of the Twangled team.
So look at the 93 right there, checking underneath there. Looks like maybe he got some stuff wet, and the ski's certainly not up to speed.
Yeah, trying to get some O2 to that engine compartment. Gary, part of the Twangled series that you could pick up at Watercraft Supply. He made a series of videos back in the late 90s and early 2000s of him going on the freestyle tour for many, many years.
Pretty impressive, too. Just to watch Strauss Mernick there just plow into that buoy. And chopping it off, man.
That's your gap right there on screen between first and second place. That's Snyder back in second, who is only about a buoy behind your race leader.
Yeah, and Farthing is falling way back there. He was in third place. I mean, a relatively tight third place, I should say. And now, as you can see there, a pretty big gap.
Yeah, top two starting to stretch out that lead. And we're taking a look at second place right there, Snyder. Sponsored by Snyder Built out of Bradenton, Florida. They own a construction company and do a lot of new development down there on the west coast of Florida.
And the water that was relatively flat here early on this morning now has a bit of a chop to it. So it only makes it even more difficult here for these riders to maintain speed, get these things turned, as we watch Tori Snyder in second place.
Well, I'll tell you, Ken, I expect the flotilla to get a little bit bigger here as we get a little bit later into the afternoon. We should have a lot of boat traffic that are coming to set up on the outside of the course. Great place to view the races from.
Yeah, you bring up a great point, and that's something the fans should know at home. Is this is a wide open lake, so there's a lot of pleasure boaters that are out here. This is big water, too. It's not uncommon to see a 50-footer go cruising by, so they can send a pretty big wake, as we heard Emmy talk about during that race.
Yeah, fantastic, and that's going to be an equalizer, is unlike... That's Skinny Moore that we're taking a look at right now out of Texas. But, yeah, the only difference between this and motocross is, you know, we've got an ever-changing track. When you're in motocross, at least you can plan on what rut you're going to do, you know, what line you're going to take and everything, where your lines are changing constantly out here with personal watercraft racing.
Good look at the entire class, and, boy, big spread right there.
Yeah, the closed course, normally about a half mile in length. When we do the endurance tomorrow, probably about a mile to a mile and a half in length. So this is a much more abbreviated course than we're going to see in the enduro classes that we're going to see tomorrow.
You see, one of the lappers was respectful enough to move over out of the way for the two leaders that were coming at speed.
Yeah, well, when you see the blue flag being thrown at you, that means there's a race going on and you're not in it. So get out the way. The leaders are coming through.
Wow. Mernick and Snyder putting on quite a show here, and Snyder not letting him get away.
No, he's still staying within a couple seconds of him. Great shot there by the drone, and I think that drone's going to have some really great footage as we take a look at first place Mernick on boat number 55. Again, not too much breathing room between he and second place. And again, Snyder throwing a wrench in Farthing's program, because now Farthing might have to settle for third place points. That would give Mernick the points lead coming in to race number 7 of the season later on today.
Great job navigating that thing around the buoys. Oh, man, it almost looked like the left hand slipped off the handlebar there for just a second. Not sure if that was a visual that I missed. It looked like something happened. You can see him turn around and look back, checking on the competition.
Yeah, we got less than a minute right now before the white flag comes out. So he'll have to go another lap around before the white flag comes out. You can see the gap again there between first and second place. That's Mernick and Snyder 1 and 2 right now. Tori, a chip off the old block. His father is a former national and world champion as well, just retiring last year.
Hats off to the Windy City creative crew here, giving us some good pictures up tight and close. Get a good look at the numbers and how beautiful some of these skis are.
Yeah, And I'll tell you, the track looking absolutely amazing out there. Kind of a, it started this morning. I call it a fast track because there wasn't too many waves out there. Here you can see there's a lot of ripples out here, so things are starting to slow down as we progress throughout the day. Mernick, Snyder, Farthing still 1, 2, and 3. No lead swapping as the white flag should be coming out. Great battle here for first place.
Yeah, it has stayed very tight. I want to say it's even closed up just a little bit. Not enough to be a threat for a pass just yet, but right there, man. I mean, it would not take much of a mistake here for things to change. So Mernick having to stay on point.
And you can see both riders, Snyder actually playing follow the leader as they went through that outside split, now exiting the outside split, and the white flag has now come out for your top 2 riders. So Mernick, Snyder still running 1 and 2. As we are under white flag racing conditions here at Lake of the Ozarks.
And Farthing still back there in third, albeit just a little bit further back, but has maintained that position. And that's him right there. He's actually closed up a bunch. I'm not sure if that was third place right there behind our leaders or not. I think that's Farthing a little bit farther back.
Yeah, I think that might be a lapped rider.
Yep, I'm with you.
That was running with our lead pack. That was the guy that got out of the way a couple laps ago for your top 2. And we're taking a look at Mernick. He's got less than half a lap to go here as he gets ready to enter the split section for one final time. And as I take a look over, it looks like he's going to opt to go. That is the decision buoy. We usually call that where you see the 2 buoys tied up together.
Oh.
We call that the MasterCard buoy. Yeah.
Smacked the side of him, too, a little bit. He was looking back behind him. He's concerned about it, where he's at back there.
My, oh my, what a...
It opens up the door to make a mistake, man, instead of looking forward all the time. And once again, checks back.
Well, you know, you can't do that. The race ain't behind you as the checkered flag comes
Well, it looks
out.
like something happened there as well to Torrey right at the very end, because that gap was very tight and it got a good bit wider there right at the stripe.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Torrey went to the inside split that last time around, but I was talking to some of the riders, and they said that the outside after the start of the race is a couple seconds faster. So that may be why you've seen Torrey following him to the outside.
So good stuff out of our sports spec category.
And once again, congratulations to Strauss Mernick, sponsored by the Monster Army, Caldwell Racing, Dean Strong, and Commander Yamaha. Shin Snyder coming through in second. Torrey, 22 years old, sponsored by Snyder Built. Tim Judge at Judge Motorsports, the Monster Energy team, as well as Dave Bandis and the crew down at Riva Racing. So a great job there by our sports spec riders. I believe that was Farthing that rounded out the top 3, just making his way through our start-finish line. And coming up next, we've got our junior ski class.
Yeah, Jet Wilbur there in 4th place as well. Maintain that spot all along the way. Will help him out a good bit in the points. As you talked about Matt Johnson not being here, so Wilbur will be able to close that gap there. He was only 4 or 5 points back behind Matt Johnson, so he might be able to, should be able to jump up there and take over 3rd place in the points.
Yeah, I tell you, Wildeboer having a real tough weekend in New Orleans. And like I said, he got injured in New Orleans, only picked up 43 points in New Orleans, but had 114 back in St. Petersburg, so that still puts him up in the top 5. And again, with Johnson not being here, this will move him up into 3rd place. So Johnson will be back in 4th. Smith will be in 5th. Keller still in 6th. Rowe in 7th. Burka in 8th. Austin Allen in 9th. And Blake Fitch rounding out your top 10. As here we find ourselves at Lake of the Ozarks. Round number 3 here, folks, of your IHRA Professional Watercraft Racing Series.
As we get into the big boats later on in the weekend, it will be their 4th event of the 2026 season. After kicking things off at St. Pete and New Orleans alongside our ski competitors. And then they snuck an event at Cocoa Beach here just about a month or so ago.
Well, representing our junior ski class, boat number 11, Andy Garcia. Like I said, the whole family races. All right, we got boat number 14, Braden Dill, 33, Cash McClure. McClure finds himself in the points lead right now with about a 30-point lead over Guyver Santucci. Santucci will be out there on boat number 24. Jay Newski on boat number 114. 132 is going to be Fleming.
Here's some highlights from our previous race as we just watched Sports Spec. And that's Strauss Murnick doing a great job there on the 11 ski.
I believe what has happened here, I believe they have already started this junior ski class, because that looks like Andy Garcia. That's Emmy's brother.
Yeah, Murnick was number 55, our previous winner, so my apologies there.
So we'll give you the running order here in just a moment, but your race leader.
Let's get it down to Pam.
Thank you so much, Ken. I am here with Talon Farthing. You are the current points leader, but right now you just finished second in your moto. So, you know, that's going to play a factor in points for the weekend. But all in all, the course looked amazing out there to you. I mean, good energy. You get off of your ski and you literally went over and helped another racer take theirs out. So sportsmanship right there.
Always sportsmanship. Sportsmanship will always take you a long way. It's nice to be nice to everyone else.
Well, and Talon, I want to ask you one more question really quick. Going into your next moto, finishing second in this one, is there anything different you're going to change for the next moto?
Just got to get a better start and got to ride better. I didn't ride my best out there, but I'll come out next one and show you what I got.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on that number 2 position, and we'll see you out there later on.
Thank you.
All right, and there we have it, Talon. Now, Ken, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Pam, and highly motivated there. Of course, he'll want to get out there and see if he can grab a win, get that points lead back as we go back into the ski junior category.
Yeah, Talon and I both use the same hairdresser, by the way.
Do you? You forgot the highlights. He got his highlights in. So.
Yeah, right. He's looking good out here this weekend. We're back on board here with Andy Garcia. Once again, Andy sponsored by Frank and the crew over at Jet Trim out in Lake Havasu, also sponsored by Marine One.
And any relation to Emmy?
Yes, that is Emmy's older brother.
So Emmy who won earlier today, and Andy trying to follow up here. Pressure already on from little sis.
Yeah, well, actually, Andy's actually the younger brother. Emmy is 18. He's only 12. This is the 10 to 15-year-old class out there. Cash McClure, only 10 years old, comes in as the points leader. And taking a look down, Newski currently sitting in second, Braden Dill in third. I'm looking for McClure. McClure back there in the 4th position. So he's got his work cut out for him here. Guyver Santucci, who currently sits second in the points coming into this one, back in the 5th spot, followed by Logan Fleming out of Port St. Lucie, Florida.
Yeah, a good battle. Look at that battle back there. I know it's deeper in the pack, but all 4 of them very close, and certainly the last 2 extremely close.
Yeah, you're looking at 2nd through 5th right now, and they're so tight you could probably throw a blanket over them. As we're looking at Newski, Dill, McClure, 2, 3, and 4 with Guyver Santucci right there as well. That's Cash McClure on boat number 33. Trying to catch Dill, who is sitting in front of him. Dill easy to pick out with the yellow numbers and yellow helmet right there. He's out of Naples, Florida. His father used to be an expert racing world champion in the sport division. As we take a look there at Braden Dill, getting out of Naples, Florida, sponsored by Wade Chapin Performance down in Sarasota, Tim Judge Motorsports, Paul Jordan and the folks over at Exotic Science, of course, Mom and Dad, always helping out.
Yeah, I love that battle back there as they all scrap, and now sorting things out just a little bit, the gap growing just a little bit on everybody.
Yeah, with these guys battling it out 2nd through 5th right there, you can see that's given first place Garcia a little bit of breathing room right there.
Exactly what he wants.
Yeah, about a 6 to 7 second advantage there for Garcia.
Good look at him changing his footing there, as you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, trying to work that weight displacement as they go into the turns, the right turns and the left turns. Garcia will take a look back. He'll find Dill still in 2nd place, McClure in 3rd. Nice graphics package there on the Garcia machine. And again, these are this is the younger generation. This is the future of our sport out there right now. Only 10 to 15 years of age.
Yeah, we do have a 10-year-old out there, as you were talking about before, with Cash McClure. 14-year-old Guyver Santucci, a couple of 14-year-olds, and Logan Fleming. So pretty cool there. A couple of 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds out here. The kids putting on a great show.
Yeah, Santucci, he's out of my old neck of the woods, Destin, Florida. He's sponsored by Coastline Tree Service. His father, another one that used to race. It was an expert champion in our stand-up division back in the late 90s and early 2000s. great to see all the father-son combinations that are out here this weekend. And when you've been doing this for 40 years like I have, the fathers are all my age now, so they're living through the kids right now.
Yeah, and at these young ages, you start seeing third-generation racers.
Exactly, and again, you can see the gap there between first, second. Real big battle going on for third place right now. Looks like McClure pulls up right beside.
Oh, look at that. Going for a pass, and he chops down on him. Side by side, they go around that buoy. Still outside. The inside lane looked like it had the preferred line, but did not get it done. Outside makes it move.
Yeah, I believe that was Fleming and McClure that were going at it there for that third place position. All trying to chase down Andy Garcia on the M-Pro's Cometic Yamaha. And that's what you got out here in this junior class. They're all Yamahas, I believe all the four-stroke Yamahas.
Good to see the aggression out of these young racers, and good, clean racing as well. Let's get it back down to Pam Hall. She has more on what's coming up. Oh, and one over.
Thank you so much, Ken. I'm here with Sadie Muir. Sadie Muir, she is out here racing, not in the women's class, but racing against a bunch of boys out here. And you're the points leader also as well. So getting ready to go into this moto, what's your thoughts?
I'm super excited. I just want to prove that to all the girls, we can race up with the men. We train just as hard. We can do it. And I love racing the women as well. They're super competitive, but racing the men, they're next level. So I'm super pumped to get some good training in there.
Well, I know that your guys are over there holding the ski in the water for you, and I caught you really quick before you go in. So good luck out there. Hopefully we get to talk to you back at the end as well.
Thank you so much, guys.
All right, and there we have it. Sadie Muir. Ken, back to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And of course, right when we were going to that interview, everything was already in motion. It was hard to get it back, but we're going to bring you a replay. And unfortunately, one of the riders going over here in the middle of this race.
All right, let's take a look here and see exactly what happened. And it looked like just caught an edge right there, and turns it over into a what we used to call in freestyle a log roll. Not what he wanted to do. That was Fleming. That was Fleming that went down right there, and that was that battle that we were talking about between him and McClure on that last lap.
Yeah, and that brings to light what I was thinking early on, how easy it is to make a mistake, or just not even a mistake, just have something happen. When you get in that white water, you get in that wake and that chop, and you've got another boat or another ski right there with you, it's so easy to have something happen.
You know, and I'll tell you, Ken, I always tell people that it's kind of a hat trick. Three things that make you a winner in jet ski racing. The first thing is you got to be in the good physical shape. You got to have a boat that's going to run all the way through. That's the second thing. And the third thing, and I think the most important thing, is you got to keep your mental focus. Okay, because you go out there and you kind of get in cruise control by the end of the race, and that's when the mental mistakes start happening.
Yeah, certainly the fatigue plays a part of that as well. Well, pretty exciting stuff. And as you can see, their second and third still very, very close here. This one isn't over.
Yeah, Garcia and Newski battling it out. Garcia, once again, West Coaster from Lake Havasu. Newski, an East Coaster out of the Pensacola area.
Braden Dill there in third place.
Then you got McClure out of Saudi Daisy, Tennessee, and Santucci out of Destin, Florida.
Look at Braden Dill. It just looked like he was slowly closing up on second place here. We'll see if he can get it done here. Time running out.
Yeah, you're looking at 1:14 Newski right there. Both him and his father, he'll be racing a little bit later on this weekend when we get into our enduro classes. Ian, the youngest of the Newski clan, started racing just a couple of years ago with us. Great to have him out here. And as I take a look down, Newski only 12 years old, so he's been racing since he was 10.
Wow.
And he's sponsored by Gary Holbein and the folks over at Jet Blast, as well as the Gaddis team over at Greenholt and Advanced Contracting Services.
And doing a great job. You'd never know he was 12 years old. Watching him, it looks like a pro.
You know, and it's amazing to watch the junior program. We had the junior program. It came out about 25 years ago. But before that, you had to be at least 16 to get in. And by the time you're 16, Ken, you know it, you're already focused on something else. So you got to get to these kids when they're young. You take a look at a great prime example is motocross. You know, these kids are starting to race when they're 4 or 5 years old.
Yeah, I agree 100%. The Carters are in carts at 5 years old. So, yeah, the sooner the better. And it's amazing what they're capable of. They pick it up very, very quickly. They're great athletes, even at a very young age. and the racecraft develops quickly.
You know, it's amazing, and I try to compare this like to expert ski racing in the 90s, because that's how fast these kids are. They're faster than our experts were all the way back in the 90s.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, 12 years old.
And, you know, of 10 to 15 years old, I mean, what do you do when you go back and you're telling your classmates, you know, what'd you do this weekend? Oh, I went racing at a pro powerboat race.
All right, now go
I went to Lake of the Ozarks, nothing big, you know.
No, the physical is this.
Fleming trying to work his way back
just
into
stuffed
it.
the nose of that thing and
Yep.
water all the way up over the top of the ski, and I'm sure he took the brunt of it right there in his chest.
Yeah, that was your points leader there, Cash McClure. Easy to pick out with that helmet. He's got this running the stars and bars on his helmet.
Okay, I'm holding the camera.
No lead changing that last time around. Still Newski in second, Dill in third, McClure in fourth, Santucci in fifth, and they're all following Andy Garcia, who is up in the top spot.
And it's cool to watch them turn these things. I mean, the physics are kind of the same as the big boats. They check up enough, set the hole back in the water, lean hard, get it to cut, make a sharp turn, and then right back into throttle to get it up out of the water.
Yeah, well, you want to make sure that that back end is always staying hooked up, because if the back end ain't hooked up, then you're not going anywhere. Let's take a look at the replay here.
Watch them stuff the nose here in the back. That second ski actually did it twice.
Yeah, and that was your battle for third place, I believe, or second place. So McClure having to settle for third right now, right behind Newski and Dill. All right, I believe white flag is coming out for Garcia out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, sponsored by Jet Trim and Marine One. Garcia making it look easy. We're taking a look at second place right there. That's 114, Newski, followed by boat number 14, Dill. McClure all the way back there in the fourth spot, who came into this one the points leader.
Does look cool, calm, and collected, doesn't he? I mean, the pressure's right there, not far behind. It would not take much of a moment here for things to change up. Andy Garcia having a great run here on the 11 ski, and followed up by Newski and then Braden Dill.
McClure coming in with I believe, a 39-point lead over Guyver Santucci.
Boy, and here we go. We've got another battle here, really tightening up here right in this at the end of this moto.
That's your battle for third right there. That is Braden Dill on the yellow 14, followed by the 33, McClure.
McClure had stuffed that nose, but got right back after it and closed the gap right back up.
Well, and the white flag, I believe, is out for Garcia, so he'll have one more lap in which try to get past Dill.
Or is that it? Time at scoring, it looks like we have white flag out, but I thought that last ski that went across the stripe there looked like they were checking up. So I'm not sure if that checkered flag was out.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anybody's on the track, and you can see one of the boats from the marina working right here along the shoreline. Nobody on the track. So, again, we'll call it for Garcia. Congratulations, Andy Garcia, taking the win right there. Followed by Jace Newski, sponsored by Advanced Contracting Service. Braden Dill in third. Cash McClure in fourth. Guyver Santucci rounding out your top five. As I believe we're taking a look right there at boat number 114. That is Newski in second, working his way around the outside split. One final time here. Congratulations, Garcia. He's already in. He's already back in the pits, probably having a Starbucks. So Garcia, it looks like he's going to be the man with the bullseye on his back. Taking a look down here, Garcia with 147 points in St. Pete, but didn't race in New Orleans. So currently sits sixth in points, so that win is definitely going to help Garcia out.
The 114 was Jace Newski that came across, and there's a look at the results. So congratulations to Andy Garcia, followed up by Newski and Dill. Great battles out there, some good passing, a couple of big moments as well. Cash McClure will hang on to fourth, Logan Fleming to round out the top five, and we'll round out the class with Santucci.
All right. So great race there, Ski GP2. We've got the Runabout GP3s, which are going to be coming up next, and I believe that'll be the last race before we go to our GP ski practice and qualifying, and Ski GP3 practice and qualifying before the lunch break. Should be taking the lunch break, I believe, right around 12:45 p.m., and I believe that is Central Standard Time here.
So a couple of great races to kick things off with.
Okay, I'm
And
going to loosen this.
bring you a quick recap here of the ski junior category and how they got started.
Yeah, so you could see Dill getting a great start, and being that young, they're allowed to start with both feet in the tray. But it was Garcia who would end up with the whole shot, and Garcia would not look back. He would go wire to wire in his 10 minutes plus one race in our junior class.
You can see the battle there for third, fourth, and fifth. Very, very tight at this particular stage of the race, and it would only get tighter.
Yeah, I tell you, nice drone shot right there. You can see the outline of the course as we go back on board there with Garcia. And Garcia just ran away with this one, came in about 20 seconds over the rest of the pack. And we've seen Fleming get upside down. Fleming was able to fight back from that sixth place position into fifth, and he was able to get past Santucci, who currently sits second in the points. So Santucci ending up in that sixth spot. As we take a look at Dill, who weighs probably about 65 pounds soaking wet.
Hang on.
I'm sure the ski loves that.
Yeah, right?
And I believe our Pam Hall will catch up with the winner here in just a couple of moments. So we'll get it down to her whenever she's ready to go. And let's get it down to Pam. She's with Andy Garcia.
Thank you so much. Andy Garcia, you are the winner of Moto number 1 out there. You came out of the water with a huge smile on your face, and you know your sister already won once today, and here you are winning as well. So your pits are having a great weekend so far.
Yeah, it's been fun. That Moto was fun, but like, it could have been longer. It would have been better.
Well, you have more to go, so you have some more time in the water yet this weekend, but congratulations once again. And your riding style out there, definitely you can tell that you're out there to win.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, Andy Garcia. We'll see you at Moto number 2. Back to you guys.
Nice,
Thanks a lot, Pam. Yeah,
nice young man there. You can tell he's a little shy right there.
I'm having a great race. Why do we have to stop so early?
Yeah, right, exactly. I was out in front. Why'd you throw the checkered? So again, coming up next, we're going to switch hulls again and go to our runabout class.
Yeah, the runabout GP3, I believe it is.
Yep. And I believe we've got, as I take a look down, we've got about 12 riders out there. We've got Arnold Martinez, came out from California. He'll be on boat number 1, Andrew Horn. Boat number 607. Boat number 361 is the Outlaw, Eric Ligopoulos. 44 is Ian Newski. We got Jason Seeley on boat number 38. 17 is Glenn Bonnet. We got Kristen on boat number 239. We got Mason Puccio, boat number 137. 308 is Ryan Smith, and Tim Hicks rounds out your field on boat number 821.
You were talking about age splits before. How about the age splits in this one? Klein Bonnet, 17 years old. Puccio, 17 years old. Tim Hicks, 66 years old.
Yeah, Arnold Martinez is 60 years
61
old.
years old. Yeah, I mean, pretty well awesome.
We got
Great to see the spread.
We got a couple guys out there spending their Social Security check here at the Lake of the Ozarks.
Good for them.
All right.
That's great that they're in physical shape to go race one of these things. That's pretty wild.
Alrighty, as we get set to start off here with our Runabout GP3. Once again, just as in the first 4 races, folks, we'll go 10 minutes plus a lap. So we got Alan Wiss. I believe this is our lineup that's on the screen right here. I believe this lineup is actually for our Ski GP2 class. Runabout class, we should have at the top of the order Andrew Horn, followed by Arnold Martinez, Eric Ligopoulos, Ian Newski, Seeley, Bonnet, Greg Azork. We got Puccio, Ryan Smith, and Hicks in this one. This is the Runabout GP3. Again, the lineup that you're taking a look at on screen, that is for our Ski GP2 class, which I believe they're going to be racing a little bit later today. They're going to be, I believe, our 4th race this afternoon.
Yeah,
So,
when they do come out as a good-sized class here, as you can see, 16 different competitors inside of that category, so it will be fun to watch as they'll come up a little bit later on. And still a decent-sized class here as well in this Runabout GP3 category.
you can see moving some of the buoys around, and this is this is going to be our Ski GP3 class. You can see the skis down there.
I believe 10 different competitors, I believe, inside of this one.
Yeah, this
Look here at the Sorry, Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, I believe this is the Ski GP2 class that we're taking a look at here. Adrian Fisk, Alan Wiss on boat number 17. We got Reber on boat number 89. Boat number 4 is Bryce Ford. 116 is Heber Blackmore. 970 is Caden Roenfeld. 33 is Knox Ritchie. 26 is Kyler Dickey. Boat number 212 is Mike Klippenstein. Boat number 34 is Mike Lewandowski. Boat number 912, Rick Shirker. As we take a look online or at the graphic right now, 35 is going to be Fisk, Adrian Fisk. 116 is Heber Blackmore. 26 is Kyler Dickey. And then I believe we've got boat number 335 is going to be Sadie Murr. 66, Seth Pettit. 187 is Shane Elliott. 989, Travis Branson will round out your field competitors.
Knox Ritchie, the youngest in the category here at 15 years of age. Horn sounds. Here we go. Ski GP2 under full throttle. We're racing, and we have a pile of them. 15 skis out here as they split up on lap number 1.
Yeah, 7 on the inside, 8 on the
Side-by-side
outside.
battle. Look at that going back there.
Boy, I'll tell you, absolutely crazy. Nothing but pump wash in the first turn. But as I take a look out there, it looks like it's going to be boat number 17, going to be your early leader out there, Alan Wiss.
Nicely done for Alan. Yeah, to get out in front of everybody here, and obviously you saw that split lane. They'll come back together here, and they'll tighten back up.
And as we take a look, that's the inside-outside battle. Wiss coming from the outside. That's boat number 33 coming from that inside split. And unfortunately, we do not have a 33 here.
Knox Ritchie.
Oh, that
Knox
is
Ritchie.
Oh, that is Ritchie. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Ritchie out of Tennessee. Another one of our young up-and-comers. I believe Ritchie only 15 years old. Again, nice size age gap here. I believe oldest rider in this one is Lewandowski at 59 years of age.
And again, everybody looking for a little bit of clean water there, as you can see, spread out, running different lines, which sometimes benefits, sometimes hurts in comparison to the one that's behind you. As you take a look at the number 212 there as well, that is Mike Klippenstein. And side by side they go here.
I'll tell you, yeah, bond rail to bond rail. This is what you like to see here. Clipper with more world titles than any other racer. I believe Mike Klippenstein with like 37 world titles.
Incredible. That is a very, very successful rider at 58 years of age.
Yeah, Clipper not losing a step. And he is the stepfather of the Wildeboer clan, and they'll be racing a little bit later on today. Got Ryder Wildeboer, who'll be in the GP ski class, and Jet Wildeboer, who is in another one of our ski divisions. As we take a look at Wes right there, sponsored by Charged Up Nutrition in Lake Havasu, as well as Jet Trim and Impros, and coming to us out of Lake Havasu. And you can see the gap there between first and second. Nice battle going on back there.
Look at that battle, yeah, side by side for third place back there as they came back together. They're going to try to get sorted out there, yep, and they do at that buoy. Somebody had to get the bottom line.
Great overhead shot there, some great drone footage. And I think the drones are going to have the best shots here this weekend because there's a lot of greenery down there that's right around the starting line, so the camera's not going to be able to get all of the great angles that they normally would be.
Yeah, really tight battle there for third and fourth. A couple more great battles a little bit deeper in the field there as well.
Yeah, 15 total racers out here in this ski GP2 class.
Again, a 10-minute moto plus 1 lap. As you take a look at the 212 and Clipper.
Yeah, Clipper, the elder statesman out there in this one at 58 years of age. Go back to the top of the order. I believe it's still Wiss that is out there in front on boat number 17. And you got Shirker, who has moved up through the pack, who currently sits in second. Shirker, a winner in St. Pete, but not racing with us in New Orleans.
Another great battle here. Around the outside, one of them off the ski, but back up and going. Look at that.
Yeah, it looked like that might have been Bryce Ford, boat number 44, that came off the ski right there. Currently sitting in that 7th place position. It looks like he's going to yield that to Blackmore. Ford back into 8th after that mishap there, as we go back on board with your leader there, number 17 on the Charged Up Nutrition Kawasaki. And Alan Wiss, 38 years old, out there and dicing it up with the kids this weekend.
Yep, very, very capable, as you can see there, leading this one. I'm ready to go with the kids. No problem at all. I still got it.
There we go. It's the MasterCard buoy. Looks like he's going to opt to go to the outside split. Once again, the outside of the blue buoys. The inside are the green buoys. If you hear us refer to inside and outside. I think a lot of the leaders that we've seen so far in the first 3 races, Ken, have been favoring that outside.
Yeah, you had mentioned you felt like it might, the racers might feel like it might be a tick quicker.
Well, and one of the things that you want to do as a racer that has not yet raced is you want to watch the course marshals in the middle of the races, because that's when they play Sneaky Pete and they go out there and they move that track around. So again, we got number 17, Wiss, in the lead, sponsored by Jet Trim Impros, Lake Havasu City, and Charged Up Nutrition.
A look at Elaine.
And obviously that Charged Up Nutrition's working out for him.
Yes, he'll need it all here in these this 10 minutes plus 1.
38 years old. I'm just watching him. I broke a hip just watching him.
Well, I've fallen over. I fell out of the chair 3 times watching him go around the buoys. So it's incredible how far they can lean these things over there, and obviously that that force to keep them standing all along the way. But it takes such physical strength to do that and then get that thing back upright.
He goes to the decision buoy once again, opting to go to the outside, trying to keep that pump of that Kawasaki hooked up.
As you can see there too, you're more familiar obviously, but looks like a relatively tall guy.
Now you see that yellow tetrahedron that he just went around, the triangular shaped buoy. That is the penalty buoy. So he obviously thinks that he missed a buoy somewhere.
Rider down. We got one down there, hands up in the air. Safety there immediate.
That might be Shane Elliott, boat number 187. And you can see this the separation from the boat, just how fast that these guys were going.
Yeah, and you can see them, I mean, right in the race course. So ski goes ripping by at speed. Safety there immediately to grab a hold of the racer and get them back to their ski.
And I believe that is our resident nurse out there helping him out, Jackson J. Rod, helping him back onto his ski, and he's going to have to wipe out the cobwebs before he puts that tether back in the boat. Shane Elliott again out of Clarksville, Michigan, sponsored by One Ethanol and New View Fuels.
Yeah, that is the 187 of Shane Elliott that came off of the ski and got some help immediately to get back on.
So I wonder if the course marshal takes tips out there, because he was over there pretty quick.
He was over there very quickly and needed to be so too. We saw that ski go by, I mean, right at speed. And of course the racer down there, hands up in the air, doing his best to make sure he was visible.
Well, coming into this one, the GP2 class, we got Sadie Murr with 483 points. She was the points leader coming into this, with Knox Rishi and Shane Elliott both knotted up at 434 points. And that get off right there by Elliott definitely ain't going to help his campaign. Shirker with 329.
Quickly it can change, right?
Yep, how quickly. Knox Ritchie's currently sitting in 5th. You got Adrian Fisk back there in 6th. Heber Blackmore in 7th. Bryce Ford in 8th. That is Shane Elliott. That is back on. He is the guy that just had that bad get off.
Yeah, as you talked about, currently 3rd in the points behind Knox Ritchie and Sadie Murr.
And Shane in great shape. Was able to get back on that boat.
3 wide back in there. One of them was a lapper to the outside, but there was also a pass for position there around that buoy.
Elliott came so far off of the boat that.
Wow, and the 44 is also struggling here, as we saw that before with Bryce Ford.
That's Bryce Ford, sponsored by Ford Brothers Racing, Dean's team, SSI decals, and Maxima getting the tow back over to his boat. And it looks like he came almost right up onto the shoreline where the starting area is.
And just slung something back up to the shoreline. Frustration, no doubt.
Oh, we've got parts everywhere. There's 212 again. Mike Klippenstein, and Clipper not being allowed back in the United States until about a month ago. Went home to Canada, got married here in the United States, but was stuck up in Canada for about 6 months, not able to see his family down here in Lake Havasu.
Wow. It's not the first time I've heard that story.
Yeah,
it's happened to other people as well. It can get pretty crazy. 1 minute left here, plus a lap.
Yeah, well, they say it's easier to get over the border than get back through. So, Alan, Elaine Weiss out of Lake Havasu, taking it to the rest of the pack right now. Shirker still holding on to second. Clipper back there in third. Richie has advanced up into the fourth spot with Sadie Murr rounding out your top 5. Your points leader coming into this one.
Mike Lewandowski there on the 34 ski as you go back up to our leader.
Lewandowski, 59 years of age, the oldest rider out there, sponsored by For Him Construction.
Elaine's still ripping, man, doing a great job here late in this moto, looking for the white flag.
Yeah, and again, that should be coming out here in less than a minute. Currently on the outside split. As we view it here from the booth, you can see him switching feet, and as he gets ready to come down the front straightaway and exit the merge section from the outside. You see the merge is those 2 yellow buoys, the cylindrical buoys. Again, if you're on the inside, if you come from the green buoys, you got to be on the right-hand side of that. If you're on the outside, you got to be on the left side or the shore side, as we view it here. From
I did not see the white flag on that one, so he might have come around. He might have to run one more lap here before he gets to white.
Very possible. Very possible.
As the clock ticks down, if it wasn't quite down with that last minute finished up, he'll have to run one more lap. And again, a great side-by-side battle there. Not sure if that, I think that was a lapper that just got passed.
Now, Lewandowski actually on the move, was in 10th that last lap around, is now currently in 8th place as they get ready for their white flag lap. Wiss taking a look behind him, see where the rest of the pack is. And I can see a yellow flag out. That means we've got, I believe, a rider down as we get ready to make the decision there at the decision buoy. And once again, Elaine going to the outside split.
Yeah, definitely favoring the outside split as we are getting very close to the end of this one as the 66 off pace. That is Seth Pettit.
Yeah, Pettit out there on the KRP Graphics and Designs Kawasaki. Not having the best of races here.
And white flag is out now. They're on their final lap.
Yeah, I can hear our live announcer down there, Mike Remar, shouting white flag is out. So we are on the last lap, and I'm looking for Sadie Murr out there. I believe she was in 5th place, but the points leader coming into this one. And she's out there on boat number 331. And she's got a whole bunch of sponsors. Doritos or Horitos is her biggest sponsor. Ignite Racing Fuels, Freestyle Factory, Gary at LM Marine with Liquid Molly.
Boy, and there was a lot of action there. One of the skis, as you can see, just lost complete power and had to get going again. Comes right out in front of another ski, negotiates around that yellow buoy. But they were 3 wide there for a moment, and that ski lost power.
Well, it looked like Richie was also able to get around Klippenstein. Klippenstein, who started out the race in 2nd place, now finds himself in 4th under the white flag racing conditions.
So a lot of position changes here on this final lap. Wiss trying to stay out of trouble here and stay out front.
As we look at 89, that's Ben Reber, currently sitting in 8th place position.
Trying to finish this one up. Hanging on. You see going around those buoys a little bit wider, definitely off the pace. Looking back behind him. And that might have been the leader that just shot by, so he might have been looking back there to be respectful to Wiss.
Well, that, and he didn't want to have to go that extra lap. So if Wiss gets past him, he doesn't have to burn that much more fuel.
That is a great point. That is a great point.
So Wiss saluting the crowd right there, sponsored by Monster Energy. Great job. Again, special thanks to our friends at Monster Energy. Great job branding here at Lake of the Ozarks. Round number 3 of the IHRA Professional Watercraft Racing Series all day here on Friday.
10 solid minutes of just brutal race action. Yeah, you better be in incredible shape there.
And it looks like we're going to be switching hulls. As let's take a look at the replay here. Little recap, you can see Murr not getting the best of starts there. Ended up in 5th place overall. And again, the start's very key here in this GP Ski 2 class. And you can see just how close they were side by side there on the outside. And I believe that was Clipper that we were looking at. Wiss and Clipper coming out together. But it was going to be the Elaine Wiss show for the rest of the race as Clipper faded from 2nd to 4th.
Yeah, that was a great shot of Sadie Meir at the very, very start. That was our points leader that you were watching. She got ready to get up there, but it would be Elaine Wiss who would dominate this one.
Well, they still got 2 more to go, so Sadie still got a chance to put herself on top of the box later on tonight.
Keep herself in that points lead if she can do so.
So again, taking a look at Wiss right there, race winner from
She
Moto
actually,
number 1.
she has a 49 points lead, 49 point gap coming in here. So a little bit of wiggle room there.
She was at both rounds, St. Pete and New Orleans, and that gave her a little bit of advantage. Knox Ritchie also at both rounds. Shane Elliott, who went down, ended up in 15th, was tied for points in 3rd. And unfortunately, he'll be a solid 3rd place, I believe, when we come to the Moto number 2.
Another excellent shot there from one of our drones. Wade controlling a couple of the drones, a couple of different controllers here on the drones. I believe we have a total of 4 that are out there today.
The airspace is pretty tight up here this weekend, huh?
Yeah, for sure. As we take a look at the results, congratulations to Elaine Wiss. Excellent job there. Got out early and hung on to the lead, followed up by Rick Shirker. Knox Ritchie there inside of the top 3.
So once again, these are unofficial results for our Ski GP Moto number 1. Ski GP 2, Moto number 1. Again, we're going to have some GP qualifying coming up here during the break as we move some buoys around. I told you, in between the races is when you want to watch these marshals here because they play sneaky
They'll
Pete
tighten
out
stuff
there.
up and make sure there's no advantage, right?
Right, exactly. You can see what they're trying to do is shave a couple seconds off that inside split. They're moving the green buoys out there, not moving the blue buoys. So obviously, as we were talking about a little earlier, that outside split comprises of blue buoys, possibly just a second or 2 quicker as they are adjusting the track for that right now. We got one more race here before we go into our qualifying for our Ski GP and Ski GP3. We got the Runabout GP3 class coming up next.
Should have 10 competitors here in our Runabout GP3 category. Points leader there.
Yeah, as we take a look, points leader there would be the Outlaw, Eric Lagopoulos, who comes to us from the Sarasota, Florida area, where he spends his Mondays through Fridays. He operates a nightclub and a restaurant called the Waterfront 2. Their restaurant has been named Sarasota County's #1 prime rib for the last 20 years.
Wow, 48 years of age, followed up by Jason Seeley in the points. Back there, just about 28 points back, and Ian Nuschke inside of the top 3 in this category.
Yeah, then you got Mason Puccio, Massimo Casarini. Casarini, I don't believe, is here today. He's out of Brazil. Eric Nels with, I believe, 130 points. Lewis Weiler with 123. Brianna Weiler with 122. And Patrick Saranich with 115 rounds out your first 2 races. That's the way they stack up as far as points. Lagopoulos and Seeley, a lot of trash talking going on during the week between these two. They became Facebook friends after the St. Pete race, and it's been nothing but trash talk I'm hearing from Seeley back in the pits later on last night. That was a lot of fun with those two.
And at 60 points to win, I mean, this one can change very, very quickly with just a 28-point spread. 60 points to win, and times 3s.
Well,
so 180 points up for grabs here.
The reason Lagopoulos only had 146 points in St. Pete, he got called for a false start, and you're supposed to hold your lanyard over your head. Well, he didn't hold his lanyard over his head. He went ahead and had 2 lanyards, stuck one in, so the boat was running.
Oh,
and
busted.
They busted him, yeah, so he got DQ'd in the final moto of the day.
Wow.
So, yeah, the little back. That's why his nickname is the Outlaw. Actually earned that nickname back in the World Cup Tour back in the early 90s. He actually went out there and raced another guy's boat. He put the other guy's wetsuit on, put the guy's helmet on, went out there and raced for him, and then we caught him at the end of the race. So he got DQ'd from the IJSVA for 1 year. So he earned his nickname, the Outlaw.
Not afraid to push the limits.
So once again, this is the Runabout GP3 class. Andy Horn, he'll be out there in 607. Boat number 1 is Arnold Martinez. 361 is Lagopoulos. You got 114 is Ian Nuschke. On the deuce, Jason Seeley. Then we got Klein Bonnet.
And let's go down to Pam. She has our winner.
Thanks, guys. Here with Alan Weiss out here at the #1 spot here over here unloading the boat. So you get off the boat and you go in here and you drag it up to the finish line here. But all in all, what a great race.
Yeah, I think it was fun. I always had the second one behind me. Yeah, I had a good battle with Clipper first lap. That was good. Yeah, lots of riders.
That was a lot of riders in that Moto, 100%. And, lots of action out there as well. But going into Moto 2 later on today, any changes?
No, I keep everything as it is.
As it is in that #1 spot.
Yeah, I hope so. We'll see.
Well, good luck out there, and congratulations once again for your Moto 1 win.
Thank you so much.
All right, back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Pam. And yeah, you can tell, I mean, he is winded. It is very, very difficult to push one of these things at speed for 10 solid minutes. And looks like we are racing here once again with the Runabout GP3.
All righty, we'll see who grabs the whole shot here. I believe we had 4 on the inside, 5 on the outside, 9 total riders in this one. And it looks like possibly 361. That is the outlaw, Eric Lagopoulos, picking up where he left off. He was perfect in New Orleans, picking up 180 points. The points leader coming into this one by about 49 points.
And these machines are a good bit bigger than what we saw a little bit earlier.
No, I got to wonder if Seeley started from the inside, because this is where they'll come together at the merge. That's Lagopoulos that was starting from the inside.
And look at him looking over there. Look at the momentum, drives right by.
I believe that was Seeley that grabbed the whole shot there. So Seeley trying to make a statement early on in the day here and not being a keyboard cowboy.
And still side by side there. So we will have a for sure leader as you take a look at it right here. And you have to go back and talk about those marshals moving those buoys. I wonder if it helped out here just a little bit.
Yeah, I'll tell you, we'll see on this second lap here if more guys start taking that inside split instead of the outside split. Once again, the inside or the green buoys out there, the outside are the blue buoys, and they'll come up to the decision buoy, which are the 2 yellows that are tied up together. That's where they make their decision, inside or outside.
Boy, it just continues to drive away as that gap from first to second expands. Second, third, third to fourth. Third to fourth is a little bit tighter.
Yeah, probably about a 2.5 to 3 second gap between first and second right now as you see them negotiating their way through the chicanes. On the, I believe that would be the top left-hand side of the track as they view it here from Lake of the Ozarks. Nice overhead shot, and you can see that gap really starting to extend, and we'll see your leader taking the outside split.
Pretty cool to watch them again move their bodies, almost kind of like a dirt bike, as it seems like they'll slide up towards the nose of it to try and set the nose when they get ready to go around one of the buoys.
Yeah, I believe that's Ryan Smith, boat number 308 out there in front on the Impros Yamaha, just in front of Lagopoulos, who was on the Farthing Racing Monster Energy Yamaha. That's your gap between first and second, and this is the first appearance here on the IHRA Pro Watercraft Racing Series for Ryan Smith. So that's probably why we don't see him up there in the points.
The 308 of Ryan Smith, yeah, as you were talking about, keeping an eye on him right there.
Smith out of Salina, Kansas, home of 321 Kawasaki. And you can see, again, trying to open up that gap. Seeley back there in the 4th spot, who currently sits second in the points. Drew Horn back in 5th. And this is Drew's first appearance here on the IHRA Watercraft Racing Series. And that's your gap between first and second is more on board with the outlaw Lagopoulos.
Yeah, Lagopoulos went wide there. Looked like out there to get some clean water, but went a little bit wide around that right-hander.
Yeah, so you got Smith out there. He's on the black Yamaha with the green hood. And Lagopoulos on the blue Yamaha.
Pretty impressive how tight they can get these skis to turn, even though they're not standing up on these things like the smaller ones.
Yeah, you know, your top 3 all on Yamahas. I believe that was Andrew Horn, boat number 607. They just showed in 3rd spot. So your top 3 all on Yamahas. Only one Kawasaki out there from what I see. Clyde Bonnet, 17-year-old Clyde on the Kawasaki out of Jefferson City, Missouri. Nice overhead shot. Kind of gives you an outline of what the track looks like back in the cove.
Great to see some diversity here as well.
As you take a look at second place is the outlaw, Eric Ligopoulos. Once again, just opened up a nightclub just about a year ago, so he spends his Mondays through Fridays pretty much at the restaurant, and his Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights at the nightclub.
He is right there. Look how close he is.
Oh, he's a formidable competitor. There's no doubt about it. And at 48, he's probably been racing, I would say, for around 35 years. I can remember him showing up back in the late 80s, early 90s in Fort Myers Beach. That was his first race, where he was actually racing with his sister, and I had to give him the business because his sister beat him in his first race. Stephanie Ligopoulos, who works down there in Sarasota as well at the waterfront. And you can see your top three all on the straightaway, and you can see most of them going to the outside. We only have one racer that time go to the inside split. So I don't know if they're going to be moving those green buoys around anymore, but it looks like the outside still just a hair quicker. So once again, 3:08. Ryan Smith is your race leader, and he's doing it on his Yamaha, sponsored by Kinetic Gaskets, Thor MX, Wasner Pistons, OSM Graphics, Riva, Peak Power Sports, Rick Cantola and the folks helping him from Peak Power Sports, All Seasons Motors, and of course his family. Got Tim Hicks back there in the third spot, Seeley in fourth, Drew Horn rounding out your top five. And there are your race leaders there. First, second, you can see third and fourth just off in the distance there.
Yeah, that split staying about the same here the last lap or so.
Once again, Smith on that outside split. And I'm just wondering if Ligopoulos, I think that was Ligopoulos, also went to the outside. And I don't see anybody on that inside split right now. So again, everybody favoring that outside split, even though there were some buoy moving around going on in between races.
Yeah, they're picking away at it. We'll see if they get it where they want it by the end of the day here, and with the rest of the weekend to go. A lot of racing yet to do here.
Yeah, this will be the final race before we go qualifying with our ski GP and our GP3 ski. That'll go on till just about 1 o'clock, and then we'll be taking a lunch break, come back after the lunch break around 1:30. Back on board with boat number 308, Smith. And Smith riding steady Eddie out there, getting out of Salina, Kansas.
Yeah, got that early lead. It would appear as though he really had to fight for it there in that opening lap out of Ligopoulos, but Ligopoulos with that early start. But where they ran that split lane, when they came back together, it was Smith that had the lead.
You know, and Ligopoulos is a very smart rider, so he knows that he's got about a 49-point lead coming into this one. And instead of taking himself out for the weekend, you know, he just said, okay, well, I'll settle for second in this one, and then I'll just keep riding strong for the next two next two motos.
Sometimes you just take what you can get, right?
That's it. That's your race leader right there, boat number 308. 48-year-old Ryan Smith, sponsored by Impros.
And Smith not a threat in the point, so yeah, why get up there and really risk it?
Yeah, no sense in that. Ligopoulos, 48 years old, and during those 48 years, you know, even though he was named the outlaw several years ago, he is a very smart racer. Again, like I say, been racing for over 3 decades. Very good kid, both on and off the track. But he's a squirrel, I'm not going to lie.
Those are the ones that make racing fun for sure, as you take a look at Ligopoulos.
Oh, you know, that's the fun thing. That's what's kept me in this for 4 decades, are the characters that we travel around with, and we poke it out our way around the United States and beyond. And just a good time to be able to chew the same sand at the same beach. You know, it's nothing like having about 1,000 of your best friends come out to Lake of the Ozarks and hang out. Last night was pretty wild. I imagine tonight is going to be even wilder with the powerboats joining the party.
Yep. Yep, the pits are full. Everybody is in race mode for sure, as again we keep an eye on second place here.
Yeah, parking really at a premium here at Lake of the Ozarks this weekend. As we take a look at Ligopoulos carving it up like a Thanksgiving Day turkey out there.
Yeah, great looking sled, great looking graphics on it. I said sled. Sorry, ski.
Yeah, no snow yet.
No snow yet.
But I imagine in December they get a little bit up here. So you still got Smith running in front of Ligopoulos. Time starting to dwindle down. We got about just over 1:20 left to go. You're watching Moto number 1, runabout GP3, and again, this will be the final moto before we go GP and GP3 qualifying.
And let's check in with Pam.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Coy Curtis. Now, Coy Curtis, we're sitting here. The loading ramp here is packed with all of the racers that you're getting ready to go out and compete with. But going into your moto for the day, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, we got qualifying right now. So yeah, basically we're just gonna try to repeat what we've been doing the last weekend. So yeah, one goal is to win, and yeah, that's what we're thinking of.
Well, let's talk about this too. You are the points leader in your class. You've never been out here to this lake to race, and it's going to be a little bit different for you.
Yeah, for sure. We did a little bit of testing yesterday, and it was weird. It felt like the water was like dragging the boat. So we made a few changes yesterday, and we'll see how it is.
All right, well, good luck out there. Hopefully we see you come out in that number 1 position and hold that points position strong.
Yeah, let's go.
And there we have it, Coy Curtis.
And Mike explained some of the changes that they might be able to make to get that ski up out of the water, create a little less drag.
Well, I think what they're doing is they'll probably switch the intake grate, the ride plate, the pump could be a problem. They can move the sponsons up, down. They can adjust the sponsons for the handling of the boat. So that's probably what Taylor's working on. Taylor Curtis, who is Coy's father, runs TC Freeride, and he is a former freeride world champion, and he really knows what he's doing when it comes to spinning wrenches on Yamahas.
Yeah, that's awesome, and it sounds like a number of changes that they can make to get these things to react differently.
That's for sure, and if you're going to have somebody look under your hood, and it's a Yamaha, Taylor Curtis is your guy. And Coy, so far, undefeated in 2026 here in IHRA racing.
White flag coming up here, so this one just about over. And there it is.
Yeah, you can see Ryan down there with the white flag, and that is Smith off in the distance on boat number 308. Again, Smith sponsored by Impros, Cometic Gaskets, Thor MX, Wasner Pistons, and OSM Graphics.
Lagopoulos still there in second place, being smart about this one.
And he's riding for Farthing Racing as well as Monster Energy and Factory Yamaha. I know Dave Bamdis down at Riva Motorsports also helping Lagopoulos out for many, many years. As you see him disappear beyond the point out there.
Yeah, he's going to extend that points lead. I got to say, those second, third, fourth, all pretty tight there. Wouldn't take too much for a position to change. Any sort of bobble, the end of one of these motos when you're fatigued.
Yeah, so again, Lagopoulos, your points leader. Seeley currently sits second place in points with 298, sitting in fourth out here in this race. Then you got Ian Newski, who sits third in points with 269 points. I believe he's currently running fifth. Hicks back there in third. This is his first appearance here on IHRA Pro Watercraft Racing Series. Seeley
Quick glance back there to see where second place was. He is not under any serious pressure here. Just needs to finish up this lap cleanly, and he should get it.
Yeah, one final time through that outside split as he gets ready to exit. Grabs a handful of throttle, working right to left in front of you. As the checkered flag comes out from Ryan Scaglione, our flagman back there, and Lagopoulos going to end up in second.
Yeah, good moto for him, a good points day.
Yeah, he'll pick up 53 points here in this first moto.
Yeah, and anybody that's a threat to him in points is all behind him. So, yep, solid day as you see the rest of the class come across the stripe.
Yeah, we're going to get to see them out here again today to run about GP3. Their second moto should be coming up right around 3 p.m. today for those of you who are listening in on the live broadcast. And that is Central Standard Time.
It's a 45-minute window.
So congratulations to Smith on a great run here. Get some great competition.
As we take a look at our runabout GP3 class working their way back to the pit area. Again, coming up next, for those of you who are listening in, we've got Ski GP qualifying. And what they do is they let them get out there and practice. And basically what they do is they take their fastest lap time, and then that's how they'll line up in moto number 1 for their first moto tomorrow morning.
Hicks finishing up third here as you take a look at the results. Ryan Smith, Eric Lagopoulos, Tim Hicks, Jason Seeley, and Drew Horn in the top 5. There we go. There's the results.
Yeah, Ryan Smith in front, Legopoulos, Hicks in third, Seeley in fourth, Drew Horn rounding out your top 5. And Newski ended up in sixth with Mason Puccio, the young man from the Midwest, rounding out your top 7. So Legopoulos coming in about 8.5 seconds behind first place.
Just simply a gorgeous day out here at Lake of the Ozarks. Really blessed with a beautiful day here today to go racing.
Yeah, one of the things I like about taking a look at this is no white caps.
Right.
Because normally when there's white caps, that means it's windy. And when we have a lot of paperwork up here, wind is not our friend. So you got to wonder if they're going to do any course adjusting here before we go qualifying. Again, the GP class qualifying should be coming up next, folks.
And I see him tinkering around with that green buoy right there in front of us already.
Again, and that's what we were talking about, trying to shorten up the inside split right there. Outside right now, probably about a second and a half faster, so they're trying to just make it a little more even. And the issue they're having out there is it's so deep.
And once again, let's go down to the shoreline with Pam.
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm down here with Eric Legopoulos. We have to hold hands here because he's in the water still, and the water's a little rough. But, Eric, number 2 position just now.
Yeah, you know, it's good. The one split's a little quicker, and we had the fastest qualifying time by a couple seconds, and we're forced into the inside split, and we came out in second and just stayed there. But we look forward to 2 more motos, and hopefully we'll get a couple wins and win this overall.
Well, I mean, awesome, too. I mean, the water's a little bit rough out there right this moment because your guys' race coming in, but all in all, the water conditions for you during the race.
Yeah, it was pretty flat. You know, tough to pass. Everyone's really good that's out there. So just put in the best laps we could and get some wins in the next one.
Awesome. Well, good job out there. Congratulations on that number 2 position. Hopefully we see you up there in that top spot later on.
Thank you. You will.
All right. And there we have it. Eric Legopoulos right there.
Not short on confidence, and rightfully so. Leading the points, does a nice job there today. I think played it really smart, did exactly what he needed to do.
Well, you know, and he was talking about having to start from that inside split, and he qualified on the outside split. The inside just being just a little bit slower, and that probably held him back from grabbing that hole shot over Smith in race number 1. Now, the interesting thing is going to be this. Smith has the opportunity to pick inside or outside, and then everybody's gate pick will go off of his gate pick. So if he picks the outside, then Legopoulos will be forced once again to the inside.
But if they continue to change that course just a little bit, maybe the outside isn't everything it used to be.
Right, exactly. Keep your eyes on them marshals, like I say. They get paid the big bucks.
Change things around just a little bit. So good overhead shot there of the cove. You can see we're almost in a cove there where we're racing to stay out of some of the big water as the pleasure boats can go by. And, of course, the big boats will be racing a little bit later on coming into tomorrow.
Yeah, and you can see the marina just to the left-hand side of where we're starting. We're starting right around the point, right where you see the marshal with the white water right there. Nice marina, nice restaurant there at the marina. If you want a place to come down and grab yourself some lunch, great place to watch a little bit of racing, man. I'll tell you what, I'm not sure the name of the restaurant yet, but I'm going to find out for tomorrow.
There's a lot of restaurants right down that row as you follow that shoreline or that road, as you can see up there about mid-screen. There is a ton of great restaurants to go and enjoy your day.
Oh yeah, no shortage of places where tourists can go and hang out and have a great time here at Lake of the Ozarks. You know, this is my first time here, and pleasantly surprised. I've been to Branson before. I've been to Branson several times, but this very much reminds me of Branson, the landing over there.
Yeah, we're not too far away from it, right? And I have been here a couple of times. I was here for the shootout, which is a lot of fun as well. And once again, we're going to go to Pam.
Thank you so much. Once again, Ken, here with Revan Harris. You are number 2 in points, getting ready to go out for your qualifying run. I know that there's about a 50-point span between you and number 1 position, but all in all, going out there just to try to get that number 1 spot for those extra points?
Yeah, I'm always pushing for number 1, but it's a good class, a lot of competition, and do what we can out there.
All right, so, I mean, going out there for this moto, I know that you're in a hurry to get out there right this moment, but what are you going to do out there to try to get that number 1 spot?
This is just qualifying, so I just need to go out there and just put my laps together and hope for the best, you know, do all I can do, and the times will tell.
All right, well, good luck out there. Hopefully you see you up there in the number 1 spot, though, for the moto.
Thank you.
All right, there we have it from Revan Harris.
Yeah, some good audio down there of just what these things sound like that are back behind us. They are snappy for sure.
Alrighty, so once again, the big boys with the big toys that make a lot of noise are coming up next.
Yeah, and there's a couple of different combinations here. Help me out with this, Mike. I believe there's a 1500 naturally aspirated combination. You can run a turbocharged combination, 1100 cc, and I believe you're allowed 9 pounds of boost with 1100 cc, 900 cc turbo, and you're allowed 12 pounds of boost. So a couple of different ways to skin the cat.
Yeah, there's definitely a couple different setups, and you'll see a couple people with those different setups. We'll have maybe 1 or 2 Yamaha 1050s out there, but for the most part, you're going to see a 1500cc power plant, and then you're going to have the hulls are going to be from Commander, from Fast Power Sports, from Proforce. A bunch of different aftermarket manufacturers will be starring in this one.
Give me an idea of the budget for a winning capable ski.
This class right here, you're probably looking anywhere from $25,000 to $35,000.
Dude, that's very affordable in the world of racing.
Yes,
that is very affordable.
Mm-hmm. But the problem is you got to have 2 or 3 of them.
Well, that's racing. You don't get to buy one of anything. If you like to buy stuff, racing is where you want to go, because you can't go anywhere with one. You need at least 3.
Right, exactly. And then you got to buy the trailer, and then you got to buy the truck to pull the trailer, and then you got to get the motor home.
But a great way, to come out and have a lot of fun with your family, as we've seen here, a number of different categories. So there's a class pretty much for everybody. Load them all up in the trailer and come out and have some fun. Great physicality for everybody to stay in shape, work hard, and have a good time.
And that is what it's all about. Again, as I take a look down here, we got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. I believe we got 17 riders. 17 riders, actually 15 riders, my bad. 15 riders in this one right here, Ski GP class. And once again, what they do is they'll take them around the track, and then they'll let them loose after a couple of laps around the track, and then it'll be up to the racer on which one he wants to qualify. Normally, you're going to try to run a couple of different fast laps, so you got a couple different opportunities. But there's a couple different strategies here, Ken. Like what I would do is I would let the whole pack go in front of me, and then that way you've got clean water in the back of the pack. So let them go, get about a half lap lead on you, and then you got nothing but clean water. But if you try to stay up there with all the leaders and everything like that, that's where the issues are going to happen.
And this session is it 30 minutes and
15 minutes for these guys and 15 for the GP Ski 3 classes. So Coy Curtis, current points leader. We had Pam down there talking to Coy just a little bit earlier. Coy again running on the Monster Energy TC Freeride machine. Revan Harris currently sitting second in points. Curtis undefeated so far in 2026. He won both the qualifiers in St. Pete and New Orleans, and then won all 3 motos. So he has really been unstoppable. Revan Harris, as you pointed out, currently sitting second in the points with 298. Ryder Wildeboer with 236 in third, 208 for Hugo Pastorello, who is not here. He's made the trip back across the pond to France, and River Crawford out of Lake Havasu sits fifth in points with 207.
Yeah, nice size category here with 15 competitors inside of it. Good looking skis, man. And again, as you talked about before, carbon fiber, very light, horsepower to weight ratio, very good.
And you can see how these are built, the lower center of gravity to the water as compared to your normal Yamahas and Kawasaki's, your Superjets and your SXRs.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I think I would let the pack blast off rather than mixing up and jumping in the fray right off the bat, and see if you can't give it a little bit of gap and stay in some clean water.
And it looks like our rider's getting some last-minute instruction down there from Jackson J-Rod. And John McAkern, our lead marshal down there. And here we go, the roar of the big bore.
They sound good.
Now you've seen Shirker kind of hanging back right there. Shirker doing very well in St. Pete. Picked up 173 points in St. Pete.
Man, I'll tell you what, They stir up a lot of water. When all of them take off, they stir up a lot of water. I wonder if you can get clean water if you wait. It might be better to try and get out front.
Well, that's it. That's why you can see Ryder Wildeboer right there, right behind the marshal. He's not going to let anybody get past him. He's going to wait till that marshal pulls off, and then he's going to have nothing but clean water in front of him. So it's whether you're first out there or you're last out there, that's where you're going to find the cleanest water. You don't want to be messed up in the middle of the pack, because it'll chop up out there. It's more, and it's not surf, it's more like a washing machine, because you got a lot of reverb coming, from the shoreline. So it's hard to read. Like when you're racing in the surf, you can at least, kind of time everything. Here, and the water's just going back and forth and back and forth. And like I say, if you're trying to qualify and you're in like 6th or 7th spot right now, you can just see how nasty that would be. So once again, a couple different folks trying to get up there toward the top. And it looks like boat number 88, Jake Pierce, trying to stay right there with his friend from Lake Havasu, Ryder Wildeboer.
River Crawford right there as well in the 177.
All three of them from Lake Havasu City. That's
used to racing each other.
Yep. And they hang out at Body Beach. That's where all the folks practice when they're out there in Lake Havasu.
I'm not allowed at any place called Body Beach.
I heard that. Now you can see number 3 there, Pierce actually cut the course right there just so he could get up right there beside Wildeboer. And you can see he's using a different line right there, trying to stay out of the pump wash that's being dispersed by the marshal. See Wildeboer having to cross over that pump wash right there, and Pierce right there with him.
Those guys are antsy, man. They want to go.
Oh yeah, and there we go. It looks like the marshal's pulling off well, not yet. He's going to take him around, I believe, one more time. But I believe they take him one time around the inside, one time around the outside, and one time with the penalty buoy. You can see as they work their way around the point and through the chicanes on the top left-hand side of the track. Be a lot of fun to be out there in that boat right now, huh?
Yeah, it would.
I've seen the big tube and everything. And I'll tell you, that's a great place to spectate the races from, is actually being out there on a boat, because they actually race around the point. So if you're out there on the boat, you probably got the best vantage point. You can see the whole track. But if you're sitting up here on the point, you can only see half of the track.
That pace ski doing a good job as well, man.
Well, they get more laps than anybody out there, being the marshals.
Jake Pierce there on the number 88, looking for some water, clean water as well. And now you can hear they've turned them loose.
Yeah.
Big RPMs now. Look at him chop the track off, and he went right to the front. So you're allowed to do something like that?
Well, you're not supposed to, but he found the clean water, and that was the cleanest water, so he just stole it away from his friend is what he did.
Oh, he didn't go around the penalty buoy. He's like, I know where that's at. So he just made a right-hand turn and took off.
Well, he says, I'm smart enough, I'm not going to get any penalties.
There you go.
One of the two. As we take a look at Wildeboer, definitely one of our faster riders out here in our ski GP class. Wildeboer coming in 3rd place with 236 points. A very clean rider from Lake Havasu. The son-in-law of Mike Klippenstein, who we seen took a 4th place a little bit earlier today in our GP2 ski.
Well, look at them. I mean, navigate. I mean, they are literally scrubbing the buoys. They don't want to give up an inch of water.
Oh, yeah, they're hugging them tight, because if you leave the door open, somebody will gladly shut it for you.
Just screaming.
Yeah, this normally wakes everybody up. You hear this, and you're out on the road right now, and it makes you just want to come, and you want to be a spectator, because, hey, what's going on back there, man? That sounds like a lot of fun.
The 1500s, especially the naturally aspirated ones, really sound incredible. The full song here.
Harley Ritchie, another one of the very fast riders out there. Devin Farding, who we'll see in the endurance racing as well, doing a little cross training here. He's actually in the top 100 of the of Peloton.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so he's very fit. The eldest son of Dustin Farding, who is the president of our IHRA association.
And Dustin looks like he can still rip, man. I mean, he's in great shape, too. So Pops is keeping him honest.
Oh, yeah. Over 30 world titles to prove it. I think he had to add an addition onto his house just for his trophies and his kids' trophies.
I bet. Pan is down at the shoreline with another one of our competitors.
So much. Gary Holbein, you're getting ready to go out for your moto for the day, and you're sitting here patiently waiting. I mean, when you're sitting here waiting for your moto, what's going through your brain?
Well, mostly it's trying to analyze the course, make sure everything is good, trying to analyze the conditions, make sure it's not too rough for the ski. You know, there's all sorts of things that we would need to change up depending on different conditions. So we just are trying to make sure that ski's all set to go, all the crew is set to go. It's just, that's a lot of it.
Well, and it comes down to the riding, right?
Yes.
Or the driving of your ski. So
Yes.
getting out there on the water, that's what it's going to be.
Absolutely, because you do have to change your technique too for different conditions as well. So that's what we're trying to make sure, just trying to be patient and wait for all these pro riders to finish up, because they are hauling out there.
Yeah, we can definitely hear them over here where we're at. We can't really see much of it, but good luck out there. You're running currently in third in points right now, so going into the weekend.
Yes, yeah, we're currently running third into the weekend. Had a bit of a rough weekend at New Orleans, but had a good run at St. Pete. So we're hoping to do a lot better this weekend. We've been working really hard in the gym and going out and tuning, and we hope that we have a really good weekend.
All right, well, good luck out there. Hopefully we catch you at the end as well.
Thank you all.
And there we have it, Gary Holbein.
Nice young man from Fairhope, Alabama. His father was actually my first race director. Looks like we got a replay coming up of Jake Pierce. And Jake looks like he just caught an edge right there.
Oh, man, just stuffed. He hit a wake or hit a wave, if you will, stuffed the nose of that thing, ripped him right off.
Yeah, almost looked like a turn sub from freestyle there, but lost his boat. But he is back up and in qualifying. So far, your fastest qualifier here in the GP1 ski class is Coy Curtis, and Coy put in a 1:03 and change that last lap around. Ryder Wildeboer currently sitting in second in qualifying.
That is the 888 who we just saw there, Ryder Wildeboer. Yeah, time's rolling across, timing scoring, obviously, as you can see up there at the top of the screen to give you your number one qualifier. And Coy Curtis continues to be the ski that everybody is chasing.
Yeah, 1:03.131, a 1:03.633 for Wildeboer. For Pierce, a 1:04.442, and that's who we just seen that went down. So he's back up, and he's going to shake out the cobwebs, try to get him a better time. Revin Harris sits second in the points with a 1:04.603, and Harley Ritchie qualifying in fifth so far with a 1:06.071.
So Jeremy Poper just a little bit ago, the number 10 ski.
Shirker back there qualifying in 10th right now, sitting fourth in the points with 329 points. So once again, it's Curtis who has been unstoppable in this class. That's Curtis, I believe, right there. Or check that. That is boat number 89.
Yeah, that's Ben Roper, or Reber.
Yeah, Ben
Reber.
Yeah, Ben qualifying, I believe he's back there around 10th right now. Devin Farthing currently sitting in 7th with a 1:06.144. River Crawford with a 1:08.312 in 8th. Poper with a 1:09.278 in 9th. And rounding out your top 10 is Jeremy Poper, father-son team out there with a 1:11.135. Rylan Webster competing today on a Commander boat. He's sitting in 11th, Reber in 12th, Shirker in 13th, and Powell in 14th.
A chance to come out here and get a good feel for what they're going to see come race time as well. Maybe make some final adjustments to the ski before they come back out here for their moto.
Yeah, as I take a look, I believe that they are not going to be racing.
Rick Shirker and the 912.
Yeah, Shirker out of Pennsylvania, longtime racer, and took a couple of years off, took a little 2 to 3 year hiatus, and great to have him back out on the racetrack with us, and former winner in the Region 8, or the Northeast Quadrant of the United States. So we're watching our GP qualifying right now, or their practice session. They're putting in lap times out there. Fastest lap time will get to choose pole position, whether they want to go inside or outside for tomorrow's first moto. Again, we won't see the GPs back out here until tomorrow in the men's class. We'll have the Ski GP3 class coming up with their 15-minute run here coming up next. That'll be followed by a lunch break, and then we'll come back with the second set of motos right around 1:30 of closed course, and the order in that is going to be the women's Ski GP, Sports Spec, Junior Ski, Ski GP2, and Runabout GP3, same as the order was in Moto number 1.
That was Jake Pierce that we saw a little bit before on the number 88. 177 is Crawford.
So the first moto here for the GP skis actually slated for 3 p.m. currently, and I believe that is going to be 15 minutes plus a lap, so they'll bump it up a little bit, let them stay out there on the course a little bit longer. So again,
even better physical conditions. So the quickest sleds, fastest sleds, and that are the most difficult to drive require so much more strength, and then you got to stay out there a little bit longer. It is a pro class.
Yeah, you ain't going to see too many of these guys sponsored by a fast food chain, that's for sure.
Yeah. We'll take the sponsorship. They might not be eating the product, but
right.
They'll take the money.
So you still got Curtis with the fastest lap time on boat number 155. And there is Curtis there on your screen. Easy to pick out with the green numbers and the green helmet. And he is sponsored by Monster Energy as well as TC Freeride.
Yeah, nice line there. You can see him open up the exit of that turn there to carry as much speed as possible and then set up for that right-hander. Nice arc around the red buoy there as well. I mean, just beautiful to watch these pros do what they do. Their racecraft, the lines that they have.
And you can see the flotilla starting to build up along the outside of the track. A lot more boats showing up the later we get on into the afternoon here. Current time on deck, it's just about 12:45. Probably going to be after this next race, we'll probably take a short pause to feed the crew before we come back at 1:30 this afternoon. And once again, glad everybody could join us here for the Lake of the Ozarks IHRA Professional Watercraft Racing Series. You're watching the Ski GP1 qualifying. And it's still Coy Curtis. Curtis putting in a 1:02.562 that last time around, so he's able to shave off about a second. Wildeboer hanging with that 1:03.
Yeah, I was just going to say a full second on second place is pretty incredible.
Yeah, you do 15 laps, you know, you're coming in 15 seconds,
Yeah,
20 seconds ahead of your competitor, and that's exactly what Coy's been doing. He's been coming in about 20 to 30 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack. So he has really been unstoppable. And again, his dad is his mechanic, you know, and as I said, Taylor Curtis really knows how to spin the wrenches the right way on them Yamahas.
5th and 6th separated by just a couple tenths of a second.
Shirker has moved up in front of Reaver for that 12th qualifying position. So once again, Coy Curtis, and it looks like we got a rider down out there. And I'm trying to.
The 155, was that?
That's 155 there. He's got the green numbers. That's Curtis there.
That is Curtis. Might have been the 115, Harley Ritchie.
Yeah, that possibly. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure that's who it was because he has. He's like, oh, he's got the Harley colors, and that was an orange boat, orange numbers. So that might have been Ritchie that went down, but doesn't stop that kid right there, Coy Curtis.
Number 1 qualifier so far, and a safe margin on there as well. We talked about the 88 a couple of times here with Jake Pierce, and
yeah, it looked like Pierce was just kind of cleaning out those goggles right there. Might have got a little
we haven't
water.
talked about that too much. I mean, but the vision here too is everything, and you know it's constantly hampered, especially if you're back a couple of skis and you're dealing with whitewater.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like motocross where you have the tear-offs and everything like that when you come over, you know, the big double. Whereas here, you know, a lot of times if a racer gets steamed up inside, what they'll do is they'll just take their goggles and put them around their arm and keep them with them, or they'll just shed them completely, and the marshal will get them and get them back to them. But the last thing you want is to be in second place and not have any goggles, because that pump wash being dispersed by that guy in front of you, well, I'll just say it hurts. As we take a look at, I believe that was Crawford there on book number 177.
Entire body hanging off the side of that one to deal with the G-forces going through the turns. Look at that thing, man. Just cutting through. That is wild.
Yeah, I'll tell you, you know, these aftermarket boats, they make them just so they can turn like this, and you can see he's working that outside split right now.
River Crawford doing a good job. There's the split, a couple tenths of a second, I should say. Jake Pierce there in 6th. River Crawford right there in 7th, and then it falls another half second.
And that would be Farthing right behind Crawford. Dev Dog out of Ackworth, Georgia, just graduated from the University of Tennessee. And I believe that's the 116. I know that we had Ramjeet was going to be on 116, but I know that that is a runabout class. As we take a look at, I believe that's Garcia. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Lucas, yeah.
Lucas Severa.
Lucas Severa, he hangs out with the Garcias in Lake Havasu. You've seen the Garcias both taking wins a little earlier today in Moto 1. I believe in the women's ski GP, it was Emmy Garcia, and in the junior ski, it was Andy Garcia who took the win.
Young man did a really nice job there in his moto. Getting towards the end of this qualifying session here.
Still got Curtis with a 102.514 out in front of Ryder Wildemore with a 103.633. Revin Harris with a 103.862. Harley Ritchie with a 104.223, and Pierce with a 104.442. Those are your top 5 here in GP ski qualifying. Again, they're qualifying now. They'll be back out for their first appearance, I believe, right about 3 o'clock for their first moto, 15 minutes plus a lap, and that's going to be going on at 3.
Great looking ski, love the design. That is the number 100 of Revin Harris.
And there goes Crawford again on 177. Once again, just practicing and qualifying here in the GP ski class in case you're just dialing us in. You see the double yellows there. That is the decision buoy or the MasterCard buoy where they decide whether they're going to go inside or outside.
I believe that was Rick Shirker there on the 912.
Once again, great to have Shirker back out on the water after a couple-year hiatus, and I'll tell you, he's not lost a step whatsoever. I believe still sitting 4th in the points, right behind Shane Elliott. He is actually sitting a little further down in the points because he's racing both the ski GP3 and the GP class. Sorry about that. I was looking at the GP3 points. Curtis, again, your points leader, perfect with 360 points so far for the season. I hear the whistles going off down there, so that may signify the end of this one. You see the official down there with, I believe, a red flag. And I believe that is going to do it for our GP ski qualifying. And again, congratulations, Coy Curtis, another qualifying win for Coy.
Man, he has absolutely been on a tear here in 2026. We'll see if anybody has anything for him in the moto. And Ryder Wildemore, who's inside of the top 3, is down with Pam.
Oh, thank you so much, Ken. We're getting out of the way here. The skis are coming out of the water, but Ryder in that number 3 position for your moto just now. I mean, it was quite the battle out there.
Yeah, it was super good, super choppy. I had a lot of fun. You know, the ski feels good today. Thank you to Commander and Clipper for setting this thing up for this race weekend. But, you know, it's a wonderful day. It's beautiful, so I can't really complain. So we're going to have some fun in the Moto 1.
Well, you look good out there. I mean, in that number 3 position for moto number 1. So good luck in the next one.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate it. Let's have fun.
And there we have it, Ryder Wildemore.
Great stuff. So that qualifying session in the books, and as Mike mentioned, we will see them come out here for their first moto a little bit later on this afternoon. It'll be exciting to watch the pros go at it. A big class, fast skis, and some talented riders.
Right. Make sure you set your watches for 3 o'clock, folks.
Yeah, we've got some racing to do before that, so just stay with us. As you had talked about before, I believe they're going to take a lunch break here in just a couple of moments. So a beautiful overhead shot there on a gorgeous day here at Lake of the Ozarks. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back here in just a couple of moments. Stay with us.
Wait, telling me I was all hype. They just mad that I'm him, and they got to deal with it. If you don't like it, you can...
One of the things that makes me most proud is I did things Lando's way.
I don't need everyone out there to like me. I like being different.
You are world champion.
Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From IMCA dirt track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awake.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
track with Coy Curtis. You just won your moto for the afternoon here. Tell me how you feel.
Good. Yeah, the track is a lot different than what we've been racing. It's pretty wide open, and yeah, just managed to get a good lap, and we're stoked.
I mean, when it comes down to it, your qualifying run that you just did, I mean, qualifying really is key. So in the water sports world, let's talk about how key that is, because you definitely don't want to be back in the pack.
Yeah, it's always important to get a good gate position, especially first. It's pretty hard to pass, so on this track, it's good to get P1.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on qualifying in that #1 position. Right now, we're going to go back to the booth. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Pam. And yeah, man, he had a great run, no doubt. He put together a great lap, as he was talking about. Had a full second, 1.1 seconds on second place.
Right, 15 minutes plus a lap. I mean, you kind of add that up. The lap times hovering right about just about a minute. So if he's a second faster, they do 15 minutes. He's going to come in 14, 15 seconds faster than the next guy.
So we are now starting another qualifying session, and then we will take our lunch break. This is Ski GP3.
Yeah, 15 different entries here in the Ski GP3 class. Current points leader in this class is Cash Crawford. And Cash is going to be out there on boat number 928 this weekend. Britton Reinhardt, another Arizona native, currently sitting in second with 276 points. And Emmy Garcia with 256 points sits in third.
So Emmy and Britton, we saw them racing earlier today in the women's division. So out here running a couple different classes.
Oh yeah, definitely running a couple different classes. Again, we were talking about the ages, 14 and 18 right there. And I guess when you're that young, you can stay out there for 20 minutes plus a lap and not have it hurt you.
Lucas Severa also 5th in the points inside of this category. Just saw Lucas out there a little bit ago.
Yeah, you're taking a look at Lucas, and this is Cameron Spooner out there, one of our young up-and-comers from South Florida. His father, another former champion racer out here. And I like the iridium wrap there that he's got on the boat as he works his way around the decision buoy.
Very unique looking, beautiful.
We call him Spoondog Light on tour because he's sponsored by Spoondog Racing, and that is his father's nickname was Spoondog, so we call him Spoondog Light because he's another one of these racers. He weighs about 65 pounds soaking wet.
Looks like he's almost standing on something. Like the board of that one is a little bit taller.
Well, I'll tell you, once again, it being, him being a little bit lighter, he's staying way on the back as to keep that pump hooked up because he's not going anywhere if that pump's not hooked up.
Great point.
And you can see, yeah, he's got his feet parallel like you see a lot of people doing the switch foot, and they're really working it out there. Well, you can see his feet are basically just parallel together as he works his way through that start-finish line. Once again, we're qualifying here in the Ski GP3 class. They have, I believe, they're just now getting ready to turn them loose out there. Again, Cash Crawford with 319 points is the point leader. I believe that is a 53-point lead over Britton Reinhardt right now, who has 276. Garcia back in third. Gary Holbein Jr., who we've seen him interview just a little bit earlier, currently sitting in fourth with Lucas Severa, who showed up in New Orleans but missed St. Pete, but he's got 168 points and in that 5th position. That's Herbie right there. Gary Holbein, that's the guy that they got the graphics from Herbie. Remember Herbie the Love Bug?
Yeah, check it out. Love it.
He's a very talented high school senior right there. Gary Holbein Jr. He actually did the national anthem for us at one of the races. He plays trumpet and played the trumpet for the national anthem for us just a couple of races ago.
4th in the points, but had a good run at St. Pete. I believe he came across the stripe in 2nd place, but struggled when we got to New Orleans. So he didn't get the points there that he would have wanted. Consequently, 4th in the points.
Yeah, and that was tough for him to face that in New Orleans because that was kind of like a home race for him. And the problem was the reason he didn't get as many points in New Orleans, they canceled his flight. So he was actually out of town and couldn't get back for day number 1 in New Orleans. So his mom was there, his dad was there, but he wasn't there. So that's one of the reasons he's back 4th in points right now. I expect to see good things out of him. And Spooner right here, Cameron Spooner, he's going to be another tough competitor here. in this ski GP3 class. He's just moving up from the junior class, and he was very dominant in the junior class, so I expect to see good things out of him. And again, he's out of Dania Beach, Florida.
Guyver Santucci a little bit deeper in the pack here in terms of time so far. Raced a little bit earlier today. Right now it is Lucas Severa, who is number one with a 117 to Cash Crawford's 118.6. So separated again by 1.1 there, and then 118.675 to a 120.971 for Spooner.
Yeah, Spooner, like I said, he's just moved up into this class right here. So this is his inaugural run in our GP3 ski class. Gary Holbein Jr. turned in a 122.424 that last time around. Good enough for 5th place in qualifying so far. Knox Ritchie out of Tennessee putting in a 123.582, but I bet he's going to get a better time than that. Knox Ritchie, he's another one of these phenoms. He could step on anything with a motor and just go out there and race it. This guy is something else. Very talented. Again, out of Tennessee. Him and his brother, both state champion wrestlers down there, and I'd seen his brother Axel in the pits a little bit earlier today with a knee brace, but he just got his knee operated on, so he'll be going to college next year, and they're trying to get that right.
And a big moment there for the rider of the number 55, nearly completely off of the ski there.
Yeah, I believe Andy is Finlandson doing a little cross training. Finlandson will be racing in the Pro Enduro tomorrow, sponsored by Ignite Racing Fuels, and he's part of the Syracuse Mafia. And let's take a look at the replay and see exactly what happened. Again, just buries that nose in these aftermarket, or these boats right here. You bury the nose, you're going down with it.
Well, that's a really good save there.
Yeah, at least he didn't get separated from the boat. A lot of times when you get separated from the boat, that's pretty much the end of the moto for you.
We watch so many of the pros come out here. So many people just run these motos. They make it look easy, but you need to see a couple of moments like that and just how easy it is to get knocked off of one of these things.
Well, and you got to remember too that's got to take the wind out of your sails. You know, I mean, when you go down like that,
how much strength it takes as well to try and save it.
Sure. Nice outline of the track here from overhead, and I believe you're looking at the outside split right now on the overhead view. And you can see him exiting on the left-hand side of the track, exiting that outside, going down that front straightaway with the merged sausage in the middle. So Cash Crawford currently in 3rd, Gary Holbein Jr. in 4th with a 119. We still don't have a time for Emmy Garcia. Spooner sits in 5th with a 120. Well, there we go. Garcia with a 126.88, currently sitting in 6th. And taking a look out, you're looking at Severa right there on boat number 28, sponsored by TC Freeride.
Yeah, Severa was number 1. I don't know if he's still there or not. We'll see whenever it scrolls back across. Put a 117 up on the board.
Well, we had 15 signed up. Looks like 13 are out here qualifying. It's up to you whether you want to qualify or not. And it is Severa with a 117.515. Your top qualifier right now at Crawford in 2nd with a 118.675. And Jay Finlandson with a 118.386. So I believe those are your top 3, followed by Gary Holbein Jr. with a 119.506. And Spooner with a 120.253 rounds out your top 5 qualifiers. Once again, time starting to tick away here in this 15-minute practice session / qualifying session from Lake of the Ozarks. Beautiful overhead shot of the whole area here, and I mean, I tell you, it doesn't get any better than this. If you like country living, I mean, this is where you want to go. The tourism, they got so much stuff for tourists to do here.
If you wanted a vacation home, this would be a great place to come and spend your summers.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. I noticed that there was a whole lot of Airbnbs being utilized this weekend.
Yeah, and it's a massive lake, a 54,000 acre lake. I mean, I think it's 1,100 miles of shoreline. So It's a big place for sure. You can come here and find yourself a nice little nook and have a great summer.
Yeah, we were just taking a look at boat number 2, the Deuce. That is Knox Ritchie, who I believe has moved up into qualifying. I believe he's running like 2nd or 3rd right now. Again, Ritchie out of Tennessee, the Chattanooga area.
And we talked about some of the pleasure boats. You can see them out there enjoying a nice day on the water, but take a look at the water. That big boat is moving out there, and those wakes are going to make their way into the race course. That's what I was talking about before. It can certainly, as you talked about, every lap is different. And with wakes like that coming onto the course, it will certainly throw you off.
Well, I'll tell you, some of the, I'm not going to say slower riders, but that's kind of what they are. The slower riders, they like that weight the wakes coming off of those boats right there. Because if they don't have the horsepower to keep up with a lot of the money that these people can spend on this, then that becomes your equalizer right there with it being a rougher track. You can see still a couple boats qualifying out there as we take a look there at, I believe that was boat number 116. I know Farthing was on a 116, and I believe Ramjeet was on a 116, but I don't see a 116 on my GP3 grid sheet here.
Funny, all three skis right there together, and it seems like most of them are clumped there pretty close, and the whole other side of the race course is wide open.
Right, and that's exactly where you want to be. You want to let everybody get away from you, so that way you've got a clean shot, and then make sure that you're at top speed when you go through the start-finish line, and top speed when you finish that lap. As we take a look at Cervera there on boat number 28, 17 years old, sponsored by TC Freeride and Dustin Matzuris. Got about 5 minutes left to go here in GP3 qualifying before we take a lunch break.
Cervera doing a nice job there and has a nice margin between first and second so far. Look at the 33 here as well, out there competing.
And I believe that the boat belongs to Cash McClure. I'm not quite sure who the pilot is there.
I don't have a 33 on my list.
I don't have a 33 on mine either. So we might have had some late entries, some folks that came in late. And it had to beg Jamie to get in because I know that they were shutting registrations down on Wednesday night from what I understood. And I hear the marshals with the whistles down there, so we might have a rider separated from his boat. And it looked like it was right there in the middle of the 28. That was Cervera that came down, or that got off the boat. That is.
And he's #1 qualifier so far.
Well, maybe he was just tired and wanted a water sample.
Well, when you're #1, you're pushing.
Right. It looks like he's already heading his way back over to the pit area right now. So again, you can stay out there. You can run as many laps as you want to within the 15 minutes, or you can go out there and run one fast lap and go right back to the pits. It all depends on your preference, and Cervera probably knows that he is one of the top qualifiers, and he's like, hey, why go out here? Why chance anything else? If you're the top qualifier, just stay where you're at. And again, taking a look at the 177 there. I believe that is one of the Crawford boys. Cash Crawford.
I believe he's currently 5th.
Yeah, we got him down here as boat number 928, so 928 is now 177. We'll fix that right now. And I believe this was the same thing that Cash did when we were back at St. Pete. He was signed up with another boat. Didn't like the water conditions and ended up using the 177 boat. And I believe that's a boat that him and his brother are sharing. So again, time starting to tick away here as we go through our final couple of laps of practice here. 15 minutes. This is the final practice session of the day. And this is our ski GP3 class. As we take a look at Finlayson, sponsored by Ignite Racing Fuels and Riva Racing. Him and Cameron Powell, part of the Syracuse Mafia. They're from Syracuse, Indiana. But doing a little cross training here as he is one of our faster endurance riders, and his first year that he rode the endurance, the amateur 300 endurance, he pretty much went undefeated the entire year. Now has moved up and he's racing in the pro endurance class. As we take a look at 116, and I believe that is Vanjie Ramjeet. We don't have him on our sheets here, but I believe that's Vanjie Ramjeet. That is his number. I know Farthing is 116 in the GP ski class. The GP1, that is Devin Farthing. So again, that probably is one of the Farthing boats right there underneath the Monster Energy tent.
Yeah, they do have a large display. It looks like there's a better part of 10 skis under that tent.
Oh, yeah. You know, I'll tell you what, it's a personal watercraft racer's dream to be a part of that team.
The Penske of jet skiing?
Oh, you got it. You got it. Well, I mean, he's had quite the setup, whether it was St. Pete or back when we were in New Orleans. But he's right here at the pit entrance and definitely doing a little branding there for Monster Energy. And, of course, our friends here with the IHRA Professional Watercraft Racing Series. Finlinson, one of the taller, lanky riders, only about 21 years old. And he's another one whose father used to race. His father, Brian, used to race back in the late 90s and early 2000s. Was another one of the champions in IJSBA Region 6, which is the Midwest of the United States. Nice looking graphics package there on 116. But what's that they say? Chrome won't get you home.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely doing a great job, though, and it's cool to see the second-gen racers come up here. They watch their parents. They're at the track at a very, very young age, and come out here and then continue to perform.
Now, see, that boat's more our style.
Yeah, for sure. I can fit on that one.
I was going to say, I buy my boats based on cooler space now and not speed.
More canopy would be good.
Yeah, exactly.
Or Bimini.
Bimini, right?
Yeah, a back look at this at the 116. Just a beautiful ski.
Yeah, you know who that is? I just figured it out. That is Garcia. I looked at the back of.
Oh,
if you look
I see.
at the back of the vest.
Yep,
yeah,
the vest.
it's boat number 11. So 116 is now 111. Or I'm sorry, 11 is now 116. All
and
right.
the whistle blows. That'll wrap things up there for qualifying.
Good shot of our flagman Ryan Scaglione coming all the way from Florida. But once again, another nice overhead shot of the race site here at Lake of the Ozarks. You're watching the IHRA Professional Watercraft Racing Series, and this is round number 3 for the watercraft.
The pirate boat.
Yeehaw.
Everybody having a good time out there, yep.
Gotta love it. He's even got the sword. You know, he looks the part. I love it.
Yep, he's got it all, man. The hat, the shirt.
Now that was going to say that would be a good gig to be one of the boat captains here. You know, to come out and dress like a pirate every day and take a bunch of tourists out.
100%.
My kind of job.
Yeah, there's worse jobs than cruising around on that all day, isn't there?
Right. So the pirate flags are at full mast here in the Lake of the Ozarks.
Ah. That guy's been out here a little while.
Yeah, he's been in Florida.
The Calypso out, cruising around. Just another one of the items that you can do if you come here and spend a few days. Pam Hall once again is down at the shoreline with another competitor.
Thank you so much, Ken. Here with Lucas Severa, our #1 qualifier, and here you are with a huge smile on your face. Great job out there.
Yeah, thank you. It was definitely fun going back-to-back ski GP and then GP3. Got second in ski GP and then first in ski GP3, so we're starting off the weekend good.
Well, I have to ask you, I mean, going back-to-back like that, I mean, I know in motos you get arm pump, and you're probably doing this as well.
Yeah, definitely the full motos, I get arm pump. This, I was trying to conserve some energy, but yeah, it was super fun, and yeah. We're stoked.
Well, congratulations once again being a #1 qualifier here in the GP3. So congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
And there we have it, Lucas Severa right here. He's going to go get his ski out of the water, and I'm going to go ahead and send it back up to you guys.
Congratulations to Lucas. We'll see if he can make it pay off and double up there with a win after he qualified #1 in that category. We're going to take a quick break here. We're also going to take a lunch break. So relax and stay with us. We're going to put some programming up here. We'll take you back and show you some highlights or some races from earlier in the year. And once we get back out on the water here, we'll pick up the action live. Stay with us. A lot of great racing action yet to go here today with the IHRA Professional Watercraft Series.
It's a windy, rough water day here in the Sunshine State, but the International Hot Rod Association is ready to make history with day number 2 of the first ever event for the all-new IHRA Offshore Powerboat and Pro Watercraft Championships. It's the Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix, presented by Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Well, hi, everybody. I'm Ralph Shaheen. Welcome to St. Petersburg, Florida. Yeah, we are in the Sunshine State, but we're going to be the windy state here today in Florida over on the Gulf Coast. And this is going to make for some really interesting racing with all that wind and choppy surf.
I'll tell you what, it's going to be a wild day. It is windy. It is rough, and these guys are going to feel it.
Now, these are going to be stand-ups that we're going to be taking a look at next. And imagine how rough it's going to be on a stand-up.
These guys getting underway, and you can see how rough that water is, and they're just getting this thing underway. It's going to get churned up, and boy, they're going to get launched off those waves, Michael.
I'll tell you, this is exactly the kind of weather that these ski riders like. Again, like I said, it kind of separates, the better riders from the mediocre of the pack. Britton Reinhardt, again, a big winner yesterday on boat number 851. She will be the one to watch.
And you can see the long run out to the first buoy from Spa Beach.
And you got a split start right there. It's not like the endurance race where they started with a running start. They actually started from the beach with 2 holders, and half the pack will go to the outside split, half the pack will go to the inside split. They'll come into a merge buoy right there on the outside of the jetty. As we take a look at boat number 201, I believe that's Massimo Casarini.
Let's take a look at the race course that we're competing on here today so you get an idea of the layout. Love this, how our folks at Defy just lay this out over the water. It's exactly what it looks like from above. You can see the split. Here's where they come out of Spa Beach over to that first buoy, which is a lot further out than you think it is.
That's quite a long run there.
Yeah, definitely a long run. Then you got your split section, but everybody on the pier has got a good place to view the races.
You can see the pier there in black all the way out into Tampa Bay. That's a look at our Pro Watercraft race course here at the Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix.
All the boats out there that you see are going to be Yamaha Superjets for the most part. You're not going to see any Kawasaki's out there. Cash Crawford, Gary Holbein, Massimo Casarini, your top 3 right now. And you can see 201 Casarini doing that right there, a quick little switch foot. Now he's got to go parallel as he leans into the turn and switching feet again, but again, you've got to wait till you got the time to do that because you don't want to be switching when you hit a wave.
Well, it's a ballet, but in this kind of rough water, and none of it is choreographed.
He is tiptoeing through the tulips, that's for sure. You can see him coming out of the split right now. Crawford still your leader, followed by Holbein Jr.
Problems here for Emmy Garcia out of Lake Havasu on her Yamaha.
Casarini was able to take the lead that last lap around from Cash Crawford. Holbein Jr. slipping down into that 3rd place.
Britton back there in 4th.
The surprise out there, Steve Hayden back there in the 5th spot. Steve was an expert champion back in the 90s. Cash Crawford still your race leader. Let's take a look at this replay right here. That's Kylie Meyer out of Jacksonville, Florida. Young lady. I believe she's only 17 years old.
She's not thirsty anymore.
No. But she's used to the saltwater being from Jacksonville.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it.
She's from the Glidwell racing team, does very good here in all the regional circuits, and has really come a long way in a short time. And when you're out there for 15 minutes, you're bound to, sub it at least once, especially in these conditions right here. And you can see how careful Cash Crawford is being going around these waves.
Stephen Hayden right here running in 5th.
Good to see Steve coming from Naples, sponsored by Cloud9.
Yeah, Chris was incredible. Fight on here. Emmy Garcia is in 6th. I believe this is that fight for 5th.
Oh, no.
Submarined. Is that Hayden that just submarined it?
I believe it was.
Man, they recovered quickly from that, though.
Hayden and Reinhardt, I believe that's who's battling right there.
So that's for 4th then with Britton.
There's
the 11. That's Emmy right there.
Back out to Cash Crawford. Cash trying to tame the waves here in Tampa Bay. Got just over 4 minutes remaining in this 15+1 GP3 Moto number 2.
With a minute 30+1 lap to go, Cash just ran his personal best in the east side section. And Holbein did the exact same. So there's still finding ways to find speed out there that they didn't have early on. Late in this race, as tired as they have to be physically, they're still pushing as hard as they can. Massimo Casarini also in that east section. The race course broken down into 4 sectors, the north side, east side, the split lanes, and the beach side. And Cash just goes personal best through the split lanes at 12 flat .2.
Yeah, fastest lap time that we've seen out there so far in this class has been actually Massimo Casarini with a 2:26.674. He's currently sitting in third. Cash Crawford with the second fastest time at 2:29.830.
So we're down now to less than a minute to go, 30 seconds plus 1 lap, and the clock goes to zeros when they come by the finish line scaffolding area. Cash will get the white first for 1 lap to go, and then the checkers after that. There's the white flag coming out right there off the scaffold.
As Crawford comes through the Monster Energy start-finish line. Uh-oh, looks like we got a rider goes down there for a water sample real quick.
I don't think that bit of a bobble is going to give Holbein too much of an opportunity. But if Cash is getting real tired, we'll see what happens here on this final lap. That looks like him down there. And you can see him getting a handful of throttle there. Look how far back he's standing in the tray there.
Yeah, definitely want to stand far back. And again, like I say, his legs are parallel. He's not really using that switch foot.
And jello too by now.
I would imagine so. Go around the jetty. He's got 2 more sweepers before he hits that front straightaway. Got a double red right here that he's going to go around into a double yellow that's closest to our pier on the north side of the pier.
Quick look over the shoulder, make sure you're not getting chased to the line. There's Spa Beach. There's the checker flag. Here comes Cash. And he's going to take the win in Ski GP3 with the IHRA Pro Watercraft Championship here at the Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix. And there goes Holbein behind him to take second. And he finished up, well, he closed up on him really good.
Taking a look at your top riders. First place, Cash Crawford. Second place was Gary Holbein Jr. Third place, Massimo Casarini. Britton Reinhardt took 4th. Emmy Garcia 5th. Steve Hayden in 6th. Kylie Meyer in 7th. Brad Adams was out.
Stay tuned. More racing action coming your way with the IHRA offshore powerboats from St. Pete after this. The Monster Energy St. Pete IHRA Grand Prix is brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Progressive Fast Boats, Smart Coverage, Progressive Insurance. And Visit St. Pete Clearwater, America's best beaches.
This is our Ski GP1 class that's going to be coming up next. These are the fastest riders around the world. If you take a look at the skyline there in St. Pete, windy day for racing out here. That's going to separate the men from the boys.
Michael, being one of those holders is a bit of a thankless job, isn't it? I mean, you're down there, you're getting soaked, and then when the rider takes off like that, you get covered in the spray as the field heads off to the first buoy.
Now, unlike the ski class that we've seen a little earlier today, the GP3 class, this class here, these guys don't have any styrofoam or anything in their boat, so if they lose a hood, we might have some boats at the bottom of Tampa Bay today.
That'd be a problem, and an expensive one.
And yesterday we saw one where they lost it, so.
You see your riders working their way through the split section right now for the first time. We'll see how things sort out here as they get ready to come down the front straightaway. I believe that's Curtis on the inside. Easy to pick out with the yellow number 155. And they'll work their way toward Spa Beach for the first time here in the third moto. That is David Cabrera out of Miramar, Florida. We call him Speedy.
Yeah, he's one of the best tuners in the game.
He is. Everybody wants those Cabrera tunes, but there is your leader coming through the Monster Energy start-finish line right now. That is Coy Curtis. And Coy picking up where he left off on the first 2 motos. 15 minutes plus a lap here in this third and final moto, and you can see the rest of the crew in a good outline of the track here in St. Petersburg. Back out to your race leader there, Revin Harris. And Revan looking for a 2-2-1 finish here for the weekend. That still would not give him enough points to take the overall if Coy stays in second. But Coy has slid back to third right now. Matsuris has moved up into second in these rough water conditions. And Matsuris originally from South Africa, so he knows a little bit about rough water.
Yeah, and Revan is on one of those aftermarket. Here's exactly what you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, that was Wildeboer that went down, and you don't see that too often. He is a very talented rider.
Back to the front of the field, and there's Revan. And if we get a closer look at Revan's boat, one of those aftermarket machines, you can see how much thinner that boat is compared to what you're used to seeing at your local power sports dealer that you buy and ride on your local lake or ocean.
And there's a look at Coy Curtis, who has won the first 2 motos, knows exactly where he needs to be to take the overall. He's got Quentin Bosch right behind him, pressing him. As you can see, there's your leaders right there going at it. It looks like that was Harris. Yeah. That was, I believe Harris that went down. That was a Motz that went by, so I believe Dustin Matsuris has went into the lead.
Yeah, it looks like Dustin Matsuris, longtime racer in pro watercraft competition, has moved himself up to the top spot on boat 50.
Yeah, that's actually the boat that he manufactures. So, and Matsuris, this is his first time that he has come out. Uh-oh, and he's down now. And look at this, another battle. Here comes Curtis.
Curtis comes flying up now. Coy Curtis on the 155. Here's a look at it. Here's Harris. He gets out of it. Matsuris comes by just when he thinks everything's getting smoother, only for a little bit till Coy Curtis comes along to challenge.
Yeah, so some great racing here, and I knew that this weather right here and this wind, the conditions that we have out here would definitely play a factor. Matsuris turning in the fastest lap time so far here in the GP1 class, the 2:04.710.
Turned a personal best in the east side sector of the racetrack. Course broken down into 4 sectors, north side, east side, split lanes, and the B side, he was a 4:54.9 through that east side sector. Curtis, Harris, Bosch, Ritchie, and Prado all turned personal best, however, in the split lanes. And Harris, who's on a charge, does the same on the beach side. And Matsuris now, his personal best of a 5:31.5 as he continues to lead as he thunders through the split lanes.
But Revan Harris has reclaimed that lead. Coy Curtis back into second. I'm wondering what happened to Matsuris. He's back down to 5th.
Yeah, he must be having a mechanical problem or falling off the boat, because he's fallen right out of the top 10.
Yeah, that's a tough break for the Motts right there, boat number 50. But a great break there for Revan Harris. Revan Harris needs all the points he can get. Again, he's got 2 seconds, and he's looking at a first right here if things stay as they are. You can see at home just how rough it is out here on Tampa Bay today. Winds picked up overnight, and we have gusts up to 35 mile per hour here today. Boat number 11, Harley Ritchie, up into that 4th spot, just in front of Pastorello, who is in 5th. Davey Prado out of Brazil in the 6th spot. Nice overhead shot. You can see Spa Beach. The bleachers set up. A little windy out there today, so not a lot of people in the bleachers. Coy Curtis still maintaining that 2nd place position, or we are just under 4 minutes to go. You got Rick Shirker. Rick, a KG veteran, coming back. Had a child a couple years ago and took a couple years off, so it's good to see him back out on the water. And again, Coy Curtis has retaken the lead over Harris, turning in a minute 54, 8:34 lap time on that last lap. That's boat number 88. That is Hugo Pastorello out of France. As we take a look, Pastorello has moved up into that 4th spot, just behind Quentin Bosch out of Belgium on boat number 98. Fastest lap time turned in so far was Coy Curtis of minute 54, 8:34. That last lap he turned in a 2 minute 8:18. As time starts to tick away here in the Ski GP Moto number 3, Coy is looking to pull a hat trick and win all 3 motos.
Clock about to go to zeros, and we'll see the 1 to go, white flag. So we have gone to zeros across the board on the clock. Coy comes past our scaffolding. He should get the white flag and have to hang on for one more lap.
Nice look at the point here in St. Petersburg. There's Revan Harris. Revan still holding on to second place. And a 2.22 would give him a second overall on the box tonight. Curtis trying not to make any mistakes. He'll be coming from the outside split. Once again, the outside of the blue buoys. See him on the green buoys. That is the inside split. And Curtis, look at that. Luckily, he used to be a freestyler. He can handle that.
Up on the scaffold, you got to hold on to that flag with a big grip today, Shane.
Oh, man. I'd put two hands on that thing.
I would
They're going to lose it.
I would too.
So again, Coy Curtis on the white flag lap here. Sponsored by TC Free Ride. That is his father, Taylor Curtis, Free Ride. Former world champion in free ride, and obviously he comes from good stock. Subs it again.
Coming to the checkered flag. Here comes Coy Curtis. And I'll tell you what, getting a champagne bath after a day of doing this is going to feel like nothing. Feel like a trickle compared to what he's been dealing with here.
And you can see once again the top two going to that outside split. As you pointed out, Shane, that outside very popular after the first lap. You can see Coy look behind him. He can hear Revan behind him.
Yeah, he's wanting to try to lock this up. He didn't want to get a last-minute pass.
Well, he was about 7 seconds behind on the as they came past the white, so he's closed it up a little bit more. There he comes.
Well,
you can see him. Here comes the white. Was out for everybody else. Now they're going to change hands. He's got the checker ready to go.
Yeah, Curtis should be coming down.
There we go. There it is. Coy Curtis takes the win in Ski GP. The IHRA Pro Watercraft here at the Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix.
Well, congratulations, Revan Harris coming through in that second place position, and the top two are pretty much separated from the rest of the pack. You got Hugo Pastorello. We're waiting on him to come through in third place right now. He was on a number 88 Kawasaki.
Let's take a look at the results one more time. Coy Curtis, Revan Harris, Hugo Pastorello, Quentin Bosch, Davi Prado, rounding out the top 5. We'll be right back for more action from St. Petersburg, Florida. Back to the racing action here in St. Petersburg, Florida.
That was a wet and wild ride. I'm telling you, these guys have got to be tired.
Problems for many. One boat getting sunk there. I mean, it's just many of the racers submarining at different points around the course. And who could survive, get to the finish line first here today. Coy Curtis on that 155 had his issues, but got it all together at the end and hung on to take the win. Let's meet the winner of our last race with Pro Watercraft. Here's Taylor.
I'm down here. Coy's walking up right now. What an incredible finish. We call that a clean sweep. You took that win in all 3 motos. How does it feel?
Oh, it feels so good. I've been working for this moment my whole life pretty much, and it just feels good to finally get it done. That last moto was so freaking gnarly. I've never rode in conditions that rough before. I was literally looking up at waves and stuff. It was absolutely insane. I got to thank you to my sponsors, Monster Energy, TC Free Ride, Fast Power Sports, Marine One, FL Visual, Anderson Power Sports, 60 Helmets, and IHRA for putting on this event. I'm super stoked.
Well, as we get ready to go racing here with our next Pro Watercraft event, Michael Young, what are we seeing here? What's up next?
Well, we've got the Pro Enduro 300 class. As you can see, our riders working their way out to where the staging area is going to be, and it's probably close to a mile almost offshore to where they're starting right now. We should have 18 people in the gate.
Here's a look at our race course. You see the split lanes. See where the racers are headed out now. They're on this section of the course right here, making their way out to the farthest point out.
One of the different things I see here, Ralph, with this course is a lot of these riders are used to running like a big box or a big rectangle. Here you got some turns. You see all these chicanes here. That's an inside and outside split. It will be utilized after the first lap. Great shot there, though, from our drone.
Here we go. Underway.
There we go.
We're green. We're racing.
Clean and green, and it looked like boat number 333 getting a tough start there on the outside. That was Jose Acosta from Pinned Up Performance. There's 44, Camden Powell out of Syracuse, Indiana, sponsored by Speed Ignite Racing Fuels, and I think
Is that Edgeworthy right there?
Yeah, that's Edgeworthy.
Woo! Boy, look at him fly that thing. And that's a big boat to be putting that far up in the air, but he's got competition bar to bar, deck to deck as they get to that first big buoy.
Yeah, that's Devin Farding. It looks like he grabbed a hole shot. He's got Torrey Snyder flanked to his left right now. So Farding with the hole shot here. Devin, a senior at the University of Tennessee.
Yeah, and Edgeworthy had to lift a little bit to make that corner, but he's back in it.
Once again, we talked about them Sea-Doos not being able to corner as well because they're a lot lighter. And these Yamahas able to corner just a little bit better. Because they're a little bit heavier, got a deeper V bottom hull.
Yeah.
And once again, as they come around here, they don't hit that split section on the first lap. They'll start hitting that on lap number 2.
Oh, man, took a shot right into the bars there. And let me tell you, that hurts.
Oh, yeah, that's a chinner, we call that.
That'll take the wind out of you.
Exactly.
Oh, man.
Well, we'll need a butterfly Band-Aid after that one. So you see your top two working over there on the right-hand side. The left-hand side is, they view it here from Spa Beach, but you still got Farding out in front, 110. That's Snyder back there in second. Snyder again from nearby Bradenton, Florida, just down the street. And Farding making his home in Ackworth, Georgia. As you take a look there, boat number 6, let's take a look at this again, and let's look at that. Oh,
right there.
Stuck it. Boy. But he was able to hold on to it, you know, and that speaks volumes. And we talked about him yesterday being in the top 1 percentile of Peloton challenge.
Yeah.
So that obviously helped him out being in such great condition there as we go back on board with your race leader, sponsored by Monster Energy as well as Yamaha and Farding Racing. Taking a look at the top 5 after the completion of lap number 1. Devin Farding out in front of Torrey Snyder, who is on boat number 110. 477 is Jay Edworthy, 116. Vanjie Ramjeet, and 55, Jay Finlinson. Now, keep in mind, Finlinson needs to get up into at least 4th place if he wants to take that overall.
Yeah. That's some work to do.
Had an 11-point lead coming into this one, but Finlinson's a youngster. He's only 20 years old.
And Vanjie's not going to be easy to pass.
Nah, Vanjie, tough rider. Again, one of our privateers out there. You got a lot of factory guys out there, but Vanjie is probably the toughest privateer that we got out there. Edworthy riding for the JetX crew up in Canada. Torrey Snyder riding for Snyder Built and Judge Motorsports. You look at the top 3 here for the 3rd and final moto. You got Yamaha.
Blue crew at the top.
That's right. Led by Devin Farding. Farding coming into this second in points, but he needs to make up an 11-point difference. So he's going to need help from some of the other riders because he needs Finlinson to finish back in 5th or worse. Finlinson currently right now riding in 4th place, and that would still put him on top of the box tonight at the awards. Farding up there at the decision buoy coming into the MasterCard. This time, let's see if he goes inside or outside. Farding actually over on the left-hand side of the track, getting ready to go down that back straightaway. You can see how big this track is. I talked to the officials a little earlier today, and they said if you ride it, you GPS it, it's about 1.25 miles in length. Because they actually run all the way up beside the pier. That's a half a mile right there.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And then they run all the way in front of the pier before they turn around, and then they come all the way back. And there's Farding now going through that outside split. We were talking about the outside after the first lap being possibly a little bit quicker. That's been the decision for about 90% of the racers that we've seen on the course this weekend. Now, one of the only riders I see here, or racers rather, that I see on the move is Vanjie Ramjeet.
Yeah.
Ramjeet started out in 6th place, and he has moved his way up to 2nd place on the VR Racing.
And that's going to have a huge impact on the overall finish here today.
Yeah, Ramjeet came into this one, I believe, 4th in points. He had 28 points coming into this, but if he does very well here, he has a chance to get up onto the podium tonight. Finlayson staying right where he needs to be, right there in that 4th place. But I'd be sweating it right now if I was Finlayson.
And Edworthy sitting back there in 7th. He's dropping back a little bit. His Skip's literally just got around him.
Skip's got around him, and Camden Powell up there into that 5th spot.
Well, this one continues on with just inside of 20 minutes and a lap to go. We're coming back to St. Pete with more of the Pro Endurance after these words. The IHRA Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix is brought to you by Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast. Progressive, fast boats, smart coverage, Progressive Insurance. And by Visit St. Pete Clearwater, America's best beaches. Conditions like this for racers on the water is very similar to car racers in a rain situation. Wake up, look out the window. If you love racing in the rain, you're thinking, man, I own these guys today. If you don't like that, you're thinking, oh, don't even roll it out of the trailer. Let's just go home because I'm not going to be able to do this. Water races, they see the wind, they see the waves like this. Some folks are going, yeah, let's go. Get it off the beach. I can't wait to get out there. I'm going to crush these guys, Shane.
I'll tell you, some guys have the ability to thrive in these conditions. They practice in it, you know, and they really, you can tell they're running a whole different race. You know, whether it's a stand-up, a sit-down, whether it's an offshore boat. Some guys really love this rough stuff, I'll tell you, and they are geared and ready for it.
And Devin has gotten a lot of great coaching from his father, Dustin. Dustin was an amazing rider in waters like this. He always wanted it, the rougher the better. And that's the way that he has taught his son here, Dev Dog, to also approach the situation.
Well, it's definitely showing. That's good education there.
Definitely a technique to it, but there's also a mental technique to it. And it just works for some racers like Dennis Mack here on the 243 that runs in 9th. One area that hasn't changed at all is the sand on the beach over there at Spa Beach, right, Taylor?
It definitely hasn't. I was able to catch a word with some of the riders before, and I'm getting a little bit of insight from their teams. I was able to talk to Devin's brother down here. He lives for this rough water. He obviously trains on a stand-up, so water like this is what he thrives. I know you guys mentioned that. This is where he thrives. I asked him if they thought anybody had him. They were cautious, but they said his stamina is absolutely top-notch, so he's not going to get tired out there, even though this is an endurance race. Pretty impressive. I also caught a word with Tori Snyder before the race. He really finds a lot of skill in the sweeper, and he finds excellence in passing on the straights. Unfortunately, he did get passed by Avanji Ramjeet, also another really skilled rider. I asked Tori who his biggest competitor was out there today. He said the waves, so I think that's definitely going to be the biggest one to watch out for is the waves.
Yeah, the waves are undefeated today, right, Taylor?
That's
undefeated.
Well, Tori Snyder actually trains just down the street here over the St. Pete Skyway. These guys meet down there every weekend when we're not racing, and they're always bringing buoys out and turning laps down there. So this kind of water kind of favors him. But Devin Farthing, like she said, he is kind of an Iron Man out there.
Well, Farthing right here leading the race with inside of 14.5 minutes and a lap to go. Snyder up to 2nd, Vanjie back to 3rd, Camden Powell and Jay Finlayson holding down 5th.
Well, we get about 12:45 left on the clock, and one of the things I just noticed was Devin Farthing just overtook Dennis Mack, so he has lapped all the way up to 8th place right now. And Snyder switching places with Ramjeet again. And the other thing is Powell getting ahead. Well, I'll tell you, Finlayson needed to get up into that 4th place position. Farthing came into this one in 2nd. Needed 11 points to catch Finlayson. Finlayson needs to finish 4th or better. And his best friend, Camden Powell, just overtook him and took that 4th place position. So I find it interesting there that Syracuse Mafia boys are switching positions there. And this could put Jay 2nd place on the box instead of 1st. So again, you got Farthing, Snyder, Ramjeet, Powell, Finlayson in your top 5. And then your second 5, you got Skips in 6, Edworthy, Bislewitz, Mack, and Legopoulos. And there's Edworthy, who won his 2nd moto. And unfortunately got penalized the 1st moto. Otherwise, he would have this one in the bag, Ralph.
Just imagine. He's got to be running that through his mind throughout the course of the day. But that's racing. Woulda, coulda, and shoulda, right?
That's right. That's right. Well, and the good thing is he's got 5 rounds here with the IHRA series, and every round you're getting points. Every race you're getting points. So everything adds up. Camden Powell now getting ahead of Vanjie Ramjeet. So Ramjeet back to 4th, Finlayson in 5th. While Farthing remains out in front, and Torrey Snyder with a pole in the water, and he's trying to reel him in here at the pier. Last lap around for Devin Farthing. And then 2:39, 3:57 for Torrey Snyder. Fastest guy on the track right now, though, is Camden Powell. Camden turning in a 2:35, 2:74 that last lap, so he has moved himself into the top 3, Shane.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, he looks like he's really making a run for it. Or he's finding some clean water, or he's navigating the wave troughs maybe a little bit better than some of the other competitors out there, but he really's got something figured out there. Hopefully he can continue that momentum.
Well, you know, that's the whole thing. You know, it's really hard to find a clean line out there. Yep. The one thing that's different here in the pro class than the amateur class is the amateur has the 200s and the 300s. So those guys are all used to lap traffic. Here in the pro class, you don't see lap traffic too often, but with these kind of conditions, you are seeing some lap traffic.
Yep. This is definitely not the water everybody wanted, but this is the water that everybody's going to get to race on this weekend. So.
It's the same water for everybody, right?
Yep, everybody's got the same opportunity when they show up or wake up in the morning to hit that beach and get after it.
All right, about 7:15 left on the ticker, and Devin Farthing still in command, looking to go wire to wire here. He's got Camden Powell in his rearview mirror. Torrey Snyder sliding back a position. Ramjeet still running in 4th, Finlayson in 5th. Again, Ramjeet running the fastest lap times right now with a 2:29.679.
Yeah, he's blistering.
So he is trying to get back up to Torrey. He was in 2nd for a while, but started out in 6th, so he's been really moving around.
You'd made the comment earlier on in a race that, you know, some of these guys, you know, they'll maybe sit further to the back, and some of these guys are constantly standing so they can take that shock with their knees and their bodies to be able to reposition that, you know, that ski through different corners and such. Do you see this level, this class, do you see these guys sitting down much, or are they really just always on edge?
Well, what they're going to do in this type of conditions right here, they're going to use their legs, okay? They're going to stand up most of the time, but if they see some calm water, they're going to sit down real quick. They're going to give their knees a little bit of break, and they're going to pop right back up when the surf hits them again.
Right on. Yeah, this has got to just take a toll on these riders' bodies. You know, these guys are professionals, and these guys are athletes, as you can tell when Taylor was doing all of her, you know, interviewing down at the beach. You know, these guys don't miss a gym day, I don't think.
No, not at all, not at all. That was Devin Farthing working his way through that outside split, and there we go. We got boat number 20 that we're taking a look at right there, and that is Martin Bizowitz, who owns Fast Power Sports here on Florida's East Coast. Boat number 20.
Yep, as we were talking earlier, everybody's taking the left side of the S's and running the outside. They're running that blue set.
And take a look right there at Jay Edworthy. Edworthy, as I take a look, still running in 7th place. Looked like he had a good start. He was up there during the start, but he has slid back on that Sea-Doo. And as far as the battle of the manufacturers, you got Yamaha on 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. And Edworthy is the first Sea-Doo out there in 7th place.
I'll tell you what, you could probably tell that the weekend just takes a toll on him. He's had an amazing weekend in all of his other classes, though.
Yeah,
it really has. He's really been a competitor this weekend. There he is again.
Riding they got to ride 2 motos yesterday in that calm water, and like I said yesterday, the Sea-Doo being a little bit lighter really rides a lot better in that calmer water. And these deeper V Yamahas, the SVHOs, are handling a lot better today in this rougher stuff.
Well, you sure can tell when you look at the top of the leaderboard, you know, who's riding what.
Exactly. When you got the top 6 that are Yamaha, that says what wins on Sunday sells on Monday. Is that what they say?
All these power sports dealers better be ready for their phone calls to go. The season is right, the time is right, and you better get your watercraft bought now before the season gets away from you.
That's right. I believe it's Cycle Springs here locally in the St. Pete area.
Even all of our viewers up north, you know, they got to be functioning at the bit to let things thaw out a little bit and warm up. So,
Dev Dog still your leader. Camden Powell trying to reel him in as we are just under 4 minutes left to go here in our Pro Enduro 300 class.
Stay with us. We're coming back for more racing action from St. Pete right here on Speed Sport 1. Welcome back to St. Petersburg, Florida. It's the IHRA Monster Energy St. Pete Grand Prix.
And look Looks like Edwardy taking that inside. We talked about the outside being popular. Edwardy going to try something new.
Maybe he's trying to pick up a little ground. We'll see how that works out for him when he comes across the start finish.
And that's Farthing. Farthing's getting ready to actually lap Edwardy. If he laps Edwardy, he'll have lapped all the way up to 6th place.
Wow. In the pro class, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's one heck of a ride right there. No doubt about it on that Farthing Racing Monster Energy Yamaha.
I'll tell you what, that kid, he has got it, and he is going places, isn't he?
He sure is. He sure is. He's already got 4 world titles under his belt.
Wow.
And
that's
I
crazy.
believe he just turned 22.
Oh, there's my beach camo right there, guys.
Yeah, you gotta
love
like
it.
That must be a big thing down in Argentina, because that's Leo Morelli out of Argentina.
I saw him pull into the pits yesterday. I thought that was a good-looking watercraft.
I'll tell you, the biggest challenge for Farthing is growing up in Georgia and attending the University of Tennessee. That doesn't play out very well if you're in the SEC.
Well, does he go back home with Tennessee orange on?
Man, carefully.
Yeah, you don't want to be sporting that volunteer colors in Bulldog country, that's for sure. Get a nice overhead shot there, and I believe that is Anthony Radetic, who we're taking a look at, currently running in the 12th place, right there behind Morelli, Lagopoulos, and Dennis Mack. But no changes up front while we get ready to hit the 2-minute warning here, plus 1 lap. Dev Dog in control.
He's got about, what, a lap and a half to go, maybe?
Yeah, I would say probably about a lap and a half to go. I'm trying to see where he's at on the track right here. Just went past the yellow, so I believe he is on the back side of the track. So by the time he gets back around, I'm probably going to be right about a minute left, so he might have 2 more laps to go. As last lap time was about a 2:38.627. Fastest lap time that we've seen here, a 2:30.638. Nice overhead shot. You can see just how rough it is. These guys not spending a lot of time in the water today. They're really airing it out. And it's funny, most of them have 2 words for us up here, and they say, hey, we're going to send it. And they have definitely sent it today.
That's all you can do on a day like today, right? Just got a full commitment.
And we welcome everybody back here to the IHRA Professional Watercraft Series. We're here at the Lake of the Ozarks. A great weekend ahead, and as you can see, the next race is beginning as we speak. Women's GP Moto number 2. Moto number 1 went towards Emmy Garcia. She dominated that first moto. Britton Reinhardt was right there in 2nd place behind her. And it looks like the 11 is going to get off to a good start here one more time.
All right, Garcia picking up where she left off in Moto number 1. Came into the weekend, Ken, as the points leader. Had a nice, sizable lead, but she's going to add to that total. 396 points coming into this one. 370 for River Varner, 356 for Britton Reinhardt.
And you can see the 2 different lanes there as they merge back together. And number 1, 1st and 2nd, very, very close right there.
Oh, it is tight up there near the front of the pack. And just getting a great overhead shot, kind of lining the course for you as they work their way back into the cove area.
That left-hander really separated those 2. Man, look at the gap, how much it grew just between the left-hander and the end of that lap.
Well, I'll tell you, Garcia is on fire out there today. Her and her brother both taking wins in Moto number 1. Her brother won the junior ski.
Such an advantage if you can get out front. I mean, even if you have somebody very close behind you in that straightaway, when you come into that buoy, the second person, by the time they see the buoy with the white water in front of them, the wash and the spray, they're a little bit off. You hesitate just a little bit, and boom, there's that gap you need.
Yeah, Garcia out there on boat number 11. Again, she's out of Lake Havasu City, 18 years old, sponsored by Fast Power Sports as well as Rip Roy Products, Impros, Jet Trim, Marine One, and H2O LG1 Designs.
Yeah, and hats off to Britton in that first moto. She's only 14 years of age. She's once again in 2nd place and doing a great job.
Yeah, Reese still in 3rd, River in 4th, and that's how they finished in Moto number 1. That's exactly how they finished. Garcia again adding to that points total, now with a 26-point lead over 2nd place.
with a couple little spiders here running across the table.
We need some insect repellent here to the booth.
They've been our friends here today. There are 4 or 5 of them running across the table. It's always an interesting moment. But Emmy out here doing a great job.
Yeah, once again, Emmy taking it to the rest of the pack out here. Great job. Again, folks, you're watching the Lake of the Ozarks IHRA Professional Watercraft Racing Series. This is Moto number 2 here for the Women's Ski GP. Looking at the afternoon lineup for all of you who are going to be watching throughout the afternoon. The second race is going to be a sports spec. Then it's going to be junior ski and ski GP2, runabout GP3. And then we've got the big boys coming up. The ski GP Moto number 1, which we just seen qualifying right before the lunch break.
And look at the 2 laps here. The inside lap, the outside lap. It's a great display of it right there. Emmy gone, man. Well, she is checked out.
I did notice that I seen 2 people on that in the inside split in the green buoys right there.
Yes.
Now, all morning, everybody was taking that outside, so obviously there was some course adjustments over the lunch break.
Yeah, and I think the big reason for that outside is you can see it's a momentum lap to the outside. You just carry so much more momentum versus a stop and start around the tighter buoys on the inside. I think that is probably the advantage there. Whatever the difference is now, we'll have to pay attention to that here in the afternoon sessions.
All right, Garcia opted to go to that outside. And yeah, just as you pointed out, Ken, the outside is normally built to be a little bit more wide open, a little bit more sweeping, where the inside's a little more tighter, a little more technical.
But shorter, right? So
but it's
that's
shorter,
the difference.
Yep.
Maybe they're making it rip, man, doing a good job. 8 minutes left in this one, plus 1 lap.
Yeah, I'll tell you, the marshals spend a lot of time to make sure that that's absolutely even, because nobody wants to be cheated out there while they come out here and race. Garcia, Reinhard, Geis, and Varner, 1 through 4 right now. And you can see the biggest gap, the largest gap there is between first and second place. As Amy, like us on Monday, she is checking out of this one.
Yeah, guys, and Varner again very, very close as Varner closes that gap a little bit closer than she was in that first moto, so she's getting better.
Yeah, Varner currently, I believe, sitting second in the points coming into this weekend, and gained a little more points, gained some 4th place points in Moto number 1. Currently sitting with 370 points, 26 behind Garcia.
Yeah, and you got to think if your speed out here on the track is good, it's difficult to make a pass. We know that, but you've got to get better at your starts. And if she works on those starts a little bit, and she can get that position, she could probably hang on to it.
Britton Reinhardt out of Lake Havasu City, 14 years old, sponsored by Monster Energy TC Free Ride on boat number 851. Trying to reel in your leader right now, Garcia, but Garcia actually putting a little more real estate between she and second place as we take a look at third place right there. Nice color scheme for Reese on the purple machine out there. And again, these are the GP boats. Reese on a Commander out there. She's on the Lone Commander. All the other riders on the Fast Power Sports boat.
Yeah, and Emmy with a near 7-second lead already. I mean, she is on fire here in this second moto.
Doing a great job and working her way toward the split section up the top left-hand side of the track as we view it here from the Lake of the Ozarks. And that is your decision buoy, inside or outside. And once again, Amy going to the outside.
Yeah, I'm sure she gets in a rhythm. It's like, you know what? It's working for me. Let me just stick with what's working. Why would I venture into another lane and just get out of sync?
Well, it looked like second place was going to the inside, and then third place, Reese was going to the inside. As you see the green flag come out, and that means that the race is halfway complete. So when you see Ryan down there waving the green flag, that signifies to the riders that I believe that is 6 minutes down and 6 minutes to go here in the afternoon session.
Yeah, so a little bit longer moto than the 10-minute moto this morning.
Right, yeah, added a couple minutes. And we've got just over 5.5 minutes left to go as we go back on board with Amy, and she is riding on the rail right now.
Really nice job out of her, as we talked about before, came in here as a points leader. Finished up second at St. Pete. She did not win at St. Pete. She did win at New Orleans. River Varner grabbed the win there at St. Pete for the season opener, and that's what has River second in the points.
Yeah, I believe Amy actually suffered a mechanical issue in St. Pete, and that was one of the reasons she only got 156 points in that one. Varner with 173 points in St. Pete. But but then Garcia was perfect in New Orleans. So she's going to be tough to catch up to. This is round number 3, 5 total rounds here with the IHRA Professional Watercraft Racing Series.
Clips off another lap, starts another one, and I mean right at the buoys.
Yeah, I believe Amy with her brother spends a lot of time at Body Beach out there in Lake Havasu, and that seems to be kind of like the mecca for personal watercraft racing. But Body Beach is world renowned for that's where all the top pros go to practice, and you got a lot of top pros that actually reside there right in Lake Havasu City. And so you can go down there on any given weekend and it looks like there's a race going on.
Wow. Pretty cool how some places just develop a reputation like that, and people tend to start to navigate their way over there, just kind of test the waters, find out where they stand against people like this.
Well, from what I understand, that our series is actually going to be going to Lake Havasu City as well toward the end of September.
Great.
Amy taking a look around, seeing what kind of gap she's got. Just over 3:45 left on the clock, and as I take a look, it looks like Britain is now down a lap. Reese is 1 minute and 2. She's in third place. She's 1 minute and 2 behind your race leader. So Amy just tearing it up out there. Yeah,
crushing it.
Somebody get out the extinguisher. This girl is on fire.
I don't think you're going to put this one out for another 3 minutes on a lap.
Yeah, right, exactly. We're going to need a bigger hose. All right, Amy, once again, originally making her home in France. They just moved over, I believe, a couple of years ago to Lake Havasu City.
It just physically looks faster. I mean, I wonder, you got to think that nobody just puts them up and lets them rest. I'm sure that they made some changes, some adjustments. She just looks more comfortable on it, and she looked really good in the first moto, don't get me wrong, but she really looks comfortable here this afternoon.
We just took a look at Reinhardt. Reinhardt picking up that Monster Energy sponsorship here for 2026, also sponsored by Taylor Curtis over at TC Freeride, as she negotiates her way through the chicanes on that outside split and now works her way down the front straightaway.
I love it, man. Squats down, gets as low CG as she can in those really tight turns.
Oh, yeah, the attack position as they work their way around the sweeper on the left-hand side of the track. And headed up toward...
Right there at the buoy.
Yeah.
Enters low here and then lets it wash out. You can. Line is still straight.
Yeah, you can see just how deep they're getting in the tray. Garcia a little bit taller than Reinhardt. Again, Garcia 18, Reinhardt 14. Reese, who sits back there in third, is 20. And the oldest rider out there, River Varner, is only 24. So not that big of a gap here in the women like we've seen with the men, you know.
Says Britain is about 10 seconds back as Emmy continues to stretch out this lead. Are there anybody on the shoreline? Do they have crew members on the shoreline to communicate to them at all? Like, you've got a good lead here, just keep doing what you're doing, no reason to push any harder?
Yeah, a lot of times what they'll do is they'll stay right down there at the starting line. So the rider will look over where they started, and that's where their pit crew will be. And a lot of times, just like motocross, they'll write something down on a pit board so they can take a look at it as they come by. Or they'll put their arms wide open. That means you got a big lead. You know, if they got their arms real close to each other, that means, you better get on it.
Yeah, some sort of communication, because you want to let somebody like Emmy know, okay, you've got a big lead here. You can keep doing what you're doing, but no need to push any harder.
Right, yeah, you don't want to blow the motor. You still got another moto to go. And these motors aren't cheap. And I don't know if there's any place here at Lake of the Ozarks where you can get parts for these motors.
I would think there's another one sitting in the trailer for Emmy. Or at least I would hope so.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they've got a couple of the number 11s in their trailer. And she is just still in the attack position. Notice how the elbows are up over the handle pole.
Yeah, and look at her arms, man. I mean, talk about somebody that's in shape. I mean, clearly you have to be to hang on to one of these things for 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 15 minutes.
Yeah, she's doing an amazing job. As you see her working her way through the sweeper on the bottom left-hand side of the track. Garcia now with over a 10.5-second lead over Britt Reinhardt. we'll have the white flag coming up on the next lap here for Emmy.
Yep, clock is down to zeros, as you can see up there.
So we'll see if Emmy opts to go to that outside split again as she nears the decision buoy on the top left-hand side of the track. And once again, going to go to the outside. That's been her favorite. And, well, you got a 10-second lead. You could have taken the inside or the outside. I don't think it really would have mattered on this lap. Only about 100 feet to go here, I believe, for Emmy before the checkered flag comes out. And there's Reinhardt still sitting in second. There's the white flag for Emmy. I'm sorry, checkered flag will be coming up this next time around from Ryan.
And here she comes.
So again, less than a lap to go here in Moto number 2, Women's Ski GP. Garcia a winner in Moto number 1, and looking to put an exclamation point on it here for Moto number 2, as she'll be taking the checkered flag next time around.
Yep, took the lead at the drop of the green flag as soon as the horn went off, man. Up there in the tray, did a great job accelerating, took the early point. It was really close when they merged back together. They were separated by just a few feet, but she was out front, had the clean water, was able to negotiate that left-hander after the stripe, and was able to put a bigger gap on Britain, and has managed to stretch it out ever since.
And one final time through the outside split for your race leader, Emmy Garcia, out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, sponsored by Rick Roy Products, Jet Trim Marine One, and LG One Designs. As there we go down the front straightaway for the final time, and she will take the win here in the women's ski GP class. 2 for 2 so far, Ken.
Yeah, I mean, absolute perfection there for her in this moto here.
I didn't see one mistake. I got to agree with you.
Nicely done. Emmy Garcia doing a great job. And then once again, how about the 14-year-old Britain Reinhardt doing a great job, finishing second in the second moto, first and second moto, I should say. Reese Geis hanging on there for third place once again, and River Varner getting closer and closer to Reese. So we'll see in the third moto. Maybe that will be the magic for a podium finish.
All right, same finish as moto number 1 here in this one, and that is going to do it for the Women's Ski GP, at least for our second session here. Coming up next, we are going to have our sports spec riders out there as we take a look. That's their final results. Garcia taking the top spot, Reinhardt in second, 141. Geis in third, and Varner rounding out your top 4. Let's take a look at the replay here, and you can see getting a great start from that inside. Amy really getting a good jump. Reinhardt with a good start on the outside, and like you were saying, as they come back together here through the merge, they were side by side.
Yeah, good look at it here. As you can see, they picked their choice. I don't think we're going to see that merge come back here on lap 1, but it was very close. It was very exciting as well. But Emmy, of course, not pressured at all, or the pressure doesn't seem to have phased her, that's for sure. And stayed in the throttle, did a great job on that first lap, and was able to gap second place, and then continued to do so, winning that one by near 10 seconds.
Wire to wire as we get set with the sports spec class.
Yeah, last time out of Strauss Mernick was the winner there in the sports spec category. Britton Reinhardt making her way over to the shoreline, and we'll get our Pam Hall over there to talk to the young lady of 14 years of age. Good stuff. Okay, let's go down to Pam Hall.
Thank you so much. Britton Reinhardt here. You got number 2 today by 11 seconds. You're in that 11 seconds out of the top position.
Yeah.
But you're right here at the finish line. I mean, that was definitely tough.
Yeah, it was. The conditions are making it super hard, and now with it being flat, we train in rough water, and the skis are set up for rough water too, but we got to make do with what we have. But I want to congratulate Emmy. She deserves that. She rode really fast, and I'm really proud of her.
Well, and you're running, earlier you were out here and you were running in a different ski, and then you're back here in your number 851. But all in all, the weekend has been very good so far.
Yeah, definitely. I'm stoked for Saturday and Sunday.
All right, well, congratulations once again. This is Britton Reinhardt right here at our number 2 position for our qualifying run.
And Mike, I love it, seeing this next race about to start here, but I love the way she speaks. Very respectful to her competition, excited to be out here, ready to deal with whatever adversities they have to deal with. It just is what it is. And it looks like the 411 right there struggling to get off of the starting line.
Yeah, tough break there. Bad start there for the 411, but Emmy, very mature for a 14-year-old.
Very mature, yes. very nicely done. Being raised properly in the racing world, and it will deliver for the rest of her life. That's what I love about this.
Well, you know, you don't see too many 14-year-olds that are that calm in front of the camera as well.
Yep, excellent job. So congrats to her parents and everybody that's surrounding her, and congrats on back-to-back second-place finishes as we kick off this race here, the Sports Spec Moto number 2.
And that is Talon Farding there on the red, white, and blue machine. Takes a look over his shoulder. Again, Strauss Mernick, a winner in Moto number 1.
Yeah, Talon, if memory serves, finished up 3rd here in the first moto, but did an interview with him and was very confident that he was going to get a better start here and get out front. It looks like he's done exactly that.
So I was looking, I believe that maybe the 55 that is right behind him. I was looking for Mernick.
Mernick won this thing in the first moto, so yeah, that might be. Look at him getting that out of that white water to stay in the clean water. And we're going to go back to Pam Hall as you watch this race here and talk to our winner.
Thank you once again, Ken. I'm here with Emmy Garcia, now back-to-back on your motos today. How are you feeling for that?
I'm feeling great. Like, not really tired because it's not really rough today, but hopefully the wind can pick up tomorrow, so we have a better waves.
So let's talk about that, because people are talking about this being a flat lake. You guys train in rough water, so difference in the driving style.
So we don't really train in rough water. Like, it's kind of flat where we train, but the last 2 races that we had was pretty rough, so it's different. But the ski handle good, so that's all matters.
That's all that matters, and you're in the number 1 spot twice today, so it's got to be a good feeling.
Yes, it's a really good feeling. Hopefully I can keep it for tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, congratulations once again. We have Emmy Garcia right here, our number 1 in Moto 1 and Moto 2.
And congratulations to her. Nicely done. We'll find out if she can make it a hat trick here in that 3rd and final moto as we come back out here to the Sports Spec race. And it was a great view once again of the high line and the low line and how they merge back. And you can see there in 2nd place, that is Strauss Mernick, our winner in Moto number 1, was trying to find some clean water. Now following on the white water a little bit more as that gap's grown just a little bit.
Jet Wildeboer has advanced up into the 3rd spot, just in front of Tori Snyder and Skinny Moore. And glad to see Jet back out there, as he had a arm injury back in New Orleans. Had to make a trip to the hospital.
So people are on a jet ski out there jumping the wakes too out in the distance. So everybody having some fun here. But you can see the boats gathered around to watch the racers go at it here.
Yeah, lots of boat traffic here at Lake of the Ozarks. As we go back on board here with Farding, and you can see Farding taking a look over his shoulder. And as you pointed out in that exit interview a little earlier today after Moto number 1, seemed very confident for Motos 2 and 3.
Yeah, he was highly motivated, was not happy with his race. Felt like he could do a good bit better, and so far is delivering on that. Look at that. Side by side they went, and once again at that merge area.
Look at that. Is that Mernick that just went into the lead?
That is the
Yep.
Yeah, that was Farthing that just lost the spot. Wow.
Wow.
You can literally hear the people screaming on the shoreline.
Yeah,
and that's that inside line and outside line and how they merged back together, and it delivered.
Well, Farding came into the weekend with a 7-point advantage and then taking a 3rd in the first moto. Mernick taking a 1st. Mernick is your new points leader here in the Sports Spec class, and he's trying to add 60 more to his total.
Yeah, and it looks like he took that lead and stretched it out already very quickly.
Great job there by Mernick, able to get around Talon Farding on that last lap. Jet Wildeboer still holding on to 3rd, followed by Bradenton's Tori Snyder and Texas's Skinny Moore. That's Casey Moore, who raced for many, many years back in the 90s and early 2000s. And great to have her back out on the track, as she hasn't been out here racing for probably about 7 to 8 years.
Man, Mernick just driving away from Farthing. I mean, I wondered even if Farthing might have a mechanical of some sort, but 3rd place is not really closed up on him, so maybe not. But Mernick absolutely driving away.
Well, I'll tell you, Mernick has a lot of people in his corner. Monster Army, Caldwell Racing, Dean's team, as well as Commander Yamaha Racing Team, Revo Racing, 6D helmets. I know that MTI Boats is even helping them.
And it looked like maybe a ski was down right there by that buoy. You could see safety in there helping them out. But Mernick right on point, drove it right to the buoy anyways to get around it. So not real sure what had happened there, but there were a couple of skis right by that buoy.
Possibly a buoy getting loose or something.
Yeah.
It looks like the marshals are playing
traffic. Still see something there. So yeah, that might have been exactly what it was.
Yeah, a lot of times the marshals will stay right there if we get a buoy that goes loose, and they'll point the yellow flag and let them know to, hey, go on, and that's it right there.
So the buoy did come loose. They're trying to get this thing back out in place. And, yeah, like you said, put the ski out there and make them go around you. It's kind of sketchy when you think about it. But
who wants to be that guy?
Right. You better have a bright-colored vest on.
Right. He gets paid the big bucks. So Marinick, Farthing, and Wildeboer are still running 1, 2, 3. No lead swapping that last time around. Just under 4.5 minutes left to go as we take a look at Marinick. A very talented racer coming on board with us just last year with the Endurance Series, and now doing some closed course stuff with us as well. So we'll see him in the, I believe, the Amateur 200 tomorrow, where he is the points leader in the Endurance Series as well.
Do they have onboard data systems like a V-Box, if you will, and they can go back and look at their laps?
A lot of them do, especially like when you get into the stand-up classes and stuff like that. I know there's guys like Cabrera Motorsports down in South Florida, where he can tell you everything. He can tell you their top speed, the average lap time, everything that you need to know as a racer about your performance out there.
So you'd be able to come back, take a look at your GPS traces, find out which you could really find out which lap is better, inside or outside, if you have that type of data coming back.
Yeah, and it actually measures your heart rate as well, so you can see, where your heart rate's at the beginning of the race, at the end of the race, where you need to be a little bit better. But there is a lot of technology that goes into this.
Yeah, and if you have a teammate, say like the Farthings, that are running in different categories, different brothers, and they can come back and take a look at that data and say, hey, man, this is a little bit better here if you do it this way. This is a little bit better here if you do it that way. And they can merge that information to come out here and be a little bit better in the second moto.
Yeah, that's for sure. If you're in second place, you want to watch the lines that your first place rider is using. Because if the first place rider is using them, they're probably pretty good because he's in first place.
Right. And for Marinick to come out here and pass Farthing like he did, I mean, clearly doing something correct or a little bit better.
And both of them have very good equipment, very good mechanics.
Well, that's what I was thinking, right? I mean, Farthing is out here. The equipment is as good as it's going to get.
Exactly. Talon Farthing, again, out of Ackworth, Georgia. And he is, I believe, a sophomore now at the University of Tennessee, where his brother just graduated from. Another part of the Monster Energy Farthing Racing Yamaha Progressive Insurance team.
So that 111 there for just a quick moment, last lap, Skinny Moore.
Yeah, Casey, the only female out here competing. And as I take a look down, 8 entries in this one. And Skinny currently sitting in 5th place. And Burka, who had some troubles earlier on boat number 93, had some mechanical troubles, currently running in 6th, with Branson rounding out your top 7 here in this one.
Look at your leader right there. Strauss doing a great job on the 55. Followed up by Talon Farthing, who was our early leader. Jet Wildeboer doing a nice job here, up inside of the top 3 in this moto, followed up by Tori Snyder.
One of the things I just noticed, if you noticed Marinick right now, not following a lapper on the outside split, both him and Farthing going to that inside now. So, again, there has been some stuff that has been moved around out there.
That's a nice heads-up move. You have a lapper coming up, you have an opportunity to take a different line and get around them. That's the thing to do.
Right, yeah, you don't want to stay in that aerated pump wash. So Marinick, Farthing, Wildeboer, 1, 2, and 3 here in the sports spec class as time continues to expire here. Just over a minute plus lap to go here in the sports spec.
Down to 1 minute to go and 1 lap as you watch the clock up there in the left-hand corner of the screen continue to tick down. That is your leader dealing with a lapper right there. Had to get right up behind him, then went down to the inside. The lapper doing a nice job of moving to the outside, I would say, as well, being respectful.
Yeah, that was Branson that just went a lap down to Marinick. And it looks like Marinick working his way through the inside split. He's going to get to that, to the flagman before we get the white flag, so he's actually probably going to have 2 more laps to go.
And that's exactly, I think, what we saw in the previous moto. It was a different class, but missed that buoy, went to the inside.
Yeah, so now he's going to have to take the yellow tetrahedron, that's the triangular buoy that is on the far right-hand side of the track. If you don't take that buoy, then he's going to be down a lap.
And that could open up the door for Talon Farthing if he's close enough to maybe jump back up there in the lead. We'll see how this works out. We're going to watch this miss buoy here one more time. And then they'll be coming to the white flag lap at the end of this one. Let's watch it. Just turned in a little bit too soon. and to the inside of the buoy. He went and looked back. He's like, yep, I did.
Yeah, so I think he knows that he's got to hit the penalty buoy now, which is over on the opposite side of the track, and he's got to make it up on this lap. You can't make it up on whatever lap you want to make it up on. It's got to be this lap right here. So it'd be interesting to see if he heads out there toward that yellow buoy. There's second place Farthing. We'll see if Farthing can't take that first place position back as he heads there to the split section here in just a couple of moments, working the left-hand side of the track now.
And you wonder if Farthing is aware of the situation there. I mean, there's a chance that he was so far out front that he didn't see that happen. He's working on his own lap. Talon was 15 seconds behind, so it's a pretty big gap.
Okay, well, Talon going to the inside. It looked like Marinick came from the outside. The white flag should be coming out.
Out.
All right, so Ryan throwing the white flag out, less than a lap to go for Marinick. Marinick was able to go out, hit the penalty buoy, come back before Farthing could get there. So Farthing right now having to settle for second place. Hole shotted, lost the lead to Marinick about halfway through this one, and Marinick hasn't looked back.
Yeah, despite going on the inside of a buoy and needing to pay that penalty, going a little bit farther way around with just before the clock wound down and the white flag came out, but managed to hang on to the spot.
Torrey taking a second in the first moto, Torrey Snyder, and now currently sitting in the fourth place position on the Snyder built machine. So again, we are under white flag racing conditions. Probably just about a half lap to go for Baron Marinick out of Texas.
That was Skinny-Moore we were watching, the 111. And there's our leader.
Yeah, looks like he's on the outside split one final time, showing you what a bobblehead would look like.
Well, you know, in karting, they call it falling out of the seat. That's an indicator you're getting pretty tired. So either was taking it easy and got caught off guard or was starting to fatigue a little bit. Either way, we'll manage to hang on and win this one.
Well, congratulations to young Mr. Marinick. Marinick only 14 years old, sponsored by the Monster Army, Caldwell Racing, and Dean Strong. Second place, Farthing coming through on 521. Monster Energy Farthing Racing Yamaha, sponsored by Progressive and Mountain Motorsports.
So Marinick will stretch out that points lead.
Yeah, was able to overtake it in the first moto today. Only sits about 4 or 5 points ahead of Farthing, so that's going to make the racing action here in moto number 3 pretty interesting.
Wildeboer stepping up from 4th to 3rd in the points with Matt Johnson not in the field.
Now we've only got 4 classes. It'll be running all 3 closed course motos today. Sports Spec, which is this one. Junior Ski, which is coming up next. Ski GP2 and Runabout GP3. Those are the only 4 classes that will run all 3 motos today. We also will see right around 3 o'clock or so, we should have our ski GP moto number 1. That is going to be a good one. Got to watch them qualify just a little earlier today, and that is going to be a dandy.
Yeah, those things are rocket ships. A lot of fun to watch.
It was fun to watch qualify.
An interview with one of the other ones on the side saying, man, those guys are flying.
Right.
Here's a look at the results here from our last race here in Sports Spec. Congrats, Strauss Marinick. Second win of the day. Talon Farthing with his second podium of the day. Jet Wildeboer doing a nice job. Gets up inside of the top 3.
All right, taking a look at the replay. He looks skinny, gets a good hole shot from the inside. She was on the red boat, sitting on the inside. I believe that was a red HX. She got a pretty good start. You see she comes out in about 2nd, shakes out in about 5th after they merged, though. Farthing with the early lead on the Monster Energy Farthing racing machine. You can see him pull up right beside Marinick. Marinick able to steal the lead from using the inside split. Farthing was on the outside, Marinick was on the inside, and Marinick made the green buoys work for him. Once again, everybody was going to that outside, the blue buoys, first half of the day. And we got things, as Marinick takes a look back, he's like, oh, what happened there?
And you know, I thought I saw it during the race, and I thought I just saw it in that replay. I think there was a point where Marinick waved at the pleasure boat out there at the other end. It looked to me like he took his hand off the steering wheel and gave him a quick wave. It was kind of funny.
Probably one of those MTI boats that are sponsoring him.
Maybe. Yeah.
And boat
one of the big boats that's out there. Beautiful boat.
Oh yeah, you can tell they're all coming in and heading over to the marina with the restaurant right next to us.
We welcome a new podium finisher up. Let's go down to Pam and talk to him.
Here with the Jet Willenborg. Here we are at the finish line here. Well, not the finish line, but the loading dock in that number 3 position for Moto 2 for the day. How is it feeling?
It's feeling good out there. Had a bunch of boat problems on the way here. Blew up a drive shaft and stuff, but we figured it out, and we're just out there having fun. The boat's not as fast, but I'm out there trying to make the best as I can.
You know, that's all you can do, right, is go out there and do, like you just said, the best as you can, the water conditions and everything else. But good job on that number 3 position.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go right here to Talon. Now, Talon in that number 2 spot, but I got a little tidbit. Different ski from Moto 1 to Moto 2.
Yeah, there was a crack in the engine. The motor almost blew up, so we had to go get my backup ski, but you got to get it done sometimes with whatever you can get.
Yes, exactly right there. I mean, to get out there back on the water and out in the race for Moto 2, 100%. But in that number 2 position, you were out there in that number 1 in the lead and then kind of fell back to second.
Yeah, so I think maybe the steering cable broke on my ski. The steering was a little bit loose and I slid out when he got me, but the guy that got me is a really good rider, so props to him.
Well, good job, though, getting in that number 2 position. I mean, is this the ski you're going to use the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. All right. Well, good job, though, on that number 2 spot. We'll see you back out there tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Congrats to our podium finishers there as we have kicked off the ski junior category, and once again the number 11 of Andy Garcia at age of 12 gets off to a great start, was our winner in the first moto, and he's looking to back it up.
Yeah, he actually started from the inside. I seen him working the green buoys, so that inside obviously a little bit faster here in our afternoon session as he is able to nail down the hole shot. And I'm not sure, it looks like that possibly was Logan Fleming out of Port St. Lucie, Florida, right behind him. As you can see, your top 2 on the top right-hand side of your screen. And Garcia already starting to pull away. You could just see him pulling on second place right there.
Yeah, big lead there. Great start for him. Gets sorted, squatting down once again, changing the feet around, doing everything that is proper to do.
And here in the junior class, 10 minutes plus a lap. We're just over 8 minutes and change left to go, plus 1. Garcia already with a nice sizable lead. Newski taking a second in moto number 1. Currently, I believe, sitting in the 3rd position. Fleming up to 4th. Guyver Santucci currently running in 5th. Got to talk to Guyver's dad yesterday, and he is sponsored by Tree Guyver, the Lab Custom Coatings out of Destin, Florida, and Coastline Tree Service.
The 33 was Cash McClure's back there a little bit deeper in second place as we watch Garcia drive away.
Yeah, McClure coming in the points leader of the junior class. Came in with a sizable points lead. Took I believe a 3rd in the first, or actually took a 4th in the first moto. And currently sitting in second right now, Cash out of Saudi Daisy, Tennessee.
Pretty good battle right there for 3rd. Oh, and with that, no sooner than I say that, Newski was there in 3rd, but was feeling some pressure from Fleming, but Fleming went way wide.
Yeah, these guys ride together week in, week out. They ride a lot of the different series. It's not just the IHRA series, but these kids it's great to watch them off the track because they're all best friends off the track. You know, it's like a little mob running around in the pits.
That's what those kids do, man. They race together. They grow up together. They'll be great competitors in the senior divisions as they grow up and get a little bit older. That's the future of the sport right there.
Yeah, that's for sure. Cash McClure, only 10 years old out there, currently sitting in second place. Points leader coming in. Newski in 3rd. Fleming in 4th, and Santucci rounding out your top 5 here as we head toward the halfway point. Just just over 6 minutes and change left to go.
Yeah, left hand off the steer, off the handlebar right there, and reaching up, adjusting something on the vest. But that's how comfortable he is and how big of a lead he has over McClure.
Yeah, and it's one thing, you know, when you watch a lot of the other riders and not the junior class, normally right around after 5 minutes, you know, you're going to see a lot of the older guys. You're going to see them trying to stretch their back, you know, as they work their way down a straightaway. With these juniors, I mean, these kids are in such fit shape.
Tired, yeah,
they don't get tired. That's well, you've seen the interview with Garcia. He's like, why couldn't we stay out there longer?
Right. By the way, I think that battle's shaping up here again for third and fourth as Fleming seems to have closed that gap.
Nice overhead shot. And you can see second and third, not too much space between second and third right there.
Yeah, they came off of the lanes, and so I think that is third and fourth. I think that's first coming back here, big gap to second, and then the battle for third and fourth.
Yeah, that is your battle for third and fourth, as I see Fleming on the left-hand side of the screen right now.
Fleming has closed it back up. Fleming had a moment there, created a big gap, and then now has closed it back up. We'll see if he can continue to do so with approaching the halfway point +1.
And you can see they went to opposite sides of the split right there, too.
And I think that's what worked for Fleming last time, and he came out a lot closer. We'll see how it works out here again.
Yes, Newski went to the inside. I believe that was Fleming that went to the outside. Nice overhead shot as you see him getting ready to exit the split. And there's the battle you're talking about as they come out of the splits right there.
He's looking over.
Oh, yeah, side by side.
And if nothing else, oh, man, they are way closer for sure. That's what he's talking about. Oh, he takes it. He dives that thing down to the bottom, pretty much hip checks him to the outside and says, I'm taking the spot.
Oh, man. That's why they say rubbing is racing in personal watercraft, not only stock cars.
Wow.
They were rail to rail, deck to deck right there.
He's like, I might not get another chance here. I'm going to go for it. What are the rules? How do people, is that a motocross move? Is that all good here?
Yeah, you know, I mean, you're allowed to go bar to bar with somebody, but if you intentionally take them out, you know, you will be black flagged by the race director and have to come off the track.
I think that was a racing for position there. They both stayed in it. I don't think anything malicious. It's just good, hard racing.
Right, exactly, and that's what everybody's here to see, you know, and that was a great job there by Fleming, able to Fleming able to take the spot from Newski. Newski back into fourth, Santucci still in fifth, and we are halfway home, just over halfway home, as just under 4 minutes left to go.
What a great battle there to jump up there into that podium position and worked really, really hard at it. That probably took him the better part of 4 laps to get in that position, which probably explains the haste to make it happen. Because, I mean, any sort of small mistake, you might not get another chance at it.
Well, one of Fleming's coaches is Jimmy Wilson, who just had a baby, by the way. Congratulations to Jimmy and Sophia. But Jimmy was the World Grand Prix champion and took the lion's share of $300,000 in Thailand last year. So that's his coach.
Wow.
So his coach taught him right, man. Stay in the gas. Don't get off.
Yeah, he'd probably more afraid of the wrath of the coach coming back if he didn't do it.
Yeah, exactly. He's not going back to Port St. Lucie. So Cash McClure in second, Fleming in third, Newski in fourth, with Garcia showing them the way around the track. Garcia doing a great job. He has led every lap here in the junior class.
Once again, watching our leader here drive away, doing a beautiful job. Andy Garcia with the lead here early on, and has just been very consistent ever since.
Well, Cash was fairly dominant like early on in the season here in this junior ski class, but Garcia actually not attending, I believe, the New Orleans event. That's his why he has got such a good lead. McClure taking a fourth, I believe, in the first moto, currently sitting in second in this one, boat number 33, and again coming to us from volunteer country.
He's going to add a bunch of points to it here today, that's for sure. Start closing that gap. Hard to make up for an entire race, but
yeah, Fleming picked up 161 points in New Orleans, but Fleming didn't race in St. Pete. As we take a look at the replay.
Let's take this replay of the pass. This is for third place.
And Fleming on the left-hand side of your track. He just gooses that throttle and says, boom, boom, let's shake the room.
Yeah, it's we're side by side, man. We're both going through here. Good luck, brother. Here we go.
Well, Fleming had position with that turn being a right-hand turn there, so that's what helped him.
Clearly there. They were both right there, so Absolutely no harm, no foul, just good hard racing as we talked about.
All right, just under a minute and a half plus a lap to go here. From Lake of the Ozarks, you're watching the IHRA Professional Watercraft Racing Series, and Andy Garcia is leading the junior class, Moto number 2, around the track.
Yep, just about a minute to go here, plus 1 lap.
See all the boats on the outside of the track. And a nice place to watch the race from, because you can actually see back into the cove, so they can actually see the whole track, whereas if you're landlocked here, you can only see one half of the track or the other half of the track.
Yeah, nice shots there.
28 seconds ahead of Cash McClure. Garcia with a huge lead, about a half a lap lead right now as we take a look at Garcia. Again, hard to believe he's only 12 years old.
Yeah.
Heck of an athlete. And I believe that is second and third is up on the top, or I'm sorry, that is a lapped rider that is yielding to your race leader there, I believe, or your race leaders. So back marker, I believe that's second and third right there. Second is McClure, third is Fleming, but you got a lapped rider in between them. So we'll see if the back marker yields to Fleming like he did for McClure. Yeah, that's Braden Dill, boat number 14, that has actually gone a lap down.
Yeah, wanted to finish the race here and was respectful, as you said, to the driver. Well, you know what? An issue's going on back behind him. I believe with third place, got way out of the throttle. So still one more lap to go and they get back to the stripe. Not sure what happened there and with the third place rider, but fell way off pace.
Yeah, that was Fleming that got out of the gas right there. I don't know if he was just trying to set up to go to the inside, but he really let off that gas, and McClure able to extend that second place lead that he's got. Nice overhead shot there of the cove. Big sweeping turn, right-handed sweeping turn on the back section of the cove right there. And I believe Garcia is actually out of the picture right there. You've seen second place, lapped rider, and third place. Yeah, so he's in a race all by himself right now, 31 seconds ahead of second place, and you can see the white flag coming out for Garcia, who is sponsored by Jet Trim, Marine One, Fast Power Sports, Rick Roy Products, M Pros, and Cometic Gaskets.
Cruising along there, standing straight up, as you said before, probably stretching the back a little bit, relax just a little bit. One more to go, one clean one. As they'll say, just give me one clean one.
So you got to wonder, is Garcia going to come off the track and say, hey, I want some more laps, I want some more time again? They got to be getting a little bit tired. I mean, they've done 2 full motos, 10 minutes plus a lap right now.
Probably satisfying, if nothing else.
Right. I believe they're going to actually run their third moto today, too. That's going to be coming up later this afternoon, sometime between 3:30 and 4:30 after our ski GP class. So, again, 4 classes running all 3 motos today. Sports Spec, which we just seen, Junior Ski, which is coming to a close right now. Ski GP2 getting ready to run their second moto, and that'll be followed by our runabout GP3 class.
Putting a nice one together here. Since the horn sounded at the start of this one, got a great hole shot, drove it out front, and has been out front ever since.
Boy, the Garcia team having a wonderful day
yes,
here
they are.
at Lake of the Ozarks.
Emmy winning back-to-back, and this one isn't done just yet, but Andy very close, and there it is. He goes back-to-back.
Congratulations, Andy Garcia, out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, by way of France. And go ahead, you could take a knee, son. You earned it. You can tell he's not tired, though. He's not. Probably just stretching out the legs there. Cash McClure will be coming off the outside split. That is your second place competitor out of Saudi Daisy, Tennessee. Sponsored by TC Free Ride, 6D helmets, ODI, GoPro, VP Race Fuels, and NGK plugs. So second place now coming through. That's the lead that Garcia had, over a 30-second lead.
Great run. Put together a great race.
And Fleming going to maintain that third place position after getting tangled up. Yeah, he had a battle.
Had the battle for that position over Jay Newski.
Yep. And Guyver Santucci rounding out your top 5 out of Destin, Florida. See Braden Dill coming through. Braden in, I believe, 7th.
Nicely done. Some exciting moments in there.
Well, I'll tell you, the juniors never disappoint here on the IHRA Professional Watercraft Racing Series. And I'm glad to see more of them starting to come out. You know, when we first started the junior class, you know, and you might get 2 or 3. You know, at least this weekend we've got, I believe, 6 of them out there. And again, they're only 10 to 15 years of age.
Great stuff. The kids are so talented. And will only get better and better as they stay in the industry. And like you talked about, I mean, travel the country for sure. See the entire country, have some fun racing. And if you're so inclined, you can travel the world and do this as we take a look at the results for the ski junior category.
Yeah, Garcia in front, McClure, Fleming in 3rd, Newski, Santucci, and Dill 4, 5, and 6. So once again, these are your unofficial results here for Moto number 2 of the ski junior division. Coming up next, we've got, I believe, our ski GP2 class. Take a look at the highlights here from the ski junior class. McClure getting a decent start here from the inside. And you'll see as they come together, he's right there. He was next to Garcia as they came out of the splits, but then Garcia just wicked it up, man. He turned that he turned it up, and then here's that pass that Fleming made.
This is for 3rd place.
Just a little kiss.
Great stuff, man. Love it.
Garcia riding flawless, though. Using the outside, using the inside. Very smart young rider there at the age of 12. Nice overhead look here at Lake of the Ozarks. You can see all the boat traffic out there, the flotilla, everybody rafting up, checking out the races from outside the racetrack. And boy, what a beautiful day to do it.
Boy, it just doesn't get much better.
And coming up next, again, will be our ski GP2 class. Ski GP2 class. This will be their 2nd moto of the day. And just take...
Logan Fleming made his way onto the podium, and it was a battle.
Here with Logan, I'm here with Logan Fleming, and we're talking about that pass that he made. Logan, I want to hear it straight from your mouth right now. That pass that you just did out there to get this number 3 spot. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I had to get a really good split lane run on the inside, and then just held it wide, and I knew that he would probably break it, like give up a little bit, or like not stay on the throttle once he felt the wake. So then once that happened, I just got around him and then just kept going.
It's kind of like when you were opening the door to get into a position, and that's what happened. You just stayed on it and did not lift.
Yeah, I just definitely did not lift.
Well, good job out there getting in that number 3 spot. I mean, you fought hard for it, and here you are, and you held on to it, so congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, and there we have it, Mr. Logan Fleming right there in our number 3 position. We do have a couple other racers that have came out, but until I can grab those, let's go back to you guys.
Alrighty, well, the horn sounds here for the ski GP2 class. Alan Weiss, a winner in moto number 1 on the Charged Up Nutrition, Lake Havasu City Kawasaki. See if he can run it back-to-back here. And just taking a look down here at our ski GP2, Sadie Murr coming in the points leader. I believe she ended up 5th in moto number 1. Knox Ritchie currently sitting 2nd in the points, and I believe Knox took a 2nd in moto number 1.
And we're going to give you a split screen here and let you keep watching the racing. Check back in with Pam.
Thank you so much. Here with Andy Garcia. Andy, you took that green flag and you never looked back. You went from green to checkers in that number 1 spot. How do you do it?
I don't know. I just hit the gas.
Hit the gas, stay on that throttle. I mean, you're 12 years old, 13?
12.
12 years old, and you're out there racing out there, doing an amazing job, going super fast. What is it that you like so much about jet ski racing?
I like riding jet skis and I like racing.
Awesome. Well, the combination right there, but congratulations back-to-back today in your moto wins.
Thank you.
All right, and there we have it. Mr. Andy Garcia is sitting here helping get his ski out, but congratulations to him.
He can go back to Big Sis and say, hey, I did it too.
Who's going to win the most this weekend?
And there's a look at our winner from the first moto here in GP2.
And
Adrian doing a great job, man, and he's off to another good start here.
Yeah, another great start. Richie settling into that second place. Rick Shirker has moved up into third. Sadie in fourth. Sadie Murr, one of the more famous female riders, racing with the guys out here, actually ahead of Mike Klippenstein, who's got more world titles than any other racer here this weekend. Clipper been racing for just about 40 years. Has a lot of experience on the...
Yeah, I think he finished up fourth, if memory serves, there in that first moto. We'll see how he does here. I saw the battle while Pam was doing that interview. There was a great battle. They were 3 wide, and one of them that looked like it was going to get the position ended up going wide, got in the white water, got in the wake, and it kicked him wide. It opened up the door. The ski behind him was able to get underneath and take the position. So these starts with this many skis are always exciting. 15 skis here inside of this category.
Wow. Ski GP2 Moto number 2. That's what you're watching with Wiss out in front of Richie and Shirker. Shirker, as far as the points go in the GP2 class, I believe he is currently sitting fourth in points, but didn't make it to New Orleans. Coming into this one, Knox Richie and Shane Elliott were knotted up at 434 points. Elliott coming off the boat a little earlier, and Knox Richie moving up in the points for Sadie Murr. So Murr coming in with about a 49-point lead on this one. So Richie's got a lot more to do if he wants to take that top spot. Yeah, Elliott currently running in the 10th place position. Again, got separated from his boat in the first moto and finished last. So a little better positioning here for Shane Elliott out of Michigan.
Yeah, he's got a nice lead now, man. Just continues to stretch it out a little bit at a time.
Richie's trying not to let him get too far ahead. Richie only 15 years old out of Tennessee. Another one that's racing here in the GP2 class, even though he could have raced in the junior class.
The 26 ski was Kyler Dickey that we saw just a couple of moments ago.
Boat traffic starting to pick up in the background as we go to the decision buoy, and it looks like your race leader going to the outside.
I believe that's Dickey right there, if I'm not mistaken.
Dickey, yeah,
yep.
Okay, that's Dickey on 26. He's currently sitting in the 14th position.
Right back behind him is the 335 of Sadie Murr, as you were talking about her a little bit earlier.
Yeah, Sadie taking a fourth in the first moto, or I'm sorry, a fifth in the first moto, but coming in the points leader. Wiss not running the first 2 rounds of the IHRA Professional Watercraft Racing Series, so he is kind of throwing a wrench into everybody's program who is fighting for those almighty tour points.
See why the lappers there standing up and kindly moving out of the way, respectfully moving out of the way. Looks like a couple of lappers just running wide there. Everybody else for position on the inside.
Once again, taking a look at some of the age gaps here. Knox Richie currently sitting in second. He is the youngest rider out there. And Mike Klippenstein, who I believe was sitting in fourth, 58 years old, sponsored by Action Kawasaki down there in Bradenton, John Haviland Company.
Yeah, Lewandowski, I think he's out there in the 34. He's 59 years old. I believe the oldest one in the class. So hats off to those guys for staying active and strong enough to do something like this. And, of course, this young buck, Adrian Fisk, in his prime at 26 years old.
Yeah, as we pointed out, Richie 15, Shirker, another one of our elder statesmen out there at 48. As the race is halfway complete. We got just over 4 minutes, 15 seconds left on the clock as Ryan signifies to the riders that the race is halfway complete. And that's when you see the green flag from the flagman down there on the shoreline. 5 minutes down, 5+1 to go. So you're watching the Ski GP2. This is moto number 2 from them.
See him jump across the wake there from that lapper to get into the clean water and try not to lose. And then obviously the next position there pushes him out. So he was able to close that up a little bit in that transition.
Yeah, and you can see Wiss.
Oh, that's Knox Ritchie closing up on him right there.
Yeah, I believe that is Ritchie.
And they were able to take care. Ritchie was able to take advantage of that lapper and really chopped off about 50% of that gap.
Yeah, only 1 second behind right now. He's on some borrowed property out there too. Boat number 33. That boat belongs to, I believe, Cash McClure.
With that said, it looked like Fisk put together a pretty good combination out there, and I think he. I think Dickey might have made a small mistake right there because he got some of that gap back. Unless it's a...
That was
Ritchie, I'm sorry.
Yeah, race leader coming from that outside split. I'm waiting for Ritchie to come by. Ritchie may have went to the inside. Might have slowed him down just a little bit. Yeah, 2.7 seconds. So he lost about a second and a half there.
Yes, he did.
Through the split section.
And another lapper there working his way in, trying to stay out of the way, but still Ritchie had to adjust his line because of that. And closes right back up again.
Like I say, he's a state champion wrestler. He's only 15 years old, so you know that he's got the stamina in him. Zach Clipper has slid back to 5th place. We got Heber Blackmore, 116 in 6th. Ben Reaver in 7th. Adrian Fisk in 8th. Lewandowski in 9th. And Shane Elliott rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, and a handful of lappers in there making a difference here in this race that they have to negotiate around.
You know, and that's one of the things I've always said, you know, that's another thing that makes a champion. It's how you negotiate around the lap traffic. And I used to see this a lot when I was announcing the National Arena Cross Series because the lap times were only 20 to 25 seconds. So you're doing 20 laps with Buddy Antonez and Denny Stevenson and Jeff Willow. There is going to be lap traffic everywhere on the track.
Elaine doing a great job here. I think I might have called him Adrian earlier. My apologies. But Elaine West doing a great job. Knox Ritchie oh so close there for a little bit, but has lost a little bit of time on him since. Sadie Meir doing a good job. She's inside of the top 5.
Well, and she's ahead of Mike Klippenstein. Again, Clipper with 37 world titles, and she is in front of him. Which
says a lot.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. It just tells you about, you know, her training and so forth. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen her, but when she takes her vest off, I mean, this girl is ripped.
There's Elaine doing what he does, hanging on to the lead here. Has really had to fight for this one. About 1 minute left, plus a lap.
Yeah, Elaine out of another one of our Lake Havasu City locals, sponsored by the city of Lake Havasu, as well as Jet Trim, M-Pros, and Charged Up Nutrition out there.
I think we've called him everything today.
Yeah.
I called him Adrian. Somebody called him Alan.
I was calling him Alan. Yeah.
Well, we're going to call him in second place if he doesn't get back after it. Oh, that was a camera angle. You can see how close they were. And they just took the split lane. So let's find out what happens here because he took the inside, it looks like.
Yeah, it is going to be tight as they come out. And once again, it looks like you got another back marker in the mix, and that back marker was on the outside split, so Ritchie had to follow the back marker. So he had to deal with a little bit of pump wash there. That might have taken him just a little bit off of his game again.
And that might be why Wish took the lane that he took. Saw that lapper up there.
Yeah, smart rider. Don't want to be riding in anybody's pump wash. As you see him headed up toward the decision-making buoy, toward the top left-hand side of the track as they view it here from Lake of the Ozarks. IHRA Professional Watercraft Racing Series. This is round number 3.
Wiss has had to earn it here in this one, man. This second moto, as it's gotten pretty tight a couple times.
No, Ritchie pressing him right there. Nice overhead shot from the drone. As you see Wiss negotiating as he heads toward the decision buoy. Got a back marker right there, just kind of getting out of the way.
Couple of them, yeah.
As
and again, he's going to take that other lane, I think, to get clear of them.
Right, yeah, had a back marker in front of him, so he went to the inside. Back marker went to the outside.
right into that buoy, and we saw that happen earlier. Almost went to the inside. I believe that's Richie right behind him.
Yeah, if he would have went to the inside, this would be Richie's race.
That is Richie up right behind him. White flag is out. One more to go.
So Richie really pressing him right now. Let's take a look at the replay here as Wes turns it in just a little tight, but the buoy pops up on the right-hand side of him, and that's what you need to do. So that is a legal turn right there. He will not have to take the penalty buoy.
Yeah, played that one about as close as he could in second place right there behind him.
Wow.
So, and that is close, man. This is first and second place. Last lap, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Can Wiss hang on to it? Richie coming after him in a big way. He's really closed it again. I mean, we're talking about less than a second behind him. He's right there, Mike. He's right there.
Well, let's see if they go to opposite sides of the split as they head up toward the split section, top left-hand side of the track. Wiss with about just under a second lead over
and Richie just had a moment.
Oh, yeah, he went real wide. He was trying to stay out of the line. Wiss's line there, staying out of his pump wash, but that could cost him right there. Wiss goes to the inside split. Richie went to the outside.
So we'll see if he can make that gap back up, but I think that moment where he went a little bit wide probably created just enough gap. As long as Wiss doesn't make a mistake, that he might be able to should be able to hang on to this one.
Yeah, Wiss crossing the stripe in first. Congratulations to Wiss. There's Richie coming through in second.
Richie kept him honest. I'll give him that.
That's for sure. Great race here in the ski GP2 class. Got another second moto coming up for everybody for the runabout GP3. And then we're going to have our big boys with the big toys come out for our ski GP1 moto number 1 of the weekend.
I think it's the big boys with the little toys and the big power.
Yeah, exactly.
Big horsepower, lightweight skis, man. Perfect combination for big speed.
Yeah, they're not the big boats.
No, they're not, man. They are small, light, and nimble. You know, very, very fast.
I'm just coming off of the IHRA hydro drags. I used to own that business, and we were racing down in Boca Raton, I think I was telling you. And they broke the world speed record, 147 mile per hour in the unlimited class. The turbo no nitrous, we had a guy go 125 mile per hour.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, so you're seeing some huge speeds. Now, you're not going to see those kind of speeds in a closed course because these boats are more set up to turn. But to go straight for 4 seconds, these guys are putting $75,000 to $100,000 in their boat.
Wow. Incredible stuff.
See Sadie Murr going back to the pits there, 335. Sadie with more sponsors than I think anybody on tour here this weekend.
Good for her.
Urito's helping her out, Ignite Race Fuel, Freestyle Factory. It's Greg Brock and company near the Chicago area, Liqui-Moly, as well as M-Pros, Ithaca Girls, Jet Pilot USA. She's got a lot of folks helping her pay the bills.
Delivered nicely here in this second moto. One position better. Inside of the top 5 both motos as I recall. So a nice job there for Sadie against some really good competition.
And I believe that is also going to keep her as the points leader. Let's take a look at the recap here as we take off. And Wes, once he got out in front, never looked back.
Boy, Richie was right there, nearly got that position at the start, but it was Wes that was able to hang on to it through the first buoy.
Richie really coming on strong toward the end of the race, but just wasn't able to get enough to get past Wiss, and you can see just how close they were, and that's on the last lap. So they've already went 10 minutes and 3/4 of a lap at this point.
Yeah, as you can see, they were just right there, and I believe right here is where Richie had a bit of a moment, went a little bit wide and lost some of that he had closed up, and it was just enough for Adrian to hang on and get the second win.
Yeah, it looked like he was on the inside of those decision buoys and had to dance around. As we take a look at the results, Wiss in the top spot, Richie in second, Rick Shirker out of Pennsylvania in third, 335, Sadie Murr, followed by Heber Blackmore on boat number 116. Those are your top 5, and these are your unofficial results for the ski GP2 Moto number 2.
Great stuff. Okay, we're going to take a quick break here. We've got a lot more great racing action to go here from Lake of the Ozarks. Stay with us. We'll be back with the IHRA Professional Watercraft Series.
Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with a Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From IMCA Dirt Track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I like hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awake.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Welcome back to Lake of the Ozarks. I'm here with our number 1, we're Moto number 2, Alan Weiss. Here we are one more time. Here you are back to back today.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a good battle with the number 33. We were pretty close. And then, yeah, I made it.
You literally only took that number 1 spot by 3 seconds, a little over 3 seconds. So that was a very close battle. I've been watching it, listening to it myself, and you had to fight for that one.
Yeah. Especially with the split, it makes it hard. But yeah, it was so fun.
All that matters, though, is you're up here in the number 1 spot. And I know you said you wanted to say hi to some family back home.
Yeah, I would love to say hi to my beautiful wife at home. They're watching from Lake Havasu City, and my kid, Jax. Hello.
Awesome. Well, we have a couple more days left of racing. Congratulations, Alan, on another successful win.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, now we're moving right on over here to Knox Ritchie. Knox, I know you're over here chit-chatting, but let's talk about this. You just endured quite the battle trying to get up in that number 1 spot.
It was a hard race. I thought I would come out on top, but I didn't. It was fun, though. fun battles. We neck to neck, I guess. Yeah.
Well, congratulations on that number 2 spot. We'll let you get going, get you, catch your breath, I should say.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm a little tired.
All right. Well, there we have it. Mr. Knox right there in our number 2 position. But right now we're going to go back to some live racing. So back to the booth.
Yeah, congratulations, Knox, taking that second place. Wiss better look out in that third moto.
15 years old, man. He's getting after it. He was right there. All right, here we go. This is the GP2, the Ski GP2. Ski GP3 race.
Runabout GP3.
Oh, runabouts. We're being told runabouts.
And there is Lagopoulos. Lagopoulos points leader coming in, takes a look over. And it looks like Lagopoulos actually grabbing the whole shot. Ryan Smith went wire to wire in moto number 1 on the Impros Cometic Gaskets Yamaha. And you can see they're all bunched up back there, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Very tight battle going on back there. I believe that is Smith that's currently sitting in the 2nd spot. As remember, he had the green hood, the black boat with the green hood. As they work their way out of the cove right now. There's 2nd place, Ryan Smith. Again, Smith and Lagopoulos flip-flopping right now. As 361, your current leader. Smith, winner of first moto, and currently finds himself in 2nd right now. And you can see the gap right there between 1st and 2nd, the gap between 2nd and 3rd as they head to the decision-making buoy. And it looks like Lagopoulos going to the inside. I'm looking for Seeley. Seeley, who is also up there in points. I believe that's Seeley right there with the pink helmet.
4th place, yeah.
Yep. Jason Seeley. As I pointed out a little bit earlier, it's actually been kind of comical, him and Lagopoulos going back and forth on the internet.
Yeah, as you talked about it before, number 1 and number 2 in a point. So those two hungry between the two, just 28 points between the two coming in to today.
Yeah, well, they had never met each other from since St. Pete. They actually met in St. Pete. And Seeley tried to steal his podium spot. He tried to stand on top of the podium so it was pretty comical. So those guys got off on the right foot. And that's the one thing that I love about personal watercraft racing, Ken, is that the camaraderie is really unparalleled.
There's a look at the 361.
Lagopoulos, like I say, just about, I think it's like 6-7 months ago, just opened a nightclub in downtown Sarasota. Works at the restaurant during the week with his dad. His mother and sister run another restaurant right up the street in Sarasota. They're down in Osprey. They're 2nd place with the green hood on right there. That is Smith. Again, easy to pick out on the black 308. And once again, Smith, sponsored by Riva Peak Power Sports, All Seasons Motorsports, and of course his family also in his corner this weekend. As Seeley about 2 seconds, just over 2 seconds behind Lagopoulos right now. Hicks back there in the 4th spot, about 4 seconds off the pace. And then you got Mason Puccio rounding out your top 5, who took a 7th in moto number 1.
Yeah, clearly a completely different style of ski here between the GP2s and the 3s.
Oh yeah, yeah. The 3s are more of like a stock boat, whereas the 2s are kind of like a limited boat. And then when you get to the GP classes, obviously it's pretty much anything goes, unlimited. So taking a look at Lagopoulos riding smooth right now. Again, coming in the points leader. Got 146 points in St. Pete, 180 points in New Orleans. He was perfect in New Orleans. Taking a 2nd earlier today and now leading the pack here in Moto 2.
2nd and 3rd, very, very close right there. As you can see, just separated by, I don't know, probably 2 seconds or so. We'll see if Smith can close it back up, and he just took the other lane. So we'll see if he can close up a little bit on him.
Yeah, so Seeley's on, I believe, the inside split. And that is Smith now just coming off the outside. As your race leaders headed toward the start-finish line. That's Smith right there. Going through the start-finish line, you can see how far Lagopoulos is ahead. He's got about a buoy and a half lead right now over your race leader. About 4.5 seconds, the gap right now between 1st and 2nd place. 7.5 seconds between 1st and 3rd place.
So that particular exchange worked out for Lagopoulos.
Yeah, well, with 2nd and 3rd battling it out, they're concentrating on each other, and meanwhile, he's just extending that lead. and adding more real estate between he and second place. And that's really what he wants to do. You know, he wants to ride hard for about the first 9 minutes and 45 seconds. And then if you watch him at the end of the race, he'll play around. He'll throw his arm up in the air like, hey, where is everybody? That's what he was doing at St. Pete Pier.
Have some fun with it.
Oh, yeah. He won by about 20 seconds, and he's looking around, and he's bowing to the crowd out at the end of the pier. So he is definitely one of those characters that you see running around in the pits.
The 821 that we just saw on screen a moment ago was Tim Hicks.
Yeah, Hicks having a good run. Currently, I believe, sitting in the fourth place position. Or check that. Yeah, he's in fourth place position right behind Seeley as the race is halfway complete here. About 4 minutes, 25 seconds left to go here in the runabout GP3 class. And right now, it's Eric Lagopoulos' race to win or lose. Will it be destiny or will it be density?
Yeah, he's in pretty good shape right here, providing no mechanicals. Should be able to close this one out with that style or that kind of gap. Second, third, still pretty tight, though.
Yeah. Seeley trying to reel in Ryan Smith. You've seen the gap only about a second and a half, 2 seconds, and between second and third. And this is your battle on screen right now between second and third. Smith still out in front of Seeley. Again, Smith out of Salina, Kansas, and Seeley out of Ada, Michigan.
Yeah, we'll see if they run, if they split and go the two different lanes here to try and get an advantage if possible. And they do. See what happens here.
Yeah, Seeley trying to make up some time. I believe that was Seeley that went to the inside.
Yep, I agree. Dyson back and forth. We'll go a little bit shorter distance.
And you can see as he comes out right there.
I think he lost some.
I was going to say, yeah, he probably lost about a half second or so as a.
And I felt like that Smith took that inside lane with Lagopoulos, and I felt like he lost some there too as well.
And I would figure a lot of these wide body runabouts that we see out here, most of them will be carrying the speed on the outside of the course.
Right.
And that inside's a little more tighter, a little more technical, and these are big boats, and you got to really whip them around.
Like those GPs.
Right, exactly. So that was probably the problem there for Seeley. And we got second and third up on screen right now. That is second. Smith.
But you got to applaud the effort, right? I mean, you can't just follow them.
Oh yeah,
you got to make a run for it.
Seeley did the right thing. That's for sure. Yeah, because he definitely wouldn't get past him. As you see, first, second, and third all on screen right now. Lagopoulos still your race leader from south of the Mason-Dixon line.
2 minutes plus a lap.
And Lagopoulos riding a good race right now, sponsored by the Farthing Racing Monster Energy team, the Penske team in the pits, if you will.
Oh yeah,
they got like 12 boats, 13 boats out there. The awning set up.
This category looks like fun, man. I want to hop on one and go play.
Well, that's it. You know, it's a stock class. It's probably one of the cheaper forms of racing to get into, even though these runabouts aren't too cheap. GP3 classes, and you're looking at a lot of the Yamaha, I believe, EXs and VXs.
Pam has Devin Farthing in the pits.
Thank you so much, Ken. Devin Farthing, you're just sitting right here completely relaxed, just waiting for your moto.
Yeah, you know, just waiting a little bit to put in the water, just sitting in the shade and getting, you know, the heart rate down, just ready to go win.
All right, so is this a pre-race that you do? You just relax, have some, you know, fun talking to your guys up here and just keeping calm?
Oh yeah, always. I mean, no matter what we're doing, me and the guys are always joking around until the last minute. You know, I lock in once I get on the line, but until then, there's no reason to get worked up over it.
All right, so let's talk about that. So you're right here relaxing, but once you're out there today, what's your plan for your next moto you're going into?
Oh yeah, as soon as the helmet goes on, you know, lock in, everything gets more serious, and just go line up, hole shot, and win. You know, it's just the only reason I'm here, so got no other point in going out there besides that.
All right, well, good luck out there, and hopefully you are on top of the box.
Thank you.
All right, and there we have it. Back to the booth.
All right, well, he's going to have his hands full in that GP1 class with Corey Curtis.
There's some real players in there. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch, and we're getting down to the goods here in this race, down to the final minute. Matter of fact, a half a minute here, plus one.
And you can see Lagopoulos leading second place right there around the track. Less than a second between second and third right now. That is Smith and Seeley. Top three all on the screen right now, headed up toward the top right-hand side of the track. And when Lagopoulos comes back around, he should be getting the white flag, as time has just expired here at Lake of the Ozarks. So was that Seeley? Was he able to get past? I believe he was able to actually get past Smith on that last lap. So Seeley has moved up into second, and now he is trying to reel in Lagopoulos. And those are the two trash talkers right there.
He takes the other lane.
He's
going to make a run at it.
Yep.
Last lap, might as well try and get it done. But as you talked about before, big boats here to try and get turned in that tighter section. Ripping through there.
And you
makes that final turn to come back at him. Not going to be enough.
Well, white flag is out. Still got one more to do it. You can see Seeley.
I think he closed it up, though.
Yeah.
Less than a second here for first and second. Last lap.
Wow. A great race being thrown down by Seeley right now. It was looked like he was trying to stay out of the pump wash. You can see he's kind of working to the inside of Lagopoulos' pump wash, trying to make up some time. And we'll see if he can get him in the split this time, because I'll guarantee you Seeley is going to go to the opposite of where Lagopoulos goes.
Yeah, and last lap, Seeley was a good bit quicker. We'll find out if he can put together another one just like that, and that might have been that inside lane. I mean, if he can get that thing to rotate down on the bottom, maybe, just maybe, it's going to be a good battle here, no doubt.
Yeah, well, you know, they say that the inside line is faster on the last lap because it's a shorter distance. And we'll see if Lagopoulos actually takes that inside, seals the inside line away. And that's what it looks like.
That's about a 2-second spread right there.
Yeah, and you can see Seeley going to the inside. So Lagopoulos opting to go to the outside once again. And there's Seeley on the inside working the green buoys. Easy to pick out with that pink helmet.
Got it turned right there, man. Really set the nose and got it rotated back. Right, here he comes. Not going to be as close this time around.
I'm digging Seeley's Manberry vest.
Yeah. Great race, though, right at the very end. And Seeley with a nice move, got around Ryan Smith to take over second place and really closed the gap on our leader as well. But that is your winner right there, Eric Lagopoulos. Excellent job for him.
Hicks and Puccio rounding out your top five here in Moto number 2. You've been watching the Runabout GP3 class. And congratulations, Eric Lagopoulos, who was your points leader coming into the weekend, took a second in Moto number 1 and taking a first here in Moto number 2. You see Lagopoulos pointing at the sponsors, Farthing Racing, Monster Energy, Factory Yamaha helping out Lagopoulos as well. He also runs the Island Jet Ski and Water Sports down there in Venice. As we take a look at the results here.
Eric Lagopoulos up top. Congratulations on the win, followed up by Jason Seeley and Ryan Smith, all inside of the top 3. Your podium finishers there. Another great moto here. Runabout GP3.
Yeah, and I believe they're going to be out right before the Enduro qualifying at the end of the day. I believe that's going to be the final closed course race that we'll be calling here from the booth. So we've got the GP Moto number 1, which is coming up next. That's 15 plus a lap. Let's take a look at the recap here from this last race. 137 getting a decent start from the inside. That was Puccio. Puccio happens to be the son of our race director, Brad and Jamie Bohat.
Yeah, great start right here. Very exciting. Lagopoulos able to hang on to that one and took the lead early on and then had to work the entire rest of the race to keep it.
Yeah, Seeley really pushing him and was able to get past Smith about 3/4 of the way through the race and had his gun sight set on Lagopoulos. Just a little too late there for Smith, or for Seeley rather.
Need a little longer moto. Lagopoulos is like, no, there was plenty of time.
Yeah, exactly. Lagopoulos is 48. He's like 10 minutes plus a lap. That's enough. That's enough. And this is their second one of the day. Once again, they'll be back out at the end of the day, Runabout GP3, and you can see just how much Seeley had closed that gap as they headed toward the latter stages of this one. Less than a second on the second to last lap, but it'll be Lagopoulos taking the overall for race number 2.
Yeah, they're having a great time. The Monster M-Con boat having a great time. Hello there, ladies. Of course, they'll have the big boats out here, including the M-Con machine. They'll debut a brand new boat in Class 1 tomorrow.
Now, why can't we get a seat on that boat? Come on, Jen.
Look at us. Let's talk to our winner from the last moto. Pam is with him.
All right, here with Eric Lagopoulos. Once again, this time I decided to come join you on your ski, but you are a back-to-back winner of your motos for the day.
Well, wait, start over. Start over, because I got second in the first one, remember?
Oh, yeah, we're live right now, too. That's right, you got second the first time, and now you got first in this one, but...
Yeah, you know, I told you when you interviewed me the first time. We're waiting.
All right, so let's talk about this. Second the first moto, first this moto. My bad on when I said back-to-back, but here we are, sitting in the water now, number one.
Yeah, we're in a good spot. You know, we got second the first moto. We won that one, so we're tied going in the third moto, so we just got to win that one and off to the top of the podium.
Well, I mean, it looked like you were having a blast out there. There was quite the battle between first and second, so you really had to make sure you made no mistakes.
Yeah, for sure. Those guys were all good. They were putting pressure on me the entire race, but we were able to get the victory.
All right, well, congratulations on that number one spot. I'm going to let you get going so you can get your ski out of the water. Got the next race on the line here, so congratulations.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
And if memory serves, I think didn't Smith win the first one?
Smith won the first one.
Smith won the first one, but he finished third here, so they would not be tied.
No,
he actually has the lead.
Yeah, Lagopoulos will have the lead going into that third and final moto, which is going to be held at the end of the day, probably sometime right around, I believe it would be 4 o'clock. So
that is a beautiful boat, no doubt about it. These huge bow riders that they're building now are absolutely incredible. And of course, the big race boat, the M-Con race boat, will be out there debuting a brand new one tomorrow, and you don't want to miss that one. It'll be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, I seen that they were testing the new one without the graphics and everything like that. That boat looked quick.
I think they're actually debuting 2 new ones, a couple different classes tomorrow. So Tyler and the boys having a great time. They'll put Myrick behind the wheel here at its hometown race and let him go to work.
Fantastic. Well, you can see our GP skis getting set to take off. It'll be 15 minutes plus a lap here in the ski GP. They qualified a little earlier today. Fastest qualifier was boat number 155, Coy Curtis. Coy sponsored by Monster Energy, TC Freeride, Fast Power Sports, Marine One, Federico Demolition, as well as Chase Plumbing, Jet Trim, Jet Pilot, Kart Addictions, 6D Ignite Racing Fuels, and Anderson Toyota. He's out of Lake Havasu City and comes from a winning family. And again, under 18 years of age here.
And he has dominated this year.
Yeah, 16 years old on that Fast Power Sports boat. He has won every race that he has entered this year in the GP class, a perfect 360 points coming into round number 3. All right, so once again, Ski GP Moto 1 coming up. Then we've got, I believe we had 2 number 11s out there. Ryan Poper, I believe, is on the Fast Power Sports number 11. That would be him on the white and blue boat, I believe, right in front of us. And I believe Lucas Severa, if he's on the Martinez boat, it should be red and black trimmed in yellow. So we got 2 number 11s down there. I see another Poper over there, sponsored by
Fired up, trying to hang on to it. Man, that one almost got away. Listen to these things. 1,500 cc's, and they are ready to rip.
And most of them 1,500cc Kawasaki power plants, all aftermarket hulls here.
That was Poper there with the number 10, and they shut them all off. He nearly lost that thing.
And it looks like somebody possibly calling for a 2-minute hold over toward where pole position is. Unfortunately, we couldn't see pole position. Take a look at Jake Pierce right there, number 88. He's always one of the favorites in this class. Jake sponsored by Marine One and works H2O out of Lake Havasu.
It's like trying to wrangle a bunch of racehorses to get them all in the gates, you know?
Well, and these boats got so much horsepower, so you've got to have a human anchor as your holder down there. They clear them out, they'll set the boats in. You got a little seawall, so they're getting a little reverb there at the starting line, pushing them a little bit.
That's not going to work.
Yeah, it looks like the whole right side of the line didn't go. It was only the left-hand side of the line that went. So I believe they're going to bring out the red flag, and the dreaded red coming out for the second time today.
Every one of them. All of them.
Yep, so we'll have to bring them all back and re-rack them here one more time.
I'm listening to some radios that I'm hearing in the background, and I believe that I just heard that they were going to make every one of them on the outside start with a dead engine.
Oh,
and this would give a this would give a huge advantage to everybody on that inside gate.
Wow. Or because they did leave. They left early, I guess. Apparently, somebody must have left and everybody else followed.
Right. That's one thing you don't do in personal watercraft racing, play and follow the leader. I can remember a couple of years ago, last place was so far back, everybody was playing follow the leader. Everybody went the wrong way, and the last place ended up winning the race because he knew the course. Take a look at the replay here of the false start, and you can see when one went.
Yeah, I think the 912 kind of launched, and I think the people down there saw it and took off. The 912 didn't mean to do that. There we go.
So Shirker, 912, a little late getting out of the gate.
He was way late, and it looks like they did not make that outside lane go from a dead stop.
No, you know, this being the GP1 class, you don't want to give one whole lane a huge advantage like that.
Look how wide they go, carrying all that speed, all the momentum's got to get back in there around the buoy and the left-hander, back around the right-hander, and just look at the sheer speed out of this category.
And you're watching the inside. That's Jake Pierce.
Talking about him.
Yeah, Jake Pierce taking the lead from the inside. I believe that's Coy Curtis, 155. Right behind him, Curtis going to settle into, I believe, that third-place position.
But how about Jake Pierce looking to unseat Coy Curtis if he can get it done? Curtis, who has won both races so far this year, and right now Jake Pierce is looking to upset that plan.
Yeah, Curtis turning in a 102 change qualifying time. Pierce turning in a 103 change lap time, but was able to get out there in front, put the machine in front, and look at Jake Pierce from Lake Havasu.
Well, we'll see what Coy Curtis can do from second place, if in fact he can close it up. And then when he closes it up, can he make the pass?
Right.
When he makes the pass, does he go to the inside lane or the outside lane? I mean, there's some options here. He's hanging right there.
So you got to wonder what is going on through Curtis's mind. Again, 6 for 6 so far here in the GP1 class, 15 minutes plus a lap. We still got 13 and a half left to go, so Curtis has got some time to do his work.
Looks like that gap is growing, if you ask me.
Yeah, and
just in that first and that one lap.
It looked like second and third place played follow the leader through that split section also.
See some people back in there taking the inside lane.
Yeah, some great battling going on there for second, third. Then you got fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. I mean, you got a whole gaggle of racers there. Harley Ritchie currently sitting in seventh, River Crawford in eighth. And taking a look down here, looking at our points. Coy Curtis, again, points leader coming in, and he's trying to add 60 more to that total here in the the seventh moto of the IHRA season in our GP class.
And that roar of the 1500s filling the cove here, it is a thing of beauty as we keep an eye on our leader and the number 88 of Jake Pierce.
Yeah, Pierce doing a great job. Taking a look here, currently, I believe,
seventh in the points.
Seventh in the points, yep. But he had a very tough race in St. Petersburg. Didn't finish 2 of the motos, so that's one of the reasons he's back there in points a little bit. But showing you he's definitely got the talent to take a win here in the GP class.
Yeah, you called it out when they were on the starting line. He was right there in front of our camera, and you said, always one of those guys that you have to consider for a win, and he just needed a good start, it would appear, and he got one here today.
Yeah, definitely not disappointing out there. Jake Pierce, again, out of Lake Havasu, and that's where a lot of these very fast stand-up GP riders come from. They all practice together. They all ride together on a weekly basis. Taking a look down, the riders that we got out there from Lake Havasu, Harley Ritchie, he is one of those riders. Lucas Severa, he's one of those riders. River Crawford, Ryder Wildeboer, all out of Lake Havasu City. So you got a third of your field here from Lake Havasu.
And timing and scoring just had Curtis in third place. I wonder if he got past here to see. Take a look back there. It looks like second and third place are pretty close.
And as the ticker runs across the top, we'll let you know who that second place rider is. There's Curtis. Curtis is in third. 155.
very close third, and I wonder if he just made some sort of small mistake. They'll make you pay here in this category. He's hanging right there with second place in Revin Harris.
Yeah, Revin Harris currently second in the points coming into the day to Coy Curtis. And once again, those top four riders, see Wildeboer also up in the mix, are all from Lake Havasu. Like we were pointing out, that place is just a mecca for personal watercraft racing, and the GP skis, they all flock to there.
That's the beauty of a category like this. There's so many talented people, any number of riders that could come out here and win. Coy Curtis having those two great events there, as you talked about, just really dominating. But in this category, man, you just never know when somebody's going to step up. Any sort of small mistake, any sort of small flinch, and the level of these competitors out here, they'll make you pay.
Well, I'll tell you, we are approaching 1/3 of the way through this race right here. And there is a nice look at Revin Harris's boat. Got a great graphics package on that boat.
And he's driven away a little bit from Curtis. That gap is definitely bigger than it was last time around.
Yeah, it's growing. These guys have 2 more motos. I believe they'll be racing one on Saturday and one on Sunday. Great to have them out here on a Friday, though. We try to get most of our closed course racing done for Friday so we can allot the time for the big boats to be racing on Saturday and Sunday.
Wildeboer in 5th place. 4th and 5th place are pretty close, and that is Ben Reber. Number 89.
Yeah, Ben riding on a fast power sports boat, and he's out of.
He was just looking back behind him. I almost wonder if he's having a mechanical there. It didn't look like it was really at pace.
He's one of the regional riders that we picked up here. He's out of Paola, Kansas. Haven't seen him on the first two. There's Jake Pierce, your race leader.
Pierce has been ripping since the drop of the green flag. Got a great start. Continues to stretch out this lead over second place.
Yeah, sponsored by Works H2O and Marine One, as well as RK Builders out there in LHC. You can see the gap right there between first and second. Left rider moving out of the way for second place Harris. Here comes Curtis. Curtis now a left rider in between he and second place. Curtis still maintaining that 3rd place position, but he better watch out because 4th place is knocking at his back door.
Not far behind at all. The gap between 4th and 5th was pretty close, but as you talked about, 4th place starting to close up there, and Curtis proving he is human here today. He's going to have to dig hard to hang on to that final podium position. Coy doing a nice job so far, but Ryder Wildeboer is hot after it. And Ryder Wildeboer, well, I was just going to say was 5th, but as you can see, timing and scoring is missing 4th place there.
Yeah, so I believe Ryder currently sitting in that 4th place position. Actually represented the United States over in Thailand at the King's Cup back in 2025. And you can see another rider going a lap down. So got a back marker in between 1st and 2nd, and a back marker in between 2nd and 3rd right now. As there is nothing but pump wash out there on the track. You can see Pierce. Pierce, I believe, with about a 6-second lead over second place. We'll take a look here in just a second. Yeah, Harris is actually about a 4-second lead.
A couple of good battles a little bit deeper on there as they scrap here for position.
Curtis is 6.5 seconds behind your leader right now. So still a lot of time to go, just under halfway through this race. Just over 7 minutes left to go here in the GP1 class. And Jake Pierce is in control out there, working the outside split.
Yeah, Pierce having a great run here so far and continues to stretch his lead out. Has been first since the horn blew. Really putting together a great race here. This is what he needed to get back up on the wheel, if you will.
Alrighty, so once again, you hear the whistle down there. That means that the race is halfway complete. As you see Pierce, your race leader, working down into the cove area right now, down toward the beak sweeper in the center of the cove.
And that gap, albeit pretty large, seems to have stayed about the same there for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, which tells me at this point that Pierce is maintaining. Probably has a little bit of communication, like you said, from the shore to say, hey, you got a pretty big gap here. Just hold this pace and see if you can bring this thing home.
Now, you know, Pam had talked to Devin Farthing right before the race, who was all relaxed, hanging out in the backside of a mule there. He's currently sitting in the 5th place position right now. I know that he is concentrating on that Pro Enduro 300 class. As we see Pierce negotiating his way through the outside split again, just dancing around those blue buoys.
Yeah, man, it's incredible to watch the competition at this level. And it could be me, but it looked to me like Coy might have jumped up a little bit closer there.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't have him on the running order that last lap around. Actually, we've got Coy back in 9th according to the charts here, so I'm not sure what happened with Coy. So with Coy going down, I believe that would Revan would still maintain that 2nd place position. That would put Wildeboer up into 3rd right now. As we take a look at the top of the order from the last lap, you still got Jake Pierce, your race leader, followed by Revan Harris.
And you got to wonder, is Coy having some sort of mechanical? Did he make a mistake because he was pushing hard? Whatever the case may be, he is not up here in the front anymore, it would appear.
Yeah, so that'd be 3rd place Ryder Wildeboer, 4th place would be Devin Farthing, 5th place would be Harley Ritchie, 6th place River Crawford, and 7th Ryan Poper. So this is your top 7 here as we head into the last third of this race here, and you can see Harris side by side with Curtis. That is Curtis, so Curtis is still in 3rd place.
And there they go. They're going to fight for it right here. Neither one of these are going to lift. We saw what happened earlier. And very, very exciting as they took that split lane. Coy Curtis was able to close up the gap and really make a run at this. And he is right there again.
Yeah, you can see he had to cross over the wake right there. That might cost him just a little bit of time. Going so fast that he lost the cameraman.
Yeah, they lost the drone. They drove away from the drone.
Right. There we go. Back out to your race leader, Pierce, with 2nd and 3rd battling it out. That's really giving him a lot of breathing room up top. And there is your battle for 2nd. You can see Curtis back there with the yellow numbers. That's 3rd place right now. And we'll see as they come around the decision buoy, the double yellows right here. We'll see if Harris goes to the inside or outside. And here comes Harris. Harris setting up to go to the outside.
Harris goes to the outside. Did not get a chance to see if Curtis went to the inside. It would appear as though he did.
Yes, he did. You can see Harris right there.
See if they come back out. You can hear the people on the shore screaming too. Go, 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 go. And it looks like it's going to be close again. Curtis down there on the inside. Here they come back on the merge. Curtis this time ahead of him. Does he have enough steam to stay in front of him? Side by side they go. And Curtis with a small lead. He's going to get the spot.
Oh, man. Great job. Great pass. Waited till his time. Didn't try to pass the corner. Didn't do anything dangerous right there. Was able to pass through the split. And Coy Curtis just showing you his racer prowess right there. Harris back into 3rd. Jake Pierce still out in front.
Yeah, Jake Pierce, he better get up on the wheel here too, because Curtis has found another gear.
Yeah.
He is coming after him, and he's found that inside lane works really well. So I'm sure he'll stay after that. And I believe Pierce has been running the outside lane.
Yeah, we'll see if Pierce goes to the outside.
He's not far behind. Look how much he's closed already.
Yeah, you can see he's coming up to the decision buoy right now. Let's see. And there was a lapped rider that was in front of him. The lapped rider goes to the outside, and you can see Pierce also going to the outside.
Yeah, Pierce didn't go to the outside, but Curtis goes to the inside. Let's see what happens here. Does he close this gap up again?
I think Curtis is going to make up some time definitely on the inside with those 2 lapped riders in front of your race leader. So we'll see. You can hear the crowd going crazy back here behind us. And that Curtis side by side with Pierce, I believe it is.
Was that for the lead right there? I believe that was for the lead.
That was for the lead. How about it? Coy Curtis going into the lead, able to get past Pierce. Pierce at one time about a 7-second lead right there. And Coy Curtis just busting a move out there here toward the end of this race right here.
What a great job.
Amazing job by Coy. So Coy once again sponsored by Monster Energy, TC Freeride, Fast Power Sports, Marine One, Federico Demolition, and Chase Plumbing out of Havasu. And making all of his sponsors proud. And I'm sure his Pops is jumping up and down there in the pits right now. Taylor, a very excitable man, former Freeride world champion.
Coy with an incredible comeback here. He had fallen back to third place. Clearly, I would say having some sort of issue that he had to sort out. Was it vision? Was it, who knows what it might have been? But once he got it sorted out, man, to the front he went.
Yeah, you can tell he's already starting to extend that lead over Pierce right now. Pierce is he's got to be scratching his head right now, like, what the heck just happened?
Pierce with a great race up, and it's like, man, where did this guy come from, and how did he pass me like that? And that inside lane really working for Curtis.
Well, he hole shot it, and he led for pretty much the first, I would say, 12 minutes as we're in the latter stages of this one. I don't see a clock up at the top anymore, but we have definitely got to be just a couple minutes to go here. So that is Pierce and Revin Harris, second and third, that you see on the screen. And up at the top left-hand side, that is where you'll find Curtis. Curtis going to have to deal with some lap traffic as he heads toward the split section.
So we just heard that Curtis was merging too early. So he did something incorrect. He is getting a penalty.
Oh, wow. What a tough break for Curtis.
I see a caution flag down there, and I heard people screaming. I think we had one that rolled over. You can see it down there as safety is protecting one of the riders.
Yeah, went down in a bad spot right there at the exit of the split, and that's where riders are turning to go down that front straightaway. So they're carrying a lot of speed right through there. So again, you got two marshals, one out in front of the rider and one protecting the rider out there.
So the ticker is correct now. Pierce is leading, Revin Harrison second, Wildeboer in third.
Wow, what a tough break for Coy Curtis, who really rode his heart out. And I believe is that 116 that went down? That might be Farthing that went down right there.
Yeah,
you can see the hood was off of that boat.
Yeah.
So he lost the hood on the boat, but I believe that was boat number 116, Farthing.
What a crazy race here. Exactly what you would expect in this incredibly tough category. Very, very fast.
Yeah, the GP ski never disappoints. It always delivers. And it looks like what they're trying to do is send everybody to that inside split right now as the riders down on the outside. They're going to send everybody 116. That's Farthing that went down, and they got the hood back on the boat.
Back on it, so tough break for him. But we knew something. You just got to scratch your head. It's like, how does Coy Curtis make up that much ground that quickly on someone like a Pierce? It just didn't make sense. So not sure what he did or what he missed to shorten that course up, but they made him pay a penalty for it.
Well, if you miss a merge buoy, you're automatically getting docked some spots, and you can't pick up a merge buoy, so you can't go to the penalty buoy if you miss a merge buoy. You're just automatically docked a lap.
So tough break there for Coy.
Coy in 12th place now.
And I'm sure it wasn't an intentional move. It's a racing thing in the thick of the moment.
Well, here's what I just noticed. They say he's down 5 laps. So what has happened is he's missed the same buoy, I believe, in the merge.
A couple of laps. So
a couple of laps in a row.
When he jumped up to take over second place, when he jumped up to take over first place, he must have been running that same lap every time.
Yep. Yeah, well, that's one of the reasons you can cut some time off of your laps. I don't think he did that in qualifying, but...
Yeah, and I'm sure he didn't do it on purpose. Like, in his mind, he thought he was going in the right direction, but he had to also be wondering, how am I catching these guys so quickly?
Yeah, well, he rode his heart out, but you know what?
It was exciting for a moment for us.
It's racing. It's racing, man, and he'll be back in Motos 2 and 3, and I'll bet you he's going to be back with a vengeance. As the checkered flag gets ready to come out right now for Jake Pierce. Congratulations to the Lake Havasu local, sponsored by Marine One, RK Builders, and Works H2O. Jake, the only other rider besides Curtis to pick up a win here in the GP ski class in the IHRA Professional Watercraft Racing Series this season.
What an exciting race here with something for everybody. Some great passes, some penalties, some new winners, new leaders, great stuff. The 89 is going to close this one out strong. Good for him. We saw him a little bit early on, looking back behind him as Ben Reber is going to make his way to the checkered flag.
And a tough break there for Farthing, who had that get off. As you see him sliding way back, he was up into 4th at one point in the race. And it looked like he got off so hard that he lost his hood. I think he pulled into the pits a little bit early, not wanting to fill that boat up with water. And there he is, 116, Dev Dog, Devin Farthing. And we'll get to see him in the GP ski tomorrow, as well as the Pro Endurance. And that was the amateur endurance, and the 200 and 300 will be tomorrow. Pro Endurance 300 will also be tomorrow. We got some vintage classes that we're going to be running tomorrow. And right now, I believe after this one, we're going to go to our third motos of the day for the following races: our sports spec, our junior ski, our ski GP2, and a runabout GP3 to close out the day here.
And here's a look at the results for the Ski GP Moto number 1. Congratulations to Jake Pierce to grab the win here. And this moto followed up by Revan Harris, Ryder Wildeboer in the top 3.
All right.
Another look at the start here. We'll give you a recap. It was interesting for sure. Took a few times. It took us 3 or 4 attempts.
Yeah, that was the false start that they just showed there. Here was the clean start, which was the second restart here in the GP ski class. Jake Pierce doing what he needed to do to get out in front of Coy Curtis. And Coy, I believe, started right next to Jake on that inside. But Pierce taking the whole shot from the inside split.
Yeah, another good look, and this was when they went side by side with this pass for second. But as we learned later on, unfortunately for Coy, he was taking the wrong route here.
Yeah, that was Revan Harris that solidified that second place position for him. That's Curtis back there, the yellow 155. You can see where Curtis was able to get past second place and then set his sights on Pierce, but obviously missing a buoy in that merge for 5 laps had put him back 5 laps. So tough break there for Coy.
Exciting Ski GP race there. A lot of fun to watch. Incredible pieces of machinery. And the calm after the storm.
Yeah, you got that right. Once again, coming up next will be our third moto of our sports spec class. And Strauss Marinick been doing a great job in that class with 2 wins in motos 1 and 2. He's out of Fort Worth, Texas, sponsored by the Monster Army and Caldwell Racing, and he'll be out there racing this one on boat number 55. Talon Farthen will be on boat number 521. He was the points leader coming into the weekend. You got Casey Moore out of Texas. He'll be on boat number 111. Johnny Smith out of Florida, boat number 72. Jet Wildeboer on boat number 818 out of Havasu. Boat number 93 is Gary Bertka. 989 is Travis Branson. Boat number 110 is Tori Snyder. That rounds out your field of competitors. Tori with a 2-4 finish so far in the first 2 motos, but this will be the third and final moto. So we'll see who will be standing on top of the podium tonight. Right now, odds are Strauss Marinick.
Yeah, he has certainly proven to be the guy to beat out here today in this category. He's had a couple of great runs and had to earn that one in the last one, had to get back up and pass him, and he gets off to a great start. That's not good for the rest of the category.
Yeah, starting from that outside split. And we'll see if he can hold on to it. Opted to go to the outside. Like I say, if you win your moto, you can start inside or outside.
It looks like Talon Farthing's got the lead here so far, the 151. So he's got off to a great start, and he's going to make Marinick work for it.
Yeah, that's Farthing on the inside, and it's going to be Marinick on the outside. They're getting ready to merge here in just a couple of buoys. So
we'll see if Farthing can get this thing rotated around and get back up to speed to hang with him. He's looking over already to see where he's at. And he's going to fall into second place behind the 55.
Yeah, Marinick grabbing the whole shot coming from the outside split. Farthing having to settle in and dives in behind him in second on boat number 521. Again, Farthing sponsored by Monster Energy, Farthing Racing, Yamaha, and Progressive Insurance as they work their way into the cove. And Marinick now trying to put a little real estate between he and Farthing as they work the far side of the cove. So again,
Marinick has just had a great day out here and looks like it's going to continue in that direction. Another great start there for him. Him and Farthing both with a great start, but just a little bit faster for the 55.
Now, right behind them, you got Jet Wildeboer currently sitting in the third spot. On boat number 818, 110 is Tori Snyder in fourth, and Travis Branson on boat number 989, the C2HX, rounding out your top 5 here early on in this race. Just over 8.5 minutes left to go here from Lake of the Ozarks.
And our Pam has a winner from the last race. What an exciting run.
Thank you so much, Ken. Yes, here with Jake Pierce. Now, Jake, we just were talking. I was saying adventurous. You were saying a very eventful race, but you're in that top spot.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's not the way that we really want to win it, but it felt good to start up front. And yeah, I just got caught behind some lappers, and that's just racing.
Well, and that also teaches you, too. You know, when you get caught behind lappers, it's just teaching you to pass whenever you happen to need to do that. But let's talk about this. I was talking with your mom, and she was saying that you switched holes this year, too. So you're on a new hole, and you're back at the top.
Yep. Yeah, so I've been on a bullet, as most of you guys know, for the last 5 years. And then about 2 weeks before Florida started, we hopped on this thing. Didn't really have much time, but kind of been testing things, getting it all put together, and I think we got a good setup now. And I think it proved it that we've been putting in the work and it pays off.
Well, definitely 100%, you know, put in the work, the hard work and everything else in the testing hours that you do. And here you are, #1. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, and there we have it from Jake Pierce. We do have other drivers over here as well. We just have to get them out of the water. Oh, right here. We can go right over here to Revin. Revin, you are in that #2 position, but that was a very eventful race.
It was a long one, man. I was waiting for the white flag, but good race. Coy got around us, and unluckily he missed a buoy, but works in our favor, maybe close that points gap a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. We were talking about that earlier on this morning, too. But congratulations on this #2 spot going into tomorrow. Anything you're going to be doing?
I just need to get some rest and come back stronger.
Awesome. All right, and there you have it, Mr. Revin right here, our #2. Back to you guys.
Yeah, these guys are in incredible physical shape, and you can hear everybody referring to how physical it is to survive one of those. And we've all said, you know, this is relatively flat water here, so imagine being on something like that, riding that long in rough water.
Well, I'll tell you, the horsepower that these things are putting on, I mean, they're just hard to hold on to, you know, and you got to hold on for 15 minutes plus a lap. You know, we are now running our following class right now, but in those GP classes, you know, they got so much horsepower, but they're just hard to hold on to. And this is our sports spec class. This is pretty much bolt-on performance. A lot more quieter in this class right here than our last class. And it's Mernick, your race leader, sponsored by Caldwell Racing. And John.
And Mernick, I told you he was waving at the boat out there, and I just got it. We got confirmation of it that time. Last time the angle was from, it was a different angle, but the camera people doing a wonderful job for us out there, courtesy of Windy City. Just got that one heads on. It was pretty funny.
Well, you got to wonder if that ain't his family that's out there on one of them MTIs.
Yes, it's got to be friends or sponsor, like you said. You give him a quick wave.
So making this look pretty easy right now. Talon Farding still in second. Tori Snyder's got past Wildeboer for the third place position. Wildeboer back to fourth.
And the Wildeboer's having a good day here today, man. The family, I should say.
Oh, yeah. You got Jet and Ryder out here. Good to see Jet back out here. Jet was the one that got injured back in New Orleans. So glad to see that he is healed up and back out on the racetrack. So again, next stop here after Lake of the Ozarks. I believe we're going to be heading up to Sheboygan for a little bit of racing up there. We'll be teamed up with the IHRA Powerboat Series, Offshore Powerboat Series as well.
Beautiful place up there. Love Sheboygan.
Well, I'll tell you, they really know how to throw a street party up there in Sheboygan. I can tell you that. Last year, unfortunately, we had some weather issues up there last year. Didn't get to race too much, but I tell you what, Friday night was epic.
Well, and the wind constantly seems to blow there, and you watch the big boats with a lot of rudder in those things. If you want to stay on line, some of them will run with the wind, and they'll run a wider line, and on the clock, it actually pays off. So it's pretty cool. It's just one of those places where experience can pay off. So Coy Curtis, unfortunately, was penalized in the last race, as we documented. Let's go down to Pam, who's with him.
Thank you so much. Here with Coy Curtis. Now, Coy, you were out in the lead, had some mishaps, but unfortunately, the race did not end exactly how you wanted to, as you're aware, with the penalties that took place.
Yeah, I mean, it was something that I kind of knew about, but I don't know. I was so locked in trying to pass these guys, it just cleared my mind. But I won on the racetrack, but the technical way I didn't win, so it's all right, but we'll fix it for the next two.
I mean, you've had a very successful day and a very successful year so far, but unfortunately when things happen, you know, we say racing happens, but that was just a mishap. But good job, though, on the weekend so far. Hopefully tomorrow everything will pan out for you.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, there we have it. Coy Curtis right here with not the race he was wanting it to be, but he's still here.
And, you know, we haven't really talked about that too much. I mean, it's a given. We see them come out of here, and everybody runs the course as they should for the most part. You don't see too many mistakes. We saw one unforced error where the water grabbed the hull and shot the boat to the inside of the buoy. But to actually miss a buoy, we really haven't seen too much of that. But I've got to say, whenever I first saw the course go out there, in my mind, I was thinking it would be really easy to miss a buoy. And we saw one of the pros just do that.
Right, and well, the top pro. That wasn't just one of the pros. He's won the first 6 races so far here with the IHRA Professional Watercraft Series. But I know that Coy will be back with a vengeance. He's going to have a chip on his shoulder. He might be a little dejected right now.
He's got some motivation now.
Yeah, he's going to go to his dad and have his dad, I'm sure, is going to have a trailer talk, we call it, in personal watercraft racing with him.
Yeah, he'll be back. And that's one of those things, nobody will have to say anything to him. He'll beat himself up more than anybody else could. So he'll come out and fix it. One more time, Pam is down there at the shore, this time with 3rd place.
Thank you so much. Here with Luke Severa in this number 3 position. I've been looking for you down here. It's a little bit busy down here at the dock, but you got that number 3 position for your Moto number 1.
Yeah, I've been working hard, especially since the last race. Haven't had much time on the ski, but off the ski I've been training really hard, and we have a good start to the weekend, so I'm excited.
I want to ask you about this because I've been hearing a lot of you guys talk about the training that it does take to, be what you are out there on the course. So on a day's work of training, what it all is it? I mean, obviously it's probably physical lifting, it's probably cardio. What is it that you do?
Yeah, physical lifting in the gym, cardio on the bike nonstop, and yeah, it's just trying to get my endurance up because these skis are hard to hold on to.
I mean, and let's talk about that. When you guys are taking off right at that start, I mean, as soon as you put that throttle down, I mean, you are having to hold on very tight.
Yeah, off the start, the adrenaline's pumping. You just need to calm your nerves and just ride smooth.
Do you also do hand exercises with this, however they do the hand exercises to hold on?
No, it's mainly your legs just to lean over and got to keep your legs strong.
Awesome. Well, I have to say, good job on getting in that number 3 spot. We'll let you get going, but thank you so much for chatting with us, and congratulations.
Of course, thank you.
And there we have it from Luke. Let's go back up to the booth.
And you hear about the workout regimen. I think the one thing you see, the common denominator, is everybody out here is extremely lean. So they do lift and they do some cardio, but they're not bulking up. You've got to stay lean because you don't want a real heavy rider either. So they've got to find that strength, but they've got to stay lean.
And speaking of lean and mean right now is that race leader that we see on the screen right now, boat number 55, Mernick, with only about 20 seconds left on the clock before it expires. And you can see Mernick taking a look over to see if he sees the white flag. I don't think he's going to see the white flag because time had not expired yet.
Yeah, and going to miss it here by just a handful of seconds, but one more lap he'll have to go. Two more laps, really. I mean, one more to finish the clock and then +1.
Yeah, so you can see he's got quite the gap right now over 521 Farthing. Farthing still running in that 2nd place position, and I'm trying to see what the gap is. 17 seconds between 1st and 2nd right now, and that is that's a lot of time. That's a comfortable lead. Wildeboer currently sitting in the 3rd spot, about 25 seconds behind your leader.
Mernick putting on a clinic out here today in this category.
Yeah, looking to go 3 for 3. Again, he's sponsored by Caldwell Racing, Dean's Team, Commander Yamaha Youth Program, the Monster Army, Riva Racing. A lot of folks helping this young man up.
So excellent job on a beautiful day out here at Lake of the Ozarks, round number 3. Yeah. As we watch the best go at it here with the IHRA Professional Watercraft Series.
And you can see Mernick working his way through that outside split. Looks like he's got a back marker in front of him. And he can afford to slow down a little bit with a 25-second lead over 2nd place. And he'll get the white flag. You hear the whistle down there from Ryan. And he'll get the white flag this time around. So congratulations, Strauss Mernick out of Fort Worth, Texas, your race leader. Yeah, so the 3 brothers will be racing, I believe, this weekend. Strauss Mernick, Baron Mernick, and Cooper Caldwell is their half-brother. He'll be racing in, I believe, the endurance races tomorrow, representing the 300 class.
I believe that's Farthington. Is that Farthington right there? Has he closed up that much?
Well, I don't know if maybe Marinick is trying to save the motor.
Farthington, my apologies, Farthing.
Yeah.
But still 16, near 17 seconds back, so looks like the gap is still about the same.
Yeah, he was about 25 seconds behind, so he's shaved about 9 seconds off of it. But Marinick knows that he's got this one in the bag, so he's probably saving the motor for Sheboygan. As you see him negotiating his way through the outside split one final time. We'll take a look around, see what kind of a lead he's got over Farthing.
Yeah, great day out here for the 55. And just about there, checkered flag flying. And congratulations, 3 consecutive out here today for Strauss Marinick.
So great run there for Strauss.
Farthing with a great start there. Nearly did capture the lead in moto number 2 for Farthing at the start and hung on to it for a little bit and nearly grabbed the lead here in this 3rd moto at the start. So Farthing, a tough player. There's a look at him.
Oh, you know that he's on some good equipment. You know, Marinick and Farthing, both with great mechanics back there in the pits, as is Wildeboer. Wildeboer's mechanic is Mike Klippenstein, who's got 37 world titles.
Oh, there you go, yeah.
Torrey Snyder, his mechanic, Tim Judge, legendary. So that'll do it for your top 4 here. This is the sports spec class, their 3rd and final moto here on a beautiful Friday afternoon. Current time on deck, it's just about 1600 for all my military friends out there, 4 o'clock for all you civilians.
Good stuff, man. The big crews are out there checking out the races. Here's a look at the unofficial results for the Sport Spec Moto number 3. 3rd and final here for the day. Strauss Marinick cleaning up in all 3, followed up by Talon Farthing, Jet Wildeboer, Torrey Snyder, and the rest of the field.
Take a look at the recap here on the start. Marinick not looking back. A great start there. Was sitting in pole position from the outside split.
And Farthing was on the inside, keeping an eye on him the entire way.
And you can see that outside split not being utilized there by Marinick on lap number 2. So Marinick actually switching sides. Started on the outside. Lap number 2 went to the inside. Kind of checking them both out, and that's kind of what you want to do as a racer, to see which works better for you. And these sport boats can turn a little better than the big wide body runabouts, so the inside not as slow for the sport boats or the GP skis like we've seen.
Yeah, looks like a little bit shorter as well, so probably rotates nicely as the Monster Energy M-Con boat out there having some fun, floating and watching some great racing action here at Lake of the Ozarks. We'll be right back in just a couple of minutes. The Ski Junior Moto number 3 is coming up. Find out who's going to win that one. Stay with us.
People doubted me all the way, telling me I was all hype. They just mad that I'm him and they got to deal with it. If you don't like it, you can...
One of the things that makes me most proud is I did things Lando's way.
I don't need everyone out there to like me. I like being different.
That's it, mate. You are world champion.
Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From IMCA Dirt Track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
that winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar,
Garcia on boat number 11 out of Lake Havasu by way of France. And he is sponsored by Jet Trim Marine One, Fast Power Sports, Rick Roy Products, Pros, and Cometic Gaskets.
12 years of age, trying to do what his sister's already done, win this third one.
Boy, I'll tell you, he doesn't look like he's 12 years of age out there. He is riding very fluently out there. And you can see he's switch footing on every turn, making sure that he's keeping the pump hooked up in the back and keeping his weight distribution over the front of the boat.
Makes his choice there.
Opts to go to the outside once again. Let's see if Newski also goes to the outside. Looks like it looked like he was setting up to go to the outside. Yeah, Newski on boat number 114. Cash McClure currently sitting in third, followed by Fleming, who made that great pass in moto number 2. And Guyver Santucci rounding out your top 5 out of Destin, Florida. Sponsored by Tree Guyver, as well as the Lab Custom Coatings in Destin, Florida.
Cash McClure there in third place, not too far behind second. Keep in mind, he is 10 years old.
Yeah, geez, look at the gap there between first and second right now. Garcia really opening up that gap. So.
Yeah, second, third, fourth, and fifth, all relatively close there. A little bit of a gap between second and third, but yeah, no doubt about it. Andy Garcia at a different level here today.
Yeah, and basically for those of you who are watching it at home, we call this the Ski Junior class. These kids out here only 10 to 15 years of age. Cash being the youngest out there at 10, and Cash is the points leader coming into week number 3 here of the Lake of the Ozarks IHRA Watercraft Racing Series. This is round number 3 as we've traversed through St. Pete and New Orleans. And you got Travis and Cash right here.
Yeah, really close there. McClure right there in third place. Has done a nice job of maintaining that position, trying to close the gap just a little bit.
And that's Newski on boat number 114, currently sitting in second. So another great battle there from McClure and Fleming, and these guys get to ride together a lot on a couple of different other series. So I've seen these guys probably about 8 or 9 times so far this season racing against each other.
Wow. So a lot of seat time, if you will, too, you know, for these young kids.
Right, obviously we're on the IHRA Pro Tour, but these kids all riding in the regional series as well. And they happen to come from my neck of the woods down there south of the Mason-Dixon line, so they're always on the line up together. And I'm speaking of Newski, McClure, and Fleming, those 3 right there.
That is second, third, fourth, and fifth. We just show you that's our leader way out front. 11-second lead for the 11 Ski.
Yep, and just under 6 minutes to go here in their third and final moto. Got 2 more races that we'll be doing today. That is the Ski GP. That'll be coming up next, and then the Runabout GP3 will be the final closed course session of the day.
Yeah, just really doing a nice job, as you talked about before. I mean, you can just see clearly he's just done a ton of racing to be as efficient as he is.
Yeah, I'm sure that he probably spends a lot of his time at Body Beach. I talked to a couple of the juniors at the St. Pete race that came out from Lake Havasu, and they said they actually go to Body Beach before they go to high school in the morning. And then as soon as they're done, at the end of the day, they come back to Body Beach.
It's like surfers in SoCal. Go catch some waves before school and then right after school.
Exactly, exactly. But they got the right idea, and obviously it shows with the talent that we see out here.
Putting the time in.
So you can see right now about a quarter lap lead. You can see the rest of the pack just now coming out of that outside split, and that is second through 5th place.
It really is like a different class. I mean, that is how much quicker Garcia appears to be. Well, we're hearing 6 seconds quicker on that last lap.
Wow.
That's an insane amount.
A 17-second gap between first and second right now. And that is, yeah, that's a lifetime on a race course. So again, just under 4:30 to go as we take a look at Newski right there. Once again, Newski out of Gulfport, Mississippi. We used to race in Gulfport for many, many years. Great to see that Gulfport, Mississippi resident out here, sponsored by Advanced Contracting Services, Jet Blast, Green Hulk, Viper Performance, and Riva. And we'll get to see his father, Ian Newski, race tomorrow in our enduro classes. Father and son race team, the Newskis.
That's great, man. The memories will last the entire lifetime for both father and son.
Yeah, imagine being able to traverse the United States with your boy, your wife. Yep. You know, I mean, taking your family with you everywhere. That's it's got to be a pretty cool feeling.
I've been fortunate enough to race with my son for the past 20 years, and there really is nothing like it. It's that's what I love about this industry. You can get if you can get away with your family and have that luxury, and it is for sure a luxury. It is something very special. It's a great common denominator, a common bond that you typically wouldn't have with somebody that's 25 years younger. Once again, a look at second, third, and fourth. They stretch it out here. Everybody running about the same pace back here. Second, third, fourth, and fifth. Obviously for Garcia, just checking out.
Yeah, Garcia still followed by Newski, but Newski about 20 seconds back behind him. And the real battle is Newski, McClure, Fleming, and Santucci. Because those four were pretty bunched up on that last lap as we seen them exit the that outside split. And all of them taking the outside. Nobody trying to make that inside work for them. Maybe they know something that we don't know. As you see second, third, and fourth, fifth right there. Going to the decision buoy. And that's Newski. Newski looks like he's setting up to go to the outside. This time looks like Cash going to the inside.
Yeah, we'll see if it can pay off here for the 33. Young Cash taking a different line. See if he can get that thing rotated and back up to speed.
Yeah, Cash has had a pretty stellar season so far, I've got to say.
Get it turned right here. There's his competition. Can he get it back up to speed? Not quite, but he is right there. Just got to keep digging. He is definitely closer. This is as close as he's been.
Yeah, I'll tell you, when you're coming from that outside, you're going to have the drive coming down that front straightaway, so you've got to get up to speed if you're coming from the outside. But McClure is right there. He's showing him a keel right there, and this is your battle for second place out on the track right now.
Yeah, and if nothing else, you get in their head a little bit. Now, let them know you're there. Well, he just lost a little bit in that transition.
You know, in motocross,
and he straightens that out. He's making a pass right here.
Wow.
A bit of an issue. Oh, man, and they both go around that buoy, and that will be enough. Nishiki had trouble coming out of that right-hander and then got caught off base just a little bit going into the left-hander buoy, and it cost him a spot.
Great job there by Cash McClure, moving up into second. Fleming still remains in fourth. Santucci still in fifth, and your leader way out in front is Garcia.
And if Newski doesn't get back up after it, he's going to lose another spot here.
Well, wasn't it Newski and Fleming that went at it last time that we seen? Fleming getting the better of that exchange in moto number 2. And that is Fleming right there. You can see him, he's in the shot, top right-hand side of the frame right here.
I'll tell you something else, too. We're at the end of this moto. I wonder if he's just tired.
That could be. That could definitely be. As you see Newski go into the outside split, and it looked like fourth place Fleming went to the inside, so I'm not sure if Newski's just getting tired out there or what. And this is Fleming coming from the inside. Yep.
He's going to have enough, and looks like he will. He is going to have enough.
Yeah.
So either some sort of mechanical or he's getting fatigued here as the clock is ticking down. They're going to have to go one more lap here, too.
Yeah, he gooses that throttle coming from that inside, was able to make the pass. Newski sliding back into fourth, still in front of Santucci and Dildo. But another nice pass there for Fleming. As you see some of the bigger boats in the background having a good time. It's play day out here at Lake of the Ozarks.
Fleming with a nice job, though, able to scrap back up there. Looks like he'll be in position for another podium finish here. Tough break for Nishiki. Was up there in second, and just like that, in the span of one lap, falls to fourth. White flag out.
Yeah, so the white flag is out, and I believe your race leader has about a half-lap lead. Well, over the rest of the field. You can see the rest of the field all the way over on the left-hand side of the track, while your race leader just came through the start-finish line.
Pretty wild.
Yeah. So
young Cash McClure there in second place, just 10 years old. Needs to put together about another lap and a half here.
What do you do when you go back and you talk to your classmates and show and tell day, huh? Do you just bring the TV video and say, this is what I did this weekend?
And by the way, finished second.
Right. So once again, third and final moto. Garcia looking to be perfect here in the ski junior division. Lake Havasu City resident, once again sponsored by Frank and Company out at Jet Trim, Cometic, Impros, Fast Power Sports, and Rick Roy Products.
Wow, big gap here between first and second. Near 40 seconds.
And coming to that decision buoy one final time here is Garcia. Once again, originally from France, now making his home in Lake Havasu. And this time he's going to opt to go to the inside split. And
it's shorter.
That's kind of that's what they kind of teach you, you know, like at all the race schools and stuff like that I've been involved with. You know, they always say you take that the inside split on the last lap. It's a little bit shorter way there. So the checkered flag coming out from Ryan Scaglione.
Yeah, and congratulations there for Mr. Garcia. Nicely done there for Andy. 3 wins here today. That's a good day.
That is a good day. His older sister with 2 wins today. She'll be racing again tomorrow. So there's going to be a party in the Garcia pits tonight.
Yeah, he's one up to her here.
Yeah.
And now the pressure's back on her.
Right. This is McClure getting ready to come out of the outside split. I believe he's got one more buoy to negotiate, and this deal will be in the books as he works his way down the front straightaway.
Yeah, good job for the 33 ski.
McClure.
Cash McClure doing a nice job here. Will come into second.
He's sponsored by Taylor Curtis over at TC Free Ride and Competitive Crankshaft. And you can see Garcia just taking a little rest there while he's waiting on everybody else to muster after the finish line.
Yep, it's got to feel good.
They're trying to make sure that everybody goes through the finish line and nobody goes through while the race is still going on, because obviously they're going opposite directions. So
that was Jay Nishiki there, looking to finish strong. Still in 4th place. And Logan Fleming will fill out the podium positions.
See our flag man Ryan there talking to John McAkron, who is our lead marshal out there this weekend, ahead of our safety crew.
And congrats to Guyver Santucci as well. We're finishing this one up. Braden Dill, 11 years old for Braden. Guyver at 14 years of age, as we show you the top 6 here and how they finished up in Moto number 3 for the ski junior category.
Yeah, Garcia taking the top spot, McClure in second, Fleming working his way through the pack to third, Newski, Santucci, and Dill 4, 5, and 6 here in the ski junior class. This was their 3rd and final moto. Congratulations to Andy, who'll be standing on top of the box tonight as we take a look at the replay.
Yeah, off to a good start, man. Andy Garcia once again just slayed him right from the hit of the throttle. And as you can see there, stretched it out to near 40 seconds by the end of the race.
And that is a huge lead this early on in the race. And you can see he was negotiating his way. His favorite was probably the outside, hit the outside probably 90% of the time. That last lap going to the inside here for your race winner, Andy Garcia. And some great racing going on back behind Andy. As you see Cash McClure making the pass there.
Yeah, that was on Nitschke, and you can see where Nitschke hit that buoy and it kind of threw him off pace there a bit. And it ended up costing him 2 spots by the time everything was said and done.
And one final time through the track there for boat number 11, Garcia, as he takes a bow and takes a win here in the 3rd and final ski junior moto. Well, I'll tell you what, there's our hardcore race fans that have waited all the way. We've got 2 more races left to go, 2 more 10-minute motos for everybody out there. We got our ski GP2, which is coming up next, and that'll be followed by our runabout GP3. This is the 3rd and final motos for both of those classes. I believe we got about 15 riders here in the ski GP2 class. We got Adrian Fisk. He'll be on boat number 35. 17 is Alan Wiss. Reaver on boat number 89. Bryce Ford on boat number 4. We got Hebert Blackmore on 116. Caden Roenfeld on boat number 970. Knox Ritchie took a second in the last moto. He'll be on boat number 33. 26 is Kyler Dickey. 212 is the Clipper, Mike Klippenstein. Mike Lewandowski, boat number 34. 912 is Rick Shirker. 335, Sadie Murr. 66 is Seth Pettit. Shane Elliott will be on 187, and rounding out the field on boat number 989 is Travis Branson. So you can see them lining up down there in the Ski GP2, a pretty busy class down there with 15 riders.
Andy Garcia, our winner, is with Pam.
Thank you so much, Ken. Yes, Andy, you are 3 for 3 for the day. I want to ask you something. Between you and your sister, do you guys have a bet in the pits of who's going to have the most wins for the weekend?
No, because she's doing more races than I.
Well, you know, you're 3 for 3 right now. She's 2 for 2, so she has her third moto tomorrow morning. But right now, it's all about you. Let's talk about this. Being 3 for 3 for the day, how do you feel inside?
I'm so happy because I've never got 3 for 3. That's my first time in 3 years, I think.
So this is your lucky lake then?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, congratulations on your third moto and your third moto for the win. Good job out there. Can't wait to see race day.
Thank you.
All right, there we have it, Mr. Andy Garcia, 3 for 3. We have other racers that are coming in from the water right now, but right now let's go back up to you guys.
Yeah, and how about the 58-year-old? Oh, the red flag. They're going to bring him back. I was just going to say, Mike Klippen with a great start there, man, and the veteran in the category was about to put something on him.
Yeah, I'll tell you, but you got to wonder, was he the one that caused the red flag?
Yeah,
Anyway,
well, I guess we'll find out.
Trying to get every advantage he can. He's 58 years young out there. And we'll try to take a look at the replay, see if we can catch who the false start was on. And it could have been right underneath where the camera is, because it looked like there was a rider there in pole position. Possibly that rider there. We'll try to let you know who the guilty party is as we figure it out here in the booth. Once again, 15 riders working their way back. And they'll get them turned back around as we get set to go here with the restart in the Ski GP2 class. Only our third restart of the day. Not doing too bad. And I really like the deal with the horn actually starting everybody after you go down, because the horn is actually behind them, so they can't really anticipate when the horn is going to blow. So that's one of the reasons we only had a couple of false starts. We used to start with a rubber band that would be up, and it would basically be separating them from the race course. But the problem was the rubber band was causing too many tattoos. So everybody was coming and getting a free tattoo because of big, thick surgical tubing.
Yeah.
And you get hit by that stuff and you know it.
You cut over.
Pam is down with another one of our racers. Let's check in.
Here with our fourth place finisher just now, Jace Nesky, out the finish line here, and you have a smile on your face, and today, all in all, good day.
Yeah.
I want you to tell me the race course. How was it for you?
Just starting out, it was tough to learn, I would say. On the back, we don't practice much with rough water, so coming around the red triangle, it's just all rough. Makes it a little hard on you, but other than that, really, it's a pretty good course.
Okay, well, let me ask you one more thing, too. I mean, out here, they're talking about this being flat water and the different kind of water that's here. So what kind of lake could you compare this to, or water conditions? Or let me ask you this. How did you like this lake?
First time being here, it's definitely something new. I like it. It's with the seawalls, it's like a washing machine effect. All the waves coming back at you in different angles, but yeah, nice lake, nice area.
Well, you did a great job out there. Congratulations. I mean, fourth, you got a second, fourth, and a fourth of the day, so congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. There we have it from Jace. We're going to go right back up to the booth.
Yeah, you know, Jace was talking about the red triangle buoy. You see it right there on the top left-hand side of the track, but that's where all the boat traffic is going, and that's where he was talking about. It was getting rougher out there. So he's
some big cruiser boats out there, can definitely move some water. As you take a look at the start of this one here one more time. The Ski GP2 class, so very, very fast here as well. And there's a look at the 17 once again.
So I believe that was Wiss coming from the inside. I'm not sure if that was Ritchie that was coming from the outside, but you can see 1 and 2 tight as they head to the cove section of our track. And I believe that is possibly boat number 33, Knox Ritchie. And that'll be a great battle again, because, you know, Ritchie was really coming on at the end of moto number 2, Ken.
Yeah, Elaine has been really good, but he got pushed in that second moto. And let's go down to Pam. She's with our 10-year-old Cash.
Thank you so much, Ken. Yes, here with Cash McClure, you're 10 years old out there racing on this big lake that a lot of people like to come out here and just have some fun on. But out there racing, what do you think about when you're out there on your ski?
I don't know. It's really hard. It's really choppy, and I want to thank some of my sponsors. I want to thank Taylor from TC Freeride, my mom and dad, 60 helmets, and 100%.
Well, tomorrow, I can't wait to see you out there on the race tomorrow for your main race for Saturday. But good job, Cash.
I'm done.
All right, he's done. All right, Cash is all done. I had to pull teeth to get him to come interview with me, but he did a great job. So congratulations to Cash in our number 2 position. Let's go back to the booth.
All right, I'm done with that. That's it. You can go now.
Right, exactly.
You turned that right around on her. I'm done. You're done. Good stuff.
That's what we call a mic drop in our business.
Right, exactly, man. So Elaine Wiss with another great start here, and you talked about it in the second moto. He got this same great start, but by 2/3 of the race in, the race was on.
Yeah, Ritchie was able to climb his way back into this one. Now, this one, Ritchie is already up there toward the front, currently running in second place. He got just under 7.5 minutes left to go, so Ritchie is going to have the time to make that pass. Remember, he made the inside section working for him on that last race, and that's where he really closed the gap on. So we'll see if he goes to the inside here against Wiss in this third and final moto.
Yeah, Elaine already looking back there for the 33. The 33 coming after him. We've got the age for Adrian. It indicates that he's 26 years old. He looks to me to be a bit older than that. However, on the other side, Knox Ritchie at 15 years of age, that youth just might have the stamina here in this third moto.
And you know that Knox Ritchie trains like a beast. As we pointed out a little bit earlier, he's a state champion wrestler in Tennessee. And we actually did an interview with him right after that second moto, and you can see just how cut up that 15-year-old was.
And there's a look at first and second. He is right there. He's not too far back, and plenty of time to work here as we've yet to reach the halfway point. 6.5 plus 1 to go.
And you can see Knox really pushing Wiss right now as the top two really start to separate from the rest of the pack. And that'll happen when you have two great racers up there toward the top. So again, Knox Ritchie, a former junior champion in Region 7, moving up here to the Ski GP2 class with our IHRA Professional Watercraft Racing Series. Again, this is the third round for us here. Rick Shirker out of Pennsylvania, currently sitting in that third spot. Great to see Rick back out there. Great racer for many, many years, sponsored by Fly Racing, Riva, Jet Trim 88, and the Moon Man Gino Carran's Brewing Company. Yeah,
Love it.
We've got a jet ski racer that owns a brewing company. You talk about a party. So Ritchie again still trying to reel in Elaine Wiss.
Elaine going to that inside lane that time, and looks like he made it work. He gapped him maybe just a little bit.
Yeah, got about a half a second or so on him. But you can see Ritchie just really pushing them as they work their way down in the sweeper in the cove. They'll come out, hit a couple chicanes before hitting that split section. And again, you can see Ritchie trying to stay right outside the pump wash being dispersed by Wes.
Yeah, went a little bit wide there to try and find some clean water, but then had to bring it back to get around that buoy.
And it's tough when you got to keep crossing over the weight because you lose about a quarter of a second every time you try to cross over.
I know we understand what he's trying to do, but I wonder if it's worth the effort. And it's easy for us to sit here and pick at it. He's out there getting it done.
Well, I think if he's going to do it, he's going to have to get it done in that split section. That's what he made work for him on the last time. He made several passes in the split section. As you see, your race leader going to the outside, and he's going to go to the inside. He's going to follow him to the inside this time. Still a lot of time remaining. We're just over halfway. We got 4 minutes and about 20 seconds left to go.
And you just got to think that running that inside lane where you're zigzagging back and forth, so much more is going to take its toll on you physically by the end of the race.
Yeah, having to basically burp the throttle through that inside line, whereas you can kind of help hold it wide open if you use the outside line.
I think he closed up a little bit on him now. He was near 2 seconds back in the last lap, and now certainly under 2 seconds. Just lost a little bit there, though.
Again, trying to stay just to the outside, has to cross over again as they get ready to work through the chicanes over there on the top left-hand side of the track.
Well, really nice apex there for Knox. Richie doing a nice job there on that third yellow buoy.
Well, Knox, you can see he has definitely got the stamina, and he is working hard for it.
Yeah. The 116 is down, so one more time we saw him have issues in the last race as well, unfortunately. Heber Blackmore here on the 116.
Yeah, it looked like he was having trouble getting up onto the Marshall boat there, so we hope he's not injured out there.
And that might have been the 116 in a different class that I was thinking of.
Yeah, that was Farthing.
That was Farthing, yeah, exactly.
GP1 class. But I believe he is racing with the Farthing team this weekend, as I seen that boat underneath the Monster Energy compound right there at the pit entrance.
So the first two there dealing with lap traffic here as well. A couple of competitors that they had to work with, and Blackmore back up on the ski.
So it looks like he has got rebooted there on boat number 116. And again, Blackmore sponsored by Dirty Water Racing out of Glendale, Arizona. Lots of folks from Arizona making the trek out here to Lake of the Ozarks for round number 3 here of the IHRA Professional Watercraft Racing Series.
And a look at Elaine. Oh, big moment right there. And he didn't go down, but he laid it over, and he's getting passed right there by the 33. The run for the lead is on. Here comes Knox Ritchie on the outside. Can he make it work? Elaine back up. Elaine under throttle and still has position.
Some bar-to-bar wave-busted action right here at Lake of the Ozarks. And it looked like Ritchie had pulled up right beside him. I'm not sure if he let off the throttle and circled back around and followed him to the outside, because it looked like he slowed down just a little bit. Or we'll see if Ritchie made it to the inside.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, but it certainly seems like Ritchie did check up for some reason.
Yeah, I believe he followed him to the outside on that last pass through the split section, as they worked their way down the front straightaway past the checkered flag section and into the sweeper. Ritchie not going anywhere, though. He's staying right there. And, you know, how much did that take out of Elaine? You got to wonder that.
Time is running down. There was such a gap now. That might be all he needs. 1 minute plus 1. Dealing with lap traffic in here now as well.
45 seconds left on the clock, as I believe Elaine gets ready to enter the split section. You can see Ritchie right there in the foreground. And I think you got a little bit of lap traffic up there in front of your race leader as well. We'll see if that slows him down.
Or helps him dictate which way he wants to go here.
All right, let's take a look at the replay. And it looks like he got the nose buried just a little bit, almost separates from the boat, but was able to hold on to it. You can see Ritchie going to pull up on the outside right there, flanked just to his left, but Ritchie not enough in him to get past his Elaine had position as they entered the split section. So Elaine doing a great job, still keeping Ritchie in second place. Again, Ritchie's in second place overall here in the ski GP2 class. Sadie Murr is actually your race leader, and we'll let you know where Murr is out here on the track here as the ticker comes back to the back of the pack here, and we'll start with the front of the pack again with Elaine.
Yeah, and Elaine had to deal with that lapper, as did Ritchie. He's watching him work his feet, and he is still working them very, very quickly. I mean, just a good indicator to me that he is not fatigued. You see him there, it was just a normal transition, but in the previous lap, he almost hopped. He did it so quickly, which told me he still has plenty of strength. He's looking back now to evaluate what the gap is.
Well, it looks like Rick Shirker was able to get around Knox Ritchie, so he moves into second. And I was looking for Sadie Murr. Murr back there in fourth, just ahead of Klippenstein in fifth.
And I saw local yellow right there as well.
So time has expired here in the ski GP2 class.
Should pick up the white flag when he comes back around here.
Yeah, Ryan picking up the white flag, and there we go. One more lap to go for Elaine Wiss. Elaine again out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, sponsored by Charged Up Nutrition, Lake Havasu City, Jet Trim, and Impros. Riding the top at Kawasaki.
He's had a great day trying to finish this one out.
So Wiss, again with Shirker, about only 2 seconds behind Wiss right now. Ritchie about just under 4 seconds behind your race leader. And the top three have pretty much separated from the rest of the pack as they've lapped all the way up to fourth spot. Sadie Murr is a lap down. But currently sitting in that fourth spot and going to remain points leader here in the ski GP2 class. As this is their third and final moto for the weekend.
Finished up fourth in the last moto as well, so good day for her. Taking care of that points lead, that's what matters as they come around here for the last time. Adrian Wiss trying to close this one out.
Well, the one thing she's got going for her is Elaine Wiss was not at the first two rounds, so that's why she's got such a commanding points lead right now. And you can see going switch foot there. One final time there through the outside split. And he'll grab a handful of throttle down the front straightaway, and out comes the checkered flag. So Elaine Wiss going 3 for 3 here in the ski GP2 class.
Take a knee, brother, take a knee.
There you go.
Well done, and a great save there. I mean, he could have collapsed all the way in the water and lost everything. He went down about as far as you could go without crashing and managed to hang on to it. And I think that's what people do at this level that they can't do it at levels below them, which is to have a moment like that and somehow manage to save it and keep going. And because he was able to do that, he hung on to the lead.
And Ritchie was right there. I mean, unfortunately, Ritchie making that mistake when he was challenging, that allowed Rick Shirker to move into that second place position. So,
and how about Elaine not getting rattled even after that? Kept his composure, hit the next buoy perfectly, and hung on to the lead.
Yeah, I think I would have been a little rattled. I'm just saying.
Well, and knowing you're about to get passed as well, it's so easy to get out of sync. But he did a great job.
So you had Wiss taking the win. Here's your unofficial results. Rick Shirker taking a second. Sadie Murr got ahead of Ritchie for third.
How about that?
Yeah, knocks
Up on
Ritchie.
the podium spot.
I like it. I like it. She take, I believe, a fifth, a fourth, and a third here in this class. Klippenstein rounding out your top 5 here in the third moto of ski GP2.
How about the 58, 59-year-old there in 5th and 6th, man? Nicely done for those two gentlemen.
117 years between them. So Shirker finishing just 3 seconds behind the leader.
And Lewandowski just jumped up ahead of Ritchie and Klippenstein.
So I got to
I'm not
wonder
sure what happened there. Are people still finishing up here?
I wonder if Ritchie's having a mechanical issue.
Right, still not to the stripe yet. Let's go back and show you how it all began.
Well, I'll tell you what, Elaine West picking up right where he left off in motos number 1 and 2. I believe he was starting from the inside split. Those are the green buoys, and we can watch him as he navigates through that inside split section. And once again, pops out into that lead and was able to get in front of Knox Ritchie, who was coming from the outside.
And that was the big moment right there. Elaine able to capture that, get back up in position, and Ritchie on the outside trying to close the deal, but could not get it done.
Yeah, they came into that right-hand turn. You can see Shirker right there in the distance.
He just missed that. He was way outside, and it was about to miss that left-hand buoy.
Yeah, what happened, Ritchie followed Elaine to the outside. Shirker was able to make the pass coming from the inside, nothing but clean water. And he ended up in second with Elaine taking the top spot.
Portside buoy, as they might refer to.
There you go.
So a beautiful day here at the Lake of the Ozarks as we continue some racing, and we still have more to come. It's been a lot of fun so far. Stay with us. We'll be back with more great action here at the Lake of the Ozarks.
Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From IMCA dirt track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience for your love with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration, feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awake.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
And welcome back here to the Shootout. And, of course, the offshore weekend that is all taking place here at the Lake of the Ozarks. And it's all brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Progressive. Fast boats. Smart coverage. Progressive Insurance. Yamaha. Yamaha Wave Runners. Built for power, performance, and the water ahead. And by VP Racing Fuels. Powering champions on land and water. We welcome you back here to the IHRA Professional Watercraft Series. here at the Lake of the Ozarks. Getting down to our final races of the day. Look forward to this. It's been a wonderful day here, and of course we'll put the big boats in the water starting tomorrow and Sunday.
I'm sorry, this will be the final closed course race of the weekend for our Runabout GP3 class. We'll have a lot more racing coming up Saturday and Sunday. Great to be here on a Friday afternoon. I don't know, I can't think of a better way to spend my Friday afternoon than coming out to the races here at Lake of the Ozarks for round number 3 of the IHRA Professional Watercraft Racing Series. You're looking at Andrew Horn there on boat number 607. He'll be joined by Arnold Martinez on boat number 1. 361 has went 2-1 finishes today. That is Eric Lagopoulos. Ian Newski will be on boat number 114. Boat number 2, who took a second in the last moto, is Jason Seeley. We got Clyde Bonnet on boat number 4. 239 is Christian Gregorczyk. Boat number 137, Mason Puccio. Ryan Smith took a win in moto number 1, the third in moto number 2. He's on boat number 308. And Tim Hicks will be on boat number 821. So that rounds out your field here. Final race of the day, final moto for our Runabout GP3 class. You got
Drew Horn sitting there on the 607. We heard the whistle blowing and ready to let the horn blow. And the 2 up there as well, ready to go. Jason Seeley. Here we go.
Alrighty, they are off and away again. Lagopoulos, the winner in moto number 2. He's got the bullseye on his back as he had the points lead coming into the weekend. He's on boat number 361. You see 308 right there. That was Smith that pops out in front of him. Again, Smith taking a win in moto number 1. Now, if Lagopoulos is smart right here, he'll just he'll settle for that kind of number 2 position and not try to chase anything that might take him out of the points race.
Yeah, could end up winning the overall here. But right now, Smith with a great start. Lagopoulos in second place. And the split lane, who knows, man, might be a little closer than we think.
I believe that was Seeley that actually came from the outside that moved into second place. Lagopoulos back into third.
And now Lagopoulos will have some work to do here because it would be a tie. I believe that would be a tie.
Yeah,
and then you would go to whoever wins this.
Yeah, it's going to be very tight in the points. This is one of those weekends in this class right here where you don't want to be a scorer because you're going to have everybody's mom and dad and sponsors and everything coming up behind you.
The numbers are the numbers. It'll all be good. And Pam, once again, is down with our winner at the dock. Pam?
Thank you so much, Ken. Here with Alan Weiss at the finish line once again. I get to talk to you a lot today, but here you are, number 1 once again.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was an awesome race. Number 33 was pretty close. These kids are getting fast. Yeah, I have to watch out.
Well, let's talk about that really quick. We were talking earlier about fitness and stuff too. So you got all these young kids that you're racing with, and you really have to keep up on staying fit and keeping your game.
Oh yeah, we do stuff every day. Also my nutrition. My wife owns a nutrition store in Havasu, so she hooks me up all the time. Really good. Yeah.
Well, that definitely pays off. But you're here, number 1 once again. So congratulations on the successful Friday we had out here.
Thank you so much.
All right, there we have it, Alan Weiss. Back to you guys.
Well, that makes sense that his wife owns the nutrition store that sponsors it.
Yeah. Yeah, good for him, man. What a great day.
Yeah, just over 7.5 minutes left to go in our day here with the broadcast. Ryan Smith out in front, Seeley back there in second, Lagopoulos in third. And this is really going to make the points really tight here between Seeley and Lagopoulos as well.
Yeah, well, and Lagopoulos has some pressure coming from behind, too. He cannot afford to lose one more spot.
So Seeley in front of Lagopoulos will actually gain some points on Lagopoulos if things stay as they are right here. But right now, he's more worried about boat number 308, Ryan Smith out of Salina, Kansas. Your race leader, sponsored by Impros Cometic Gaskets, Thor MX, Wasner Pistons, and OSM Graphics, as well as Rick Cantola over there in Denver, Colorado with Peak Power Sports.
Yeah, you just got to do the best you can do, let the points fall where they fall, and right now 308 is doing a great job here as he continues to chase it. Ryan Smith with a great start, gets out front, and now just has to bring this thing home. Just 6.5 minutes to go here, plus a lap, and he has a nice lead.
Well, I think Eric Lagopoulos, who's really kind of settled in there at that third place, I think he's thinking more long-term here. He wants to maintain that points lead going into the 4th round in Sheboygan. Only 5 total rounds here with the IHRA Professional Watercraft Series, but I think he's thinking more long term. He don't need to win every battle to win the war. And you see that in a lot of different forms of racing where it's consistency that builds championships, not winning every race.
Right. Yep. Right now, Smith can hang on to this. He would. I think he would get the overall here for this weekend. It would be 2 wins and a third. So that would be enough to get it for him. But you're right. I mean, in terms of the championship, Lagopoulos has to worry more about Jason Seeley, who's in front of him there in terms of points. And he's having a little better weekend than Seeley, even though Seeley's in front of him right now in this position.
Yeah, Seeley right now, if things stay as they are, he would have a 3-2-2 finish as far as motos. And I believe that's going to put him right next to Lagopoulos on the points. But if Smith holds on to where he's at, I believe that would give him the overall. He'll take 60 points.
Lagopoulos with the first, second, and third as it sits right now, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So first, second, and third, that would give Lagopoulos 103, 151 total points.
So just a tick better than Seeley.
Right. So again, we are halfway through the final race of the final close course race of the day. It's been a beautiful Friday, day number 1 here of the IHRA Professional Watercraft season.
All right, let's talk about lap times here. Let's talk about who's fast and who's not. If we look at lap times, Ryan Smith is getting the leader out in front.
All right, so you still got Smith, Seeley, Lagopoulos, and you got Newski back there in 4th out of Gulfport, Mississippi. Tim Hicks rounding out your top 5. Tim out of Topeka, Kansas, sponsored by Tim's Paintworks, Riva, and Scott and all the folks over at Hot Products.
Mason Paccio in 6th and Drew Horn in 7th. We were watching the 607 at the starting line.
Ryan Smith trying to go wire to wire as he did in moto number 1. Ended up a 3rd in moto number 2, right behind Seeley, who currently sits just in front of Lagopoulos. So again, some great racing going on here in the Runabout GP3 class. Had 2 winners, but Seeley's still right there. Seeley's not going away.
Yeah, Seeley is right there. I mean, it would not take much of a mistake there for Seeley to jump up there and be a threat. Fatigue not as big an issue here in this particular class with the ride-on versus the stand-up. So you wouldn't think that would play a factor here at the end.
And you can see Seeley only about 2 seconds off the pace being thrown down. That's your gap between 1st and 2nd right now.
But we've seen a couple of times where, that you go to turn in and you want to cut that buoy as close as possible, and they stuff the nose or catch a little wake, and it pulls the boat to the left or the right, and you have to check up a little bit and redirect and get it sorted. And by the time you do all that, it seems like split seconds, but whoever's behind you closes right up.
Well, Smith, Seeley, and Lagopoulos, 1, 2, and 3, all going to the outside split this time.
Yeah, and as you can see there, Lagopoulos about 4 seconds behind the leader. So a 2 second split is about where it's at.
Yeah, 7 seconds between 3rd and 4th right now as we take a look. And again, only about 2 minutes, 45 seconds left to go in the final closed course race of the day. Runabout GP3, moto number 3. Again, Lagopoulos, the points leader coming into the weekend. He had 326 coming into the weekend, with Seeley 298 sitting in 2nd place. Newski in 3rd with 269. But this is Smith's first go of it here in the round number 3. Didn't show up in New Orleans or St. Petersburg. But obviously a lot of talent here in this class.
He showed up ready to play, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And he's
and it's cool. I'm sure that these other guys, love the competition. There's 3 of them up here that have been in every different position on the podium so far today.
Yeah, I'll tell you, great job. This is the first time that I've seen Ryan Smith ride out here. Boat number 308. Guess he races right here, and this would be considered, I believe, Region 4, this part of the United States.
Yeah, clearly not his first rodeo.
No, he's been on that Bronco before.
and setting sail. As you can see, they're still, the splits almost identical to what they have been in the previous laps.
Now you can see all three coming from that outside, and the gap only about 2.5, 3 seconds between first and second, and the same between second and third right now. So as time starts to tick away.
And I got to say, if I'm Seeley, man, I at least try the inside lane one time, see if it works for me. He's got a good sized gap. It's not going to cost him a position.
Yeah, definitely shouldn't cost him a position, but I would definitely not follow your race leader into that outside split once again, because again, time's starting to tick away. Just over a minute left to go, so they've only got a couple more laps left to go. They probably won't get the white flag on this lap at the
I think they're going to have to go. I bet you he gets back to the stripe before the minute's gone, right?
Yeah.
So probably this lap and 2 more.
Yes, sir. So Seeley trying to stay right there with your race leader, Smith. I guess, again, Smith on the 308 Yamaha. Seeley on the boat number 2 Yamaha, sponsored by One Ethanol.
Seeley, it looks like he has followed him again there. So if he's going to get out of line, he'll only have a couple of laps to do it now.
Yeah, so they come past the stripe with about 22 seconds left, so they won't get the white flag to the next lap around.
And I think Smith stretched this thing out just a little bit. Looks like that gap grew just a little bit.
You got to wonder if Seeley's starting to get a little bit tired out there and going to be happy with that second place, because even a second place, that's still going to get him up onto the podium. Smith, I believe it'll be Smith, Lagopoulos, and Seeley 1, 2, and 3. But everything you hear from us is unofficial. You know, they still have to break down the boats and stuff like that. So we're calling it as we see it here from Lake of the Ozarks.
If we say it on TV, it's true.
It's true. I thought that was the internet.
Well, that too. Great battle here. Great racing all day long.
Yep, and time has expired as they get ready to head into the split section, and your race leader Smith going to the outside. I didn't see if Seeley followed him to the outside or not.
Yeah, it didn't seem pop up in that shot either. White flag flying for our race leader, and it looks like Seeley did follow him once again.
So I'm wondering if it was maybe Lagopoulos went to the inside there.
He did.
Yeah, so there's your top 3 all on the front straightaway, grabbing the white flag. They'll head down to the sweeper section in the cove. One final time, about 3/4 of a lap to go before we call it a day here at Lake of the Ozarks. This is only day number 1. We got 3 days of racing for everybody, so it's going to be a full weekend of racing. Gotta love it. Round number 3 here, the IHRA Professional Watercraft Racing Series. We're going to bring in the offshore powerboats tomorrow. Monster Energy Offshore Powerboat Series. Lots of great stuff happening. If you're anywhere near Lake of the Ozarks, you want to come out here and you want to check this out firsthand, because it is an absolutely splendid site. Lots to do for everybody when we're not out here on the water racing.
Yeah, it's a great time. No question about it. And always plenty going on here. You got to come out. The Shootout is also another big boating event that everybody shows up for. It's, I believe the course is about a mile long, and there's 3 miles worth of boats tied up to watch all the action. The last time the IHRA, the owner of the IHRA, came out of here, went 242 miles an hour, set a world record as the checkered flag flies here. Nicely done for Smith one more time as he's going to bring it home. Ryan Smith doing a great job on a 308.
Yeah, getting 2 moto victories out of 3 and a 3rd place in the 3rd one, and I believe that's going to give him the top spot on the box a little bit later tonight. And if this is anything like the last couple of races, we'll probably be doing awards right around 7 o'clock.
And followed up there as well, so nice job for Jason Seeley and Eric Lagopoulos. They've had some great racing action here today with 3 motos.
And it looks like we're going to get out just in time, as the current time on deck is about 5 o'clock. And I believe that was the time we had the water scheduled to. So congratulations again to 308, man. What a great weekend so far for Ryan Smith. And a lot of these riders we'll get to see tomorrow in both the amateur and the pro enduro classes. Take a look.
Show you a replay here of the start.
You can see Horn getting off the start just a little bit late there on the 607. And it was Smith grabbing the hole shot, and Smith would not look back after grabbing the hole shot. Seeley came from the inside, settled in second, and he remained in second for the entire race, just in front of the outlaw, Eric Lagopoulos, winner of Moto number 2.
Yeah, I think a great class to come out here and cut your teeth in as well. I mean, obviously some really fast guys. When you start off as a novice, you're a little bit late and a little bit slow, but you learn who you need to race with and what that race pace needs to be.
Exactly. So some great racing. Runabout GP3 is now through as we continue to watch the replay here. And that is your race leader coming through for the checkered flag, ladies and gentlemen. You can see he is pretty pumped.
Yeah, nicely done. Ryan Smith brings it across the stripe and gets it done. It's been an incredible day out here at Lake of the Ozarks. It's so much fun for sure, and we've had some great racing action. Took place here all day long, Mike.
Well, I'll tell you, and it's only Friday. We haven't even got into the weekend yet. You got some of the bigger classes going to be running this weekend, so you want to make sure that you stay tuned all weekend long.
Yeah, we'll put the big boats in the water. We come back here at 8:30 in the morning, so you make sure you want to join us here. We'll have a little bit of everything out here. Obviously, we'll have a bunch of jet ski racing once again, but as we talked about, the big boats will come out here, and they'll be in a completely different course. I believe the course nearly 6 miles long, like a little over 5.5 miles. So we'll air out the big dogs and let them sort it out as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. We had some great racing action here. We had some great passes, some really neck and neck stuff. The split lane really served us well.
Yes, it did. It did, and it made a few very important decisions for a very few riders, and they made the inside and the outside work for them. So some great racing in that split section. We're going to see a lot more of it all weekend.
And the officials moving the buoys around until they got things sorted the way they wanted it, man.
Right. Like I say, you got to watch those sneaky Pete's there in between the races.
Okay, so it's been a great time. Hope you enjoyed all the great racing action. Pam Hall, thank you very much for all the interviews down there on the dock. And those people are having a good time with the rest of the evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning. For Mike Young, I'm Ken Stout. Thanks for watching the IHRA Professional Watercraft Series. We'll see you in the morning.